Herman Melville, Mariner and Mystic ****** in the HTML version of this ebook. Images with blue borders are linked to larger versions of the illustrations. Herman Melville Mariner and Mystic Raymond M. Weaver engraved on wood, by L. F. Grant. From a photograph. Signature Herman Melville Mariner and Mystic by Raymond M. Weaver. Leviathan attacking a ship. New York, George H. Doran Company. Copyright 1921, by George H. Doran Company. Colophon printed in the United States of America to Professor Franklin T. Baker, Il Maestro Cortes to Professor Carl Van Doren, to Miss Cora Paget, and to Mrs. Eleanor Melville Metcalf. I am, in the writing of this book, very especially indebted. By Professor Van Doren's enthusiasm and scholarship I was instigated to a study of Melville. It has been my privilege to enjoy Miss Paget's very valuable criticism and assistance throughout the preparation of this volume. Mrs. Metcalf gave me access to all the surviving records of her grandfather, Melville, manuscripts, letters, journals, annotated books, photographs, and a variety of other material. But she did far more. My indebtedness to Mrs. Metcalf's vivid interest, her shrewd insight, her keen sympathy can be stated only in superlatives. To Mrs. and Mr. Metcalf I owe one of the richest and most pleasant associations of my life. Raymond M. Weaver. 1st of October, 1921. Most of the letters of Melville to Hawthorne included in this volume are quoted from Nathaniel Hawthorne and his wife, by Julian Hawthorne. These letters, and other citations from Mr. Hawthorne's memoir, are included through the courtesy of Messrs. Houghton Mifflin Company. Contents Chapter Page Idaville's Advocate 15 II Ghosts 33 III Parents and Early Years 53 Eva Substitute for Pistol and Ball 77 V Discoveries on Two Continents 98 VI Pedagogy, Pugilism and Letters 113 VII Blubber and Mysticism 128 VII Leviathan 153 IX The Pacific 170 X-Man-Eating Epicures, The Marquesas 194 XI Mutiny and Missionaries, Tahiti 215 XII On Board a Man of War 233 XII Into the Racing Tide 250 XIV Across the Atlantic Again 283 XV A Neighbor of Hawthorne S305 XVI The Great Refusal 334 XVI The Long Quietus 349 Bibliography 385 Index of Names 391 Illustrations Herman Melville Frontispiece Page Melville's grandfathers 40 General Peter Gansevoort Major Thomas Melville Alan Melville 56 Maria Gansevoort Melville 64 In 1820 In 1865 A page from one of Melville's journals 104 Throwing the Harpoon 136 Sounding 136 Sperm Whaling The Capture 161 of 6 Whaling Prints 160 Toby Richard Tobias Green 164 In 1846 In 1865 Evangelizing Polynesia 184 Richard Tobias Green In 1885-2000 First home of the Protestant missionaries in Tahiti 224 The Fleet of Tahiti 224 Elizabeth Shaw Melville 272 Arrowhead 312 The Fireplace Arrowhead 312 Herman Melville In 1868352 Melville as artist 368 Melville's children 376 Herman Melville mariner and mystic. Herman Melville Chapter I Devil's Advocate if ever, my dear Hawthorne wrote Melville in the summer of 1851, we shall sit down in paradise in some little shady corner by ourselves. And if we shall by any means be able to smuggle a basket of champagne there, I won't believe in a temperance heaven, and if we shall then cross our celestial legs in the celestial grass that is forever tropical, and strike our glasses and our heads together till both ring musically in concert, then, oh my dear fellow mortal, how shall we pleasantly discourse of all the things manifold which now so much distress us? This serene and laughing desolation, a mood which in Melville alternated with a deepening and less tranquil despair, is a spectacle to inspire with sardonic optimism those who gloat over the vanity of human wishes. For though at that time Melville was only 32 years old, he had crowded into that brief space of life a scope of experience to rival Ulysses, and a literary achievement of a magnitude and variety to merit all but the highest fame. Still did he luxuriate in tribulation. Well born, and nurtured in good manners and a cosmopolitan tradition, he was, like George Borrow, and Sir Richard Burton, a gentleman adventurer in the barbarous outposts of human experience. Nor was his a kid-gloved and expensively staged dip into studio savagery. For my part, I abominate all honorable respectable toils, trials, and tribulations of every kind whatsoever, he declared. And as proof of this abomination he went forth penniless as a common sailor to view the watery world. He spent his youth and early manhood in the forecastles of a merchantman, several whalers, and a man of war. He diversified whale hunting by a sojourn of 4 months among practicing cannibals, and a mutiny off Tahiti. He returned home to New England to marry the daughter of Chief Justice Shaw of Massachusetts, and to win wide distinction as a novelist on both sides of the Atlantic. Though these crowded years had brought with them bitter hardship and keen suffering, he had sown in tears that he might reap in triumph. But when he wrote to Hawthorne he felt that triumph had not been achieved. Yet he needed but one conclusive gesture to provoke the world to cry this as a lie in his throat, one last sure sign to convince all posterity that he was, indeed, one whom the gods loved. But the gods fatally withheld their sign for 40 years. Melville did not die until 1891. None of Melville's critics seem ever to have been able to forgive him his length of days. Some men die too soon, said Nietzsche, others too late. There is an art in dying at the right time. Melville's longevity has done deep harm to his reputation as an artist in dying, and has obscured the phenomenal brilliancy of his early literary accomplishment. The last 40 years of his history are a record of a stoical, and sometimes frenzied, distaste for life, a perverse and sedulous contempt for recognition, an interest in solitude, in etchings and in metaphysics. In his writings after 1851 he employed a world of pains to scorn the world, a compliment returned in kind. During the closing years of his life he violated the self-esteem of the world still more by rating it as too inconsequential for condemnation. He earned his living between 1866 and 1886 as Inspector of Customs in New York City. His deepest interest came to be in metaphysics, which is but misery dissolved in thought. It may be, to the all-seeing eye of truth, that Melville's closing years were the most glorious of his life. But to the mere critic of literature, his strange career is like a star that drops a line of streaming fire down the vault of the sky, and then the dark and blasted shape that sinks into the earth. There are few more interesting problems in biography than this offered by Melville's paradoxical career, its brilliant early achievement, its long and dark eclipse. Yet in its popular statement, this problem is perverted from the facts by an insufficient knowledge of Melville's life and works. The current opinion was thus expressed by an uncircumspect critic at the time of Melville's centenary in 1919, owing to some odd psychological experience that has never been definitely explained. His style of writing, his view of life underwent a complete change. From being a writer of stirring, vivid fiction, he became a dreamer, wrapping himself up in a vague kind of mysticism that rendered his last few books such as Pierre, or The Ambiguities and The Confidence Man, his masquerade quite incomprehensible, and certainly most uninteresting for the average reader. Unhampered by diffidence, because innocent of the essential facts, critics of Melville have been fluent in hypothesis to account for this complete change. A German critic patriotically lays the blame on Kant. English-speaking critics, with insular pride, have found a sufficiency of disruptive agencies nearer at home. Some impute Melville's decline to Sir Thomas Browne, others to Melville's intimacy with Hawthorne, others to the dispraise heaped upon Pierre. Though there is a semblance of truth in each, such attempts at explanation are, of course, too shallow and neat to merit reprobation. But there is another group of critics, too considerable in size and substance to be so cavalierly dismissed. This company accounts for Melville's swift obscuration in a summary and comprehensive manner, by intimating that Melville went insane. Such an intimation is doubtless highly efficacious to mediocrity in bolstering its own self-esteem. But otherwise it is without precise intellectual content. For insanity is not a definite entity like leprosy, measles, and the bubonic plague, but even in its most precise use, denotes a conglomerate group of phenomena which have but little in common. Science, it is true, speaking through Nordau and Lombroso, has attempted to show an intimate correlation between genius and degeneracy. And if the creative imagination of some of the disciples of Freud is to be trusted, the choir invisible is little more than a glorified bedlam. Plato would have accepted this verdict with approval. From insanity, said Plato, Greece has derived its greatest benefits. But the dull and decent Philistine, untouched by Platonic heresies, justifies his sterility in a boast of sanity. The America in which Melville was born and died was exuberantly and unquestionably sane. Its sanity drove Irving abroad and made a recluse of Hawthorne. Cooper alone throve upon it. And of Melville, more ponderous in gifts and more volcanic in energy than any other American writer, it made an Ishmael upon the face of the earth. With its outstanding symptoms of materialism and conformity, it drove Emerson to pray for an epidemic of madness. O celestial Bacchus, drive them mad. This multitude of vagabonds, hungry for eloquence, hungry for poetry, starving for symbols, perishing for want of electricity to vitalize this too much pasture, and in the long delay indemnifying themselves with the false wine of alcohol, of politics, of money. From this it would appear that a taste for insanity has been widespread among poets, prophets and saints, men venerated more by posterity than by their neighbors. It is well for Socrates that Xanthippe did not write his memoirs, but there was sufficient libel in Hemlock. In ancient and medieval times, of course, madness, when not abhorred as a demoniac possession, was revered as a holy and mysterious visitation. Today, witch-burning and canonization have given place to more refined devices. The herd must always be intolerant of all who violate its sacred and painfully reared traditions. With an easy conscience it has always exterminated in the flesh those who sin in the flesh. In times less timid than the present it dealt with sins of the spirit with similar crude vindictiveness. We boast it as a sign of our progress that we have outgrown the days of jubilant public crucifixions and bumpers of Hemlock, and there is ironic justice in the boast. Openly to harbor convictions repugnant to the herd is still the unforgivable sin against that most holy of ghosts, fashionable opinion, and carelessly to let live may be more cruel than officiously to cause to die. Melville sinned blackly against the orthodoxy of his time. In his earlier works, he confined his sins to an attack upon missionaries and the starchings of civilization, sins that won him a success to scandal. The London Missionary Society charged into the resulting festivities with its flag at half-mast. Cased in the armor of the Lord, it with flagrant injustice attacked his morals, because it smarted under his ideas. But when Melville began flooding the very foundations of life with torrents of corrosive pessimism, the world at large found itself more vulnerable in its encasement. It could not, without absurdity obvious even to itself, accuse Melville of any of the cruder crimes against Jehovah or the public. Judged by the bungling provisions of the 39 Articles and the Penal Code, he was not a bad man, more subtle was his iniquity. As by a divine visitation, the Harper fire of 1853 effectually reduced Pierre, his most frankly poisonous book, to a safely limited edition. And the public, taking the hint, ceased buying his books. In reply, Melville earned his bread as Inspector of Customs. The public, defeated in its righteous attempts at starvation, hit upon a more exquisite revenge. It gathered in elegiacal synods and whispered mysteriously, "He went insane." To view Melville's life as a venturesome romantic idyll frozen in mid-career by the deus ex machina of some steadily descending Gorgon is possible only by a wanton misreading of patent facts. Throughout Melville's long life his warring and untamed desires were in violent conflict with his physical and spiritual environment. His whole history is the record of an attempt to escape from an inexorable and intolerable world of reality, a quenchless and essentially tragic odyssey away from home, out in search of the unpeopled world behind the sun. In the blood and bone of his youth he sailed away in brave quest of such a harbor, to face inevitable defeat. For this rebuff he sought both solace and revenge in literature. But by literature he also sought his livelihood. In the first burst of literary success he married. Held closer to reality by financial worry and the hostages of wife and children, the conflict within him was heightened. By a vicious circle, with brooding disappointment came ill health. Muskets the gods have made to carry infinite combustion, he wrote in Pierre, and yet made them of clay. The royalties from his books proved inadequate for the support of his family, so for 20 years he earned a frugal living in the customs houses in New York. During his leisure hours he continued to write, but never for publication. 2 volumes of poetry he privately printed. His last novel, surviving in manuscript, he finished a few months before his death. Though it is for the second half that his critics have felt bound to regret, it seems that in serenity and mental equipoise, the last state of this man was better than the first. In his early manhood he wrote in Mardi, though essaying but a sportive sail, I was driven from my course by a blast resistless, and ill-provided, young, and bowed by the brunt of things before my prime, still fly before the gale. If after all these fearful fainting trances, the verdict be, the golden haven was not gained, yet in bold quest thereof, better to sink in boundless deeps than float on vulgar shoals, and give me, ye gods, an utter wreck, if wreck I do. To the world at large, it has been generally believed that the gods ironically fulfilled his worst hopes. One William Cranston Lawton, in an introduction to the study of American literature, a handy relic of the Parrott judgment passed upon Melville during the closing years of his life, so enlightens young America. He holds his own beside Cooper and Marryat, and boy readers, at least, will need no introduction to him. Nor will their enjoyment ever be alloyed by a Puritan moral or a mystic double meaning. And Barrett Wendell, in A Literary History of America, a volume that modestly limits American literature of much value not only to New England, but even tucks it neatly into the confines of Harvard College, notes with jaunty patronage, Herman Melville with his books about the South Seas, which Robert Louis Stevenson is said to have declared the best ever written, and his novels of maritime adventure, began a career of literary promise, which never came to fruition. These typical pronouncements, unperverted by the remotest touch of independent judgment, transcend Melville's worst fears. Think of it, he once wrote to Hawthorne. To go down to posterity is bad enough, anyway, but to go down as a man who lived among the cannibals. When I think of posterity in reference to myself, I mean only the babes who will probably be born in the moment immediately ensuing upon my giving up the ghost. I shall go down to them, in all likelihood. Type E will be given to them, perhaps, with their gingerbread. In that mythical anomaly known as the popular mind, Melville has, indeed, survived as an obscure adventurer in strange seas and among amiable barbarians. Type E and Omu have lived on as minor classics. Though there have been staccato and sporadic attacks upon the ludicrous inadequacy of the popular judgment upon Melville, not until recently, and then chiefly in England, has there been any popular and concerted attempt to take Melville's truer and more heroic dimensions. An editorial in the London Nation for the 22nd of January, 1921, thus bespeaks the changing temper of the times. It is clear that the wind of the spirit, when it once begins to blow through the English literary mind, possesses a surprising power of penetration. A few weeks ago it was pleased to aim a simultaneous blast in the direction of a book known to some generations of men as Moby Dick. A member of the staff of the Nation was thereupon moved in the ancient Hebrew fashion to buy and to read it. He then expressed himself on the subject, incoherently indeed, but with signs of emotion as intense and as pleasingly uncouth as Man Friday betrayed at the sight of his long-lost father. While struggling with his article, and wondering what the deuce it could mean, I received a letter from a famous literary man, marked on the outside urgent and on the inner scroll of the manuscript itself a rhapsody. It was about Moby Dick. Having observed a third article on the same subject, of an equally febrile kind, I began to read Moby Dick myself. Having done so, I hereby declare, being of sane intellect, that since letters began there never was such a book, and that the mind of man is not constructed so as to produce such another, that I put its author with Rabelais, Swift, Shakespeare, and other minor and disputable worthies, and that I advise any adventurer of the soul to go at once to the morose and prolonged retreat necessary for its deglutition. Having earlier been hailed in France as an American Rabelais, prized in England by the author of The City of Dreadful Night, greeted by Stevenson with slangy enthusiasm as a howling cheese, rated by Mr. Masefield as unique among writers of the sea, the professed inspirer of Captain Hook of Sir James Barrie's Peter Pan, Melville is beginning to appear as being vastly more than merely a man who lived among the cannibals and who returned home to write lively sea stories for boys. The wholesale neglect of Melville at the hands of his countrymen, though explained in some part as a consummation of Melville's best efforts, has not been merely unintelligent, but thoroughly discreditable. For Melville, from any point of view, is one of the most distinguished of our writers, and there is something ludicrous in being before all the world, as, assuredly, we sometimes are, in recognizing our own merit where it is contestable, and in neglecting it where it is not. It has been our tradition to cherish our literature for its embodiment of Queen Victoria's fireside qualities. The repudiation of this tradition, as a part of our repudiation of all tradition, has made fashionable a wholesale contempt for our native product. "I can't read Longfellow" is frequently remarked, "he's so subtle." Our critical estimates have labored under the incubus of New England provincialism, a provincialism preserved in miniature in the first pages of Lowell's essay on Thoreau. At present we need to have the eminence of the section recalled to us, but during the period of Melville's productivity, it was at its apex, and in its bosom Melville wrote. This man, whose closest literary affinities were Rabelais, Zola, Sir Thomas Browne, Rousseau, Meredith, and Dr. John Donne, a combination to make the uninitiated blink with incredulity, was indebted to Nathaniel Hawthorne for the best makeshift for companionship he was ever to know, one of the most subtly ironical associations the imps of comedy ever brought about. Nor was the comedy lessened by Mrs. Hawthorne's presence upon the scene. Shrewd was her instinctive resentment of her husband's friend. Viewed by his neighbors as little better than a cannibal and a beachcomber, such was the report of the late Titus Munson Cone in a letter to his mother written immediately after a pilgrimage to Melville in the Berkshires. Melville turned to Hawthorne for understanding. Frank Preston Stearns, in his Life and Genius of Nathaniel Hawthorne, 1906, says that for Hawthorne the summer of 1851 in Lenox was by no means brilliant. Hawthorne's chief entertainment seems to have been the congratulatory letters he received from distinguished people. For older company he had Herman Melville and G.P.R. James, whose society he may have found as interesting as that of more distinguished writers. But Mrs. Hawthorne had studied Melville with a closer scrutiny and was not so easily convinced of Melville's insignificance. Melville had visited the Hawthornes in the tiny reception room of the Red House, where Mrs. Hawthorne sewed at her stand and read to the children about Christ, in the drawing room, where she disposed the embroidered furniture and where, in the farther corner, stood Apollo with his head tied on, in Hawthorne's study, which to Mrs. Hawthorne's wifely adoration was consecrated by his presence in the morning. Mrs. Hawthorne looked from the wonderful, wonderful eyes of her husband, each eye like a violet with a soul in it, to Melville's eyes, and confessed to her mother her grave and jealous suspicion of Melville. I am not quite sure that I do not think him a very great man. A man with a true, warm heart, and a soul and an intellect, with life to his fingertips, earnest, sincere and reverent, very tender and modest. He has very keen perceptive power, but what astonishes me is, that his eyes are not large and deep. He seems to see everything very accurately, and how he can do so with his small eyes, I cannot tell. They are not keen eyes, either, but quite undistinguished in any way. His nose is straight and rather handsome, his mouth expressive of sensibility and emotion. He is tall, and erect, with an air free, brave and manly. When conversing, he is full of gesture and force, and loses himself in his subject. There is no grace nor polish. Once in a while, his animation gives place to a singularly quiet expression, out of these eyes to which I have objected, an indrawn, dim look, but which at the same time makes you feel that he is at that moment taking deepest note of what is before him. It is a strange, lazy glance, but with a power in it quite unique. It does not seem to penetrate through you, but to take you into itself. I saw him look at Una so, yesterday, several times. Mrs. Hawthorne must ever enjoy a lofty eminence as one of Melville's most penetrating critics. Her husband dwelt apart, and less because he found the atmosphere of New England wholly uncongenial than because he shared his wife's conviction that he was like a star. And shrewdly his wife resented the presence of a second luminary, treacherously veiled and of heaven knows what magnitude, in her serene New England sky. Time may yet harp her worst fears aright. For despite his comparative obscurity, Melville is, as cannot be too frequently iterated, one of the chief and most unusual figures in our native literature. And his claim to such high distinction must rest upon three prime counts. First, because most obvious, Melville was the literary discoverer of the South Seas. And though his ample and rapidly multiplying progeny includes such names as Robert Louis Stevenson, Charles Warren Stoddard, John Lafarge, Jack London, Louis Beck, Safrona Middleton, Somerset Maugham, and Frederick O'Brien, he is still unsurpassed in the manner he originated. On this point, all competent critics are agreed. Melville's second achievement is most adequately stated by the well-known English sea writer, W. Clark Russell, in Acclaim of American Literature, reprinted from the North American Review in the Critic for the 26th of March, 1892. When Richard Henry Dana and Herman Melville wrote, says Russell, the commercial sailor of Great Britain and the United States was without representation in literature. Dana and Melville were Americans. They were the first to lift the hatch and show the world what passes in a ship's forecastle, how men live down in that gloomy cave, how and what they eat, and where they sleep, what pleasures they take, what their sorrows and wrongs are, how they are used when they quit their black sea parlors in response to the boatswain's silver summons to work on deck by day and by night. These secrets of the deep Dana and Melville disclosed. Dana and Melville created a new world, not by the discovery, but by the interpretation of it. They gave us a full view of the life led by tens of thousands of men whose very existence, till these wizards arose, had been as vague to the general land intelligence as the shadows of clouds moving under the brightness of the stars. And to Melville and Dana, so Russell contends, we owe the first, the best and most enduring revelation of these secrets. On this score, Conrad, Kipling, and Masefield must own Melville as master. Melville's third and supreme claim to distinction rests upon a single volume, which, after the order of Melchizedek, is without issue and without dissent, a work which is not only unique in its kind, and a great achievement to quote a recent judgment from England, but is the expression of an imagination that rises to the highest, and so is amongst the world's great works of art. This book is, of course, Moby Dick, Melville's undoubted masterpiece. In that wild, beautiful romance, the words are Mr. Masefield's. Melville seems to have spoken the very secret of the sea, and to have drawn into his tale all the magic, all the sadness, all the wild joy of many waters. It stands quite alone, quite unlike any other book known to me. It strikes a note which no other sea writer has ever struck. The organizing theme of this unparalleled volume is the hunt by the mad Captain Ahab after the great white whale which had dismembered him of his leg, of Captain Ahab's unwearied pursuit by rumor of its whereabouts, of the final destruction of himself and his ship by its savage onslaught. On the white hump of the ancient and vindictive monster Captain Ahab piles the sum of all the rage and hate of mankind from the days of Eden down. Melville expresses an ironical fear lest his book be scouted as a monstrous fable, or still worse and more detestable, a hideous and intolerable allegory. Yet fabulous allegory it is, an allegory of the demonism at the cankered heart of nature, teaching that though in many of its visible aspects the world seems formed in love, the invisible spheres were formed in fright. Thou shalt know the truth, and the truth shall make you mad. To the eye of truth, so Melville would convince us, the palsied universe lies before us as a leper. All deified nature absolutely paints like a harlot, whose allurements cover nothing but the charnel house within. To embody this devastating insight, Melville chooses as a symbol, an albino whale. Wonder ye then at the fiery hunt? An artist who goes out to find sermons in stones does so at the peril of converting his stone pile into his mausoleum. His danger is excessive, if, having his sermons all ready, he makes it his task to find the stones to fit them. Allegory justifies itself only when the fiction is the fact and the moral the induction. Only when its representation is as imaginatively real as its meaning, only when the stones are interesting boulders in a rich and diversified landscape. So broadly and vividly is Moby Dick based on solid foundation that even the most literal-minded, innocent of Melville's dark intent, have found this book of the soul's daring and the soul's dread a very worthy volume. One spokesman for this congregation, while admitting that a certain absorption of interest lies in the nightmare intensity and melodramatic climax of the tale, finds his interest captured and held far more by the exposition of fact with which the story is loaded to the very goon whale. No living thing on earth or in the waters under the earth is so interesting as the whale. How it is pursued, from the Arctic to the Antarctic, how it is harpooned, to the peril of boat and crew, how, when brought to the side, cutting in is accomplished, how the whale's anatomy is laid bare, how his fat is redeemed, to be told this in the form of a narrative, with all manner of dramatic but perfectly plausible incidents interspersed, is enough to make the book completely engrossing without the white whale and Captain Ahab's fatal monomania. So diverse are the samples out of which Moby Dick is compounded, yet so masterful is each of its samples, that there is still far from universal agreement as to the ground color of this rich and towering fabric. Yet by this very disagreement is its miraculous artistry affirmed. In Moby Dick, all the powers and tastes of Melville's complex genius are blended. Moby Dick is at once indisputably the greatest whaling novel, and a hideous and intolerable allegory. As Mr. Frank Jewett Mather, Jr. has said, out of the mere episodes and minor instances of Moby Dick, a literary reputation might be made. The retired Nantucket captains Bildad and Peleg might have stepped out of Smollett. Father Mapple's sermon on the Book of Jonah is in itself a masterpiece, and I know few sea tales that can hold their own with the blood feud of Mate Rodney and Sailor Steelkilt. Captain Hook of Peter Pan is but Captain Boomer of Moby Dick with another name, and this an identity founded not on surmise, but on Sir James Barrie's professed indebtedness to Melville. There are, in Moby Dick, long digressions, natural, historical and philosophical, on the person, habits, manners and ideas of whales. There are long dialogues and soliloquies such as were never spoken by mortal man in his waking senses, conversations that for sweetness, strength and courage remind one of passages from Dekker, Webster, Massinger, Fletcher and the other old dramatists loved both by Melville and by Charles Lamb, in the discursive tradition of Fielding, Sir Thomas Browne and the Anatomist of Melancholy. Melville indulges freely in independent moralizings, half essay, half rhapsody, withal, scenes like Ishmael's experience at the Spouter Inn with a practising cannibal for bedfellow, are, for finished humour, among the most competent in the language. When Melville sat down to write, always at his knee stood that chosen emissary of Satan, the comic spirit, a demoniac familiar never long absent from his pages. There are those, of course, who would hold against Dante his moralizing, and against Rabelais his broad humour. In like manner, peculiarity of temperament has necessarily coloured critical judgment of Moby Dick. But though critics may mouth it as they like about digressions, improbability, moralizing reflections, swollen talk, or the fetish of art now venerated with such articulate inveteracy, all wonderfully agree upon the elementary force of Moby Dick, its vitality, its thrilling power. That it achieves the effect of illusion, and to a degree peculiar to the highest feats of the creative imagination, is incontestable. No writer has more. On this point it is simply impossible to praise Melville too highly. What defects Moby Dick has are formal rather than substantial. As Thackeray once impatiently said of Macaulay, what critic can't point them out? It was the contention of James Thomson that an overweening concern for formal impeccability is a fatal sign of weakened vitality. Intensity of imagination, and Melville exhibited it prodigally in Moby Dick, is an infinitely rarer and more precious gift than technical sophistication. Shakespeare has survived, despite his monstrous irregularities. But since Shakespeare, as Francis Thompson has observed, there has been a gradual decline from imperfection. Milton, at his most typical, was far too perfect. Pope was ruined by his quest for the quality. No thoughtful person can contemplate without alarm the idolatry bestowed upon this quality by the contemporary mind, an idolatry that threatens to reduce all art to the extinction of unendurable excellence. How insipid would be the mere adventures of a Don Quixote recounted by a Stevenson. The astonishing variety of contradictory qualities synthesized in Moby Dick exists nowhere else in literature, perhaps, in such paradoxical harmony. These qualities, in differences of combination and emphasis, are discoverable, however, in all of Melville's writings. And he published, besides anonymous contributions to periodicals, 10 novels and 5 volumes of poetry, including the 2 volumes privately printed at the very close of his life. There survives, too, a bulk of manuscript material, a novel, short stories, and a body of verse. and branded on everything that Melville wrote is there the mark of the extraordinary personality that created Moby Dick. Though some of Melville's writing is distinctly disquieting in devastating insight, and much of it is very uneven in inspiration, none of it is undistinguished. Yet only 4 of his books have ever been reprinted. The rest of his work, long since out of print, is excessively rare, some of it being practically unavailable. The scarcity of a book, however, is not invariably a sign of its insignificance. It is one of the least accessible of Melville's books that Mr. Masefield singles out for especial distinction. The book I love best of his, says Mr. Masefield, is one very difficult to come by. I think it is his first romance, and I believe it has never been reprinted here. It is the romance of his own boyhood. I mean Redburn. Any number of good pens will praise the known books, Typee and Omoo and Moby Dick and White Jacket, and will tell their qualities of beauty and romance. Perhaps Redburn will have fewer praises, so here goes for Redburn, a boy's book about running away to sea. Even more difficult of access is Pierre, a book at the antipodes from Redburn. Far from being a boy's book, Pierre was prophetic of the pessimism of Hardy and the subtlety of Meredith. From Redburn to Pierre, from Typee, a spirited travel book on Polynesia, to Clerval, an intricate philosophical poem in 2 volumes, these mark the antithetical extremes of the art that mated poetry and blubber, wailing and metaphysics. The very complexity and versatility of Melville's achievement has been an obstacle in the way of his just appreciation. Had Mandeville turned from his travels, to write The City of Dreadful Night, the incompatibility would have been no less extraordinary or bewildering. Indeed, Melville's complete works, in their final analysis, are a long effort towards the creation of one of the most complex, and massive, and original characters in literature, the character known in life as Herman Melville. I am like one of those seeds taken out of the Egyptian pyramids, he wrote to Hawthorne while he was in the middle of Moby Dick, which, after being 3,000 years a seed and nothing but a seed, being planted in English soil, it developed itself, grew to greenness, and then fell to mold. So until I was 25, I had no development at all. From my 25th year I date my life. But I feel that I am now come to the inmost leaf of the bulb, and that shortly the flower must fall to the mold. It seems to me now that Solomon was the truest man who ever spoke, and yet that he managed the truth with a view to popular conservatism. Blighted by disillusionment, and paralyzed by doubt, Melville came to treat as an irrelevancy, the making of books. He informed me that he had pretty much made up his mind to be annihilated, wrote Hawthorne in his notebook, after Melville visited him in Southport, England, in 1856. But still he does not seem to rest in that anticipation. It is strange how he persists, as he has persisted ever since I knew him, and probably long before, in wandering to and fro over these deserts, as dismal and monotonous as the sand hills amidst which we were sitting. He can neither believe nor be comfortable in his unbelief, and he is too honest and courageous not to try to do one or the other. If, in contempt for the orthodox interpolations by which pious scribes attempted to sweeten Solomon's bitter message, Melville ever managed truth as he saw it, it was more to violate popular conservatism than to propitiate it. We incline to think that God cannot explain his own secrets, he editorially wrote Hawthorne in 1851, and that he would like a little information upon certain points himself. We mortals astonish him as much as he us. And as Melville grew in disillusionment, he grew in astonishment. In his relentless pessimism he boasted himself in the happy condition of judicious, unencumbered travelers in Europe. They cross the frontiers into eternity with nothing but a carpet bag, that is to say, the ego. It was his ripest conviction that the exclamation point and the triumphant perpendicular pronoun were interchangeable signs. But to the end, he bristled with minor revelations. Though he boasted that he crossed the frontier into eternity with nothing but a carpet bag, he had, in fact, sent more bulky consignments on ahead. And at the final crack of doom, this dead and disappointed mariner may yet rise to an unexpected rejoicing. For at that time of ultimate reckoning, according to the eschatology of Mr. Masefield, then the great white whale, old Moby Dick, the king of all the whales, will rise up from his quiet in the sea, and go bellowing to his mates. And all the whales in the world, the sperm whales, the razorback, the blackfish, the rourke, the right, the 40-barrel Jonah, the narwhal, the humpback, the grampus and the thrasher, will come to him, fin out blowing their spray to the heavens. Then Moby Dick will call the roll of them, and from all the parts of the sea, from the north, from the south, from Callao to Rio, not one whale will be missing. Then Moby Dick will trumpet, like a man blowing a horn, and all that company of whales will sound, that is, dive, for it is they that have the job of raising the wrecks from down below. Then when they come up the sun will just be setting in the sea, far away to the west, like a ball of red fire. And just as the curve of it goes below the sea, it will stop sinking and lie there like a door. And the stars and the earth and the wind will stop. And there will be nothing but the sea, and this red arch of the sun, and the whales with the wrecks, and a stream of light upon the water. Each whale will have raised a wreck from among the coral, and the sea will be thick with them, row ships and sail ships, and great big 74s, and big white star boats, and battleships, all of them green with the ooze, but all of them manned by singing sailors. And ahead of them will go Moby Dick, towing the ship our Lord was in, with all the sweet apostles aboard of her. And Moby Dick will give a great bellow, like a foghorn blowing, and stretch fin out for the sun away in the west. And all the whales will bellow out an answer. And all the drowned sailors will sing their shanties, and beat the bells into a music. And the whole fleet of them will start towing at full speed towards the sun, at the edge of the sky and water. I tell you they will make white water, those ships and fishes. When they have got to where the sun is, the red ball will swing open like a door, and Moby Dick, and all the whales, and all the ships will rush through it into an anchorage in Kingdom Come. It will be a great calm piece of water, with land close aboard, where all the ships of the world will lie at anchor, tier upon tier, with the hands gathered forward, singing. They'll have no watches to stand, no ropes to coil, no mates to knock their heads in. Nothing will be to do except singing and beating on the bell. And all the poor sailors who went in patched rags, my son, they'll be all fine in white and gold. And ashore, among the palm trees, there'll be fine inns for the seamen. And there, among a numerous company, will be Fireway, and Captain Ahab, and Jack Chase, and Giles, and Toby, and Pierre, and Father Maple, and Jackson, and Dr. Long Ghost, and Corey, and Bildad, and Peleg, and Fidelah, and Tashetigo, and Manu, and Queek. But it seems hardly likely that Melville will there find Hawthorne to tempt by a basket of champagne into some little shady corner, there to cross their legs in the celestial grass that is forever tropical, and to discourse pleasantly of all the things manifold which once so much distressed them. In my Father's house are many mansions. Chapter 2 Ghosts. We are full of ghosts and spirits, we are as graveyards full of buried dead, that start to life before us. And all our dead sires, verily, are in us, that is their immortality. From sire to son, we go on multiplying corpses in ourselves, for all of which, are resurrections. Every thought's a soul of some past poet, hero, sage. We are fuller than a city. Herman Melville, Mardi. The high gods, in a playful and prodigal mood, gave to Melville, to Julia Ward Howe, to Lowell, to Kingsley, to Ruskin, to Whitman, and to Queen Victoria, the same birth year. On the 1st of August, 1819, Herman Melville was born at No. 6 Pearl Street, New York City. Melville's vagabondage as a common sailor on a merchantman, on whaling vessels, and in the United States Navy, together with his bohemian associations with cannibals, mutineers, and some of the choicest dregs of our Christian civilization, must have wrenched a chorus of groans from a large congregation of shocked ancestral ghosts. For Melville was descended from a long and prolific line of the best American stock. Through his mother, Maria Gansevoort, he traced back to the earliest Dutch emigrants to New York, through his father, Allan Melville, to pre-revolutionary Scotch-Irish emigrants to New England. Both of his grandfathers distinguished themselves in the Revolutionary War. His ancestors, on both sides, came to this country in the days when some of the best blood of Europe was being transferred to America. Though Melville was too ironic a genius ever to have been guilty of the ill-breeding that makes an ostentation of ancestry, still he looked back upon his descent with self-conscious pride, a pride drawn by childhood absorption from his parents who, by resting on the achievements of their forebears, added several cubits to their stature. Lacking the prophetic vision to glory in being ancestors, they chose the more comfortable role of parading as descendants. Melville's father, Allan, was sufficiently absorbed in his genealogy to compile, in 1818, an elaborately branching family tree that sent its master root back to one Sir Richard de Melville, Delcant de Fife, a worthy of the 13th century. And at the proud conclusion of his labors he inscribed the Melville motto, Denique Caelum, heaven at last. Melville's mother, Maria Gansevoort, though too absorbed in domesticity to compete with Alan in drawing up a parallel document, still sat opposite her spouse with a stiff spine, conscious that she could counter his ancestry, grandfather for grandfather. It is true, she had no 13th-century count to fall back upon, and though her line lost itself in a cluster of breweries, they were very substantial breweries, and owned by a race of stalwart and affluent and uncompromising burghers. Her ancestor, Herman Harmens van Gansevoort, was brewing in Beverwijk as early as 1660, and with sufficient success to acquire such extended investments in land that he bequeathed to his heirs a baronial inheritance. During the centuries following his death his name crossed itself with that of the Van Rensselaers, the Ten Broeks, the Douws, the Van Schaeks, with the proudest names that descended from the earlier colonial Dutch families. Melville's mother, Maria, is remembered as a cold, proud woman, arrogant in the sense of her name, her blood, and the affluence of her forebears. She was the only daughter and oldest child in a family of 6, of General Peter Gansevoort and Catherine van Schaik. Her father, born in Albany, New York, the 17th of July, 1749, was among the outstanding patriots of the American Revolution. He was among the troops which accompanied Schuyler, in 1775, in his advance towards Canada. In December of the same year he was with Montgomery, as major, in the unfortunate assault upon Quebec. In the summer of 1777, when Burgoyne's semi-barbarous invading army was slowly advancing down Lake Champlain and the Hudson, he was colonel in command of Fort Stanwix. By his obstinate and gallant defense of Fort Stanwix in August 1777, he prevented the juncture of St. Leger with Burgoyne, and so changed the course of the whole subsequent campaign. Washington keenly and warmly recognized this, and Congress passed a vote of thanks to Colonel Gansevoort. Peter Gansevoort did other brilliant service in the Revolutionary War, and in 1809, when the War of 1812 was approaching, he was made Brigadier General in the United States Army. He was Sheriff of Albany County from 1790 to 1792, and Regent of the University of New York from 1808 until his death in 1812. Of his sons, Honorable Peter Gansevoort, who was born in Albany in 1789, was long one of the most prominent and honored citizens of Albany. The elder son, General Herman Gansevoort, from whom Melville received his name, lived at Gansevoort, a village in the township of Northumberland, Saratoga County, New York. In 1832–33, the brothers built on the site of the birthplace of their father what is now the Stanwix Hotel. As a boy, Melville spent most of his summers as guest of the Gansevoorts, and in his novel Pierre, the childhood recollections of his hero are transparent autobiographical references to his own early memories. On the meadows which sloped away from the shaded rear of the manorial mansion, far to the winding river, an Indian battle had been fought, in the earlier days of the colony, and in that battle the great-grandfather of Pierre, mortally wounded, had sat unhorsed on his saddle in the grass, with his dying voice still cheering his men in the fray. Far beyond these plains, a day's walk for Pierre, rose the storied heights, where in the Revolutionary War his grandfather had for several months defended a rude but all-important stockaded fort, against the repeated combined assaults of Indians, Tories and regulars. From behind that fort, the gentlemanly but murderous half-breed, Brandt, had fled, but survived to dine with General Gansevoort in the amiable times that followed that vindictive war. All the associations of Saddle Meadows were full of pride to Pierre. The Gansevoort deeds by which their estate had been so long held, bore the ciphers of 3 Indian kings, the aboriginal and only conveyancers of those noble woods and plains. Thus loftily, in the days of his circumscribed youth, did Pierre glance along the background of his race. Or how think you it would be with this youthful Pierre if every day, descending to breakfast, he caught sight of an old tattered British banner or two, hanging over an arched window in the hall, and those banners captured by his grandfather, the general, in fair fight. On the 22nd of February, 1832, so it is recorded in Joel Munsell, The Annals of Albany, Volume 9, Albany, 1859, the military celebrated the centennial anniversary of the birthday of Washington. Colonel Peter Gansevoort, on this occasion, presented to the artillery a large brass drum, a trophy of the Revolution, taken from the British on the 22nd of August, 1777, at Fort Stanwix, by his father, General Peter Gansevoort. The sound of this drum was tapping in Melville's memory, when he goes on to ask, or how think you it would be if every time he heard the band of the military company of the village, he should distinctly recognize the peculiar tap of a British kettle drum also captured by his grandfather in fair fight, and afterwards suitably inscribed on the brass and bestowed upon the Saddle Meadows Artillery Corps? Or how think you it would be, if sometimes of a mild meditative 4th of July morning in the country, he carried out with him into the garden by way of ceremonial cane, a long, majestic, silver-tipped staff, a major general's baton, once wielded on the plume-nodding and musket-flashing review by the same grandfather several times herein before mentioned. Not content to leave this a rhetorical query, Melville answers his own catechism in unambiguous terms. I should say that considering Pierre was quite young and very unsophisticated as yet, and withal rather high-blooded, and sometimes read the history of the Revolutionary War, and possessed a mother who very frequently made remote social allusions to the epaulettes of the Major General his grandfather, I should say that upon all these occasions, the way it must have been with him was a very proud, elated sort of way. Melville did not preserve throughout his long life this early and proud elation in his descent, and in later years he thought it necessary to apologize for the short-sighted and provincial self-satisfaction that he absorbed from his parents in his early youth. And if this seem but too fond and foolish in Pierre, he pleads in a mood both of apology and of prophecy. And if you tell me that this sort of thing in him showed him no sterling democrat, and that a truly noble man should never brag of any arm but his own, then I beg you to consider again that this Pierre was but a youngster as yet, And believe me, you will pronounce Pierre a thoroughgoing Democrat in time, perhaps a little too radical altogether to your fancy. Radical he came to be, indeed. It was the necessary penalty of being cursed with an intelligence above that of the smug and shallow optimism of his country and his period. Democratic he may have been, but only in the most unpopular meaning of that once noble term. He was a Democrat in the same relentless sense that Dante or Milton were Democrats. Lucifer rebelled, let it be remembered, to make heaven safe for democracy, the first experiment in popular government. Hell, says Melville, is a democracy of devils. In Mardi, Melville indulges lengthy reflections on a certain chanticleer people who boast boisterously of themselves. Saw ye ever such a land as this? Is it not a great and extensive republic? Pray, observe how tall we are, just feel of our thighs, are we not a glorious people? We are all kings here, royalty breathes in the common air. Before the spectacle of this lusty republicanism, Melville exhibits unorthodox doubts. There's not so much freedom here as these freemen think. He makes a strolling deity observe, I laugh and admire. Freedom is more social than political. And its real felicity is not to be shared. That is of a man's own individual getting and holding. Little longer, may it please you, can republics subsist now, than in days gone by. Though all men approached sages in wisdom, some would yet be more wise than others, and so, the old degrees would be preserved. And no exemption would an equality of knowledge furnish, from the inbred servility of mortal to mortal, from all the organic causes, which inevitably divide mankind into brigades and battalions, with captains at their heads. Civilization has not ever been the brother of equality. As Melville grew away from boyhood, he came to distinguish between the accidentals and the essentials that distinguish man from man. At his mother's breast he had absorbed with her milk a vivid and exaggerated belief that the accidents concomitant upon birth that range men into artificial classes, were ingrained in the very woof of the universe. When he later discovered that his parents tinted life with a very perishable dye, he also found, set below their cheap calico patterns, an unchangeable texture of sharper and deeper and more variegated colors. And he discovered, too, that his uncritical boyhood pride in his blood was, withal, not entirely a mere savage delight in calico prints. He was, as he boasts in the subtitle of Redburn, the son of a gentleman reared in an environment rich with the mellowing influences of splendid family traditions. And these associations left an indelible stamp upon him. In Mardi, in speaking of the impossibility of belying one's true nature while at sea and in the fellowship of sailors, he offers himself as an example to point. Aboard of all ships in which I have sailed, he says, I have invariably been known by a sort of drawing-room title. Not, let me hurry to say, that I put hand in tar bucket with a squeamish air, or ascended the rigging with a Chesterfieldian mince. No, no, I was never better than my vocation. I showed as brown a chest, and as hard a hand, as the tarriest tar of them all. and never did shipmate of mine upbraid me with a genteel disinclination to duty, though it carried me to truck of mainmast, or jib-boom end, in the most wolfish blast that ever howled. Whence, then, this annoying appellation? For annoying it most assuredly was. It was because of something in me that could not be hidden, stealing out in an occasional polysyllable, an otherwise incomprehensible deliberation in dining, remote, unguarded allusions to belles lettres affairs, and other trifles superfluous to mention. Though his grandfather, General Peter Gansevoort, had been dead 7 years when Melville was born, so vital were the relics of him that surrounded Melville's boyhood, so reverently was his memory tended by his first child and only daughter, that the image of Peter Gansevoort was one of the most potent influences during Melville's most impressionable years. The heroic presence that dominated Melville's imagination, measured 6 feet 4 inches in height. During a fire in the old manorial mansion, with one dash of the foot, he had smitten down an oaken door, to admit the buckets of his Negro slaves. Pierre had often tried on his military vest, which still remained an heirloom at Saddle Meadows, and found the pockets below his knees, and plenty additional room for a fair-sized quarter cask within its buttoned girth, in a night scuffle in the wilderness before the Revolutionary War. He had annihilated 2 Indian savages by making reciprocal bludgeons of their heads. And all this was done by the mildest-hearted, the most blue-eyed gentleman in the world, who, according to the patriarchal fashion of those days, was a gentle, white-haired worshipper of all the household gods, the gentlest husband and the gentlest father, the kindest master to his slaves, of the most wonderful unruffledness of temper, a serene smoker of his after-dinner pipe, a forgiver of many injuries, a sweet-hearted, charitable Christian, in fine, a pure, cheerful, childlike, blue-eyed, divine old man, in whose meek, majestic soul the lion and the lamb embraced, fit image of his God. His portrait was to Melville a glorious gospel framed and hung upon the wall, and declaring to all people, as from the mount, that man is a noble, godlike being, full of choicest juices, made up of strength and beauty. Most of the images of God that Melville met in actual secular embodiment, suffered tragically by comparison with this image of mortal perfection which Melville nursed in his heart. Most men that Melville met, in falling short of the mythical excellence of Peter Gansevoort, whom he never knew in the flesh, seemed to Melville to be libels upon their divine original. According to Melville's account, he could never look upon his grandfather's military portrait without an infinite and mournful longing to meet his living aspect in actual life. Yet such was the temper of Melville's mind, his life such a tragic career of dreaming of elusive perfection, dreams invariably to be dashed and bruised and shattered by an incompatible reality, that it is safe to surmise, with no impiety to the memory of Peter Gansevoort, that had Melville known his maternal grandfather, the old general's 6 feet 4 of blood and bone would have shrunk, with his extravagance of all human excellence, to more truly historical dimensions. Melville's grandfather's General Peter Gansevoort, Major Thomas Melville. Melville's paternal grandfather, Major Thomas Melville, who died in 1832, when Melville was 13 years old, inspired his grandson to know such glowing tributes. Born in Boston, in 1751, an only child, he was left an orphan at the age of 10. It appears by the probate records on the appointment of his guardian in 1761, that he inherited a considerable fortune from his father. He was reared by his maternal grandmother, Mrs. Mary Cargill. Mrs. Mary Cargill's brother was the celebrated and eccentric dissenter and polemic writer, John Abernethy of Dublin, who in his tracts, collected in 1751, measured swords with Swift himself triumphantly. Her son, David, was both a celebrated warrior against the Indians, and the father of 23 children, 15 of whom were sons. Whatever the immediate male relatives of Mrs. Mary Cargill did, it would appear, they did vigorously, and on an enterprising scale. She was herself an old lady of very independent ideas about the universe, and her grandson, Thomas Melville, Melville's grandfather, perpetuated much of her independence. Indifferent to the caprices of fashion, Thomas Melville persisted until his death in 1832, in wearing the old-fashioned cocked hat and knee breeches. Oliver Holmes said of him, "His aspect among the crowds of a later generation reminded me of a withered leaf which has held to its stem through the storms of autumn and winter, and finds itself still clinging to its bough while the new growths of spring are bursting their buds and spreading their foliage all around it." And so the autocrat wrote, "I saw him once before, as he passed by the door, and again the pavement stones resound as he totters o'er the ground with his cane." They say that in his prime, ere the pruning knife of time cut him down, not a better man was found by the crier on his round through the town. But now he walks the streets, and he looks at all he meets sad and wan. And he shakes his feeble head, and it seems as if he said, "They are gone." The mossy marbles rest on the lips that he has pressed in their bloom, and the names he loved to hear have been carved for many a year on the tomb. My grandmamma has said, poor old lady, she is dead long ago, that he had a Roman nose, and his cheek was like a rose in the snow. But now his nose is thin, and it rests upon his chin like a staff, and a crook is in his back, and a melancholy crack in his laugh. I know it is a sin for me to sit and grin at him here, but the old three-cornered hat, and the breeches, and all that, are so queer. And if I should live to be the last leaf upon the tree in the spring, let them smile as I do now, at the old forsaken bough, where I cling. In his boyhood, Thomas Melville was sent by his grandmother, who lived on till her grandson was 30 years old, clinging as tenaciously to life as to every other good thing she set hands upon, to the College of New Jersey, now Princeton. He was graduated in 1769. From both Princeton and Harvard he later received an M.A. Between 1771 and 1773 he visited his relatives in Scotland. During this visit he was presented with the freedom of the city of St. Andrews and of Renfrew. He returned to Boston to become a merchant and to enter with spirit into the patriotic ferment then so actively brewing. He was a member of the Long Room Club, in sympathy with the Sons of Liberty, and with Paul Revere, one of the Indians to take part in the Boston Tea Party of the 16th of December, 1773. There still survive a few unbrewed leaves from this cargo of tea, the carefully preserved shakings from Major Melville's shoes, resurrected when he relaxed into slippers immediately upon his return home from the excitements of revolutionary defiance. Though Major Melville was, throughout his life, an extreme conservative, it was his very conservatism that fired him to revolution. He believed that what needed to be conserved was the British constitutional, rights of his country, not the innovation of Hanoverian tyranny. He commanded a detachment sent to Nantucket, the center of whaling, to watch the movement of the British fleet, in the expedition into Rhode Island. In 1778, he took the rank of major in Croft's Regiment of Massachusetts Artillery. His resignation, dated Boston, the 21st of October, 1778, states that he had been almost 3 years in said service and would willingly continue to serve, but owing to inadequate pay and subsequent inability to support his family he felt compelled to resign his commission. In 1789 he was commissioned by Washington as naval officer of the port of Boston, a commission renewed by all succeeding presidents down to Andrew Jackson's time in 1824. Major Melville was the nearest surviving male relative of the picturesque General Robert Melville, who was the first and only Captain General and Governor-in-Chief of the islands ceded to England by France in 1763, and at the time of his death in 1809, with one exception, the oldest general in the British Army. In 1779, Major Melville was elected Fire Ward of Boston, and when he resigned in 1825, he was offered a vote of thanks for the zeal, intrepidity and judgment with which he has on all occasions discharged his duties as Fire Ward for 46 years in succession, and for 26 as chairman of the board. In those days, volunteer fire companies were fashionable sporting clubs, and such was the distinction attached to membership that a premium was often paid for the privilege of belonging to such an exclusive and diverting fraternity. Melville's father-in-law, Lemuel Shaw, Chief Justice of Massachusetts, was fire warden between 1818 and 1821. Melville's grandfather and future father-in-law may have met at many a fire and, for all we know to the contrary, the intimacy between the Shaws and the Melvilles that culminated in Herman's marriage, may have been first kindled by a burning house. The tradition survives of Major Melville that the excitement of running to fire grew upon him like gambling upon more sedentary mortals, and that his death was caused by overfatigue and exposure at a fire near his house he attended at the age of 81. Of Melville's two grandmothers, Catherine Van Schaik and Priscilla Scalay, there is no mention in any of his writings. It is a peculiarity of Melville's writings indeed, completely to disregard all of his female relatives, with the notable exceptions of his mother, his mother-in-law, and his wife. Major Thomas Melville, by his marriage with Priscilla Scalay, is said to have aggravated an already ample fortune, though the terms of his resignation from the Revolutionary Army argue a dwindling of income during unsettled times. The Scalays, one of the oldest of Boston families, were related to Melville not only by direct blood descent, but Melville's great-great-uncle, John Melville, who died in London in 1798, married Deborah Scalay, Melville's great-aunt. Deborah Scalay, Priscilla's sister, was the first of 13 children, Priscilla the 10th. The Scalays, in brave competition with the Melvilles and the Gansevoorts, seem to have devoutly accepted the Mosaic edict to increase and multiply. They were, as Carlyle says of Dr. Thomas Arnold, of unhastening, unresting diligence. Major Thomas Melville had 11 children by his wife Priscilla, Melville's father Allen being the fourth child and second son. Of the influence of Allen's numerous brothers and sisters upon Melville there are scant records to show. His aunt Priscilla, however, mentioned him in her will. Allen's oldest sister, Mary, 1778 to 1859, married Captain John de Wolfe II. Of Bristol, Rhode Island. In Moby Dick, in offering instances of ships being charged upon by whales, Melville quotes from the voyages of Captain Langsdorff, a member of Admiral Crusenstern's famous Discovery expedition in the beginning of the last century. In the passage quoted by Melville is mentioned a Captain de Wolfe. Now, the Captain de Wolfe here alluded to as commanding the ship in question, says Melville, is a New Englander, who, after a long life of unusual adventures as a sea captain, this day resides in the village of Dorchester, near Boston. I have the honor of being a nephew of his. I have particularly questioned him concerning this passage in Langsdorff. He substantiates every word. In Redburn, Melville speaks of an uncle of mine, an old sea captain, with white hair, who used to sail to a place called Archangel in Russia, and who used to tell me that he was with Captain Langsdorff, when Captain Langsdorff crossed over by land from the Sea of Okhotsk in Asia to St. Petersburg, drawn by large dogs in a sled. He was the very first sea captain I had ever seen, and his white hair and fine handsome florid face made so strong an impression upon me that I have never forgotten him, though I only saw him during this one visit of his to New York, for he was lost in the White Sea some years after. Just what, if anything besides two contradictory statements, Melville owed to this uncle it would be worthless to surmise. Another of Melville's uncles, however, Thomas, Allen's older brother, played an important role in Melville's development. After an eventful residence of 21 years in France, Thomas returned to America with his wife Françoise Raymond d'Eulogie Marie des Douleurs Lame Fleury, shortly before the War of 1812. Enlisted in the Army, he was sent to Pittsfield, Massachusetts, with the rank of major. After the war he continued in Pittsfield, and with his family set up at what is now Broadall. Broadall, built by Henry Van Skeek in 1781, bought by Elkanah Watson in 1807, was, in 1816, acquired by Major Thomas Melville of the Cocked Hat. His son, Major Thomas Melville of the French wife, lived in Broadall until 1837, when he moved to Galena, Illinois, where he died on August 1, Melville's birthday, 1845. By a parallel irony of fate, Just as the Stanwix house of the Gansevoorts is now a hotel, Broadall of the Melvilles is now a country club. It was a strange transplanting, that of Major Thomas Melville and his wife, Marie des Douleurs, from Paris to the rustic crudities of the farming outskirts of civilization. Marie des Douleurs rapidly pined and wilted in the harsh brusque air. A bundle of her letters survive, written in a delicate drooping hand, letters that might have been written by a wasted and homesick nun. In 1814, within the space of a single month, Mrs. Thomas Melville and 2 of her children died of consumption. Thomas, of more vigorous stock, survived to marry again, this time to Mary Anna Augusta Hobart, and to take actively to farming. He achieved a local reputation for his successful devotion to the soil, presiding at meetings of the Berkshire Agricultural Association, and winning a first prize at a ploughing match at the Berkshire Fair. As a boy, Melville was sent to alternate his visits to the Gansevoorts by trips to his uncle at Peatsfield. The single record of his life at Broadall is preserved in the History of Peatsfield, 1876, compiled and written, under the general direction of a committee, by J. E. Smith. Melville says, in 1836 circumstances made me the greater portion of a year an inmate of my uncle's family, and an active assistant upon the farm. He was then grey-haired, but not wrinkled, of a pleasing complexion, but little, if any, bowed in figure, and preserving evident traces of the prepossessing good looks of his youth. His manners were mild and kindly, with a faded brocade of old French breeding, which, contrasted with his surroundings at the time, impressed me as not a little interesting, not wholly without a touch of pathos. He never used the scythe, but I frequently raked with him in the hay field. At the end of the swath he would at times pause in the sun and, taking out his smooth-worn box of satin wood, gracefully help himself to a pinch of snuff, while leaning on his rake, quite naturally, and yet with a look, which, as I recall it, presents him in the shadowy aspect of a courtier of Louis XVI, reduced as a refugee to humble employment in a region far from gilded Versailles. By the late October fire, in the great hearth of the capacious kitchen of the old farm mansion, I remember to have seen him frequently sitting just before early bedtime, gazing into the embers, while his face plainly expressed to a sympathetic observer that his heart, thawed to the core under the influence of the general flame, carried him far away over the ocean to the gay boulevards. Suddenly, under the accumulation of reminiscences, his eye would glisten and become humid. With a start he would check himself in his reverie, and give an ultimate sigh, as much as to say "Ah, well," and end with an aromatic pinch of snuff. It was the French graft upon the New England stock, which produced this autumnal apple, perhaps the mellower for the frost. It was immediately following upon the heels of this sojourn in Peatsfield in 1836, that Melville went down to the sea and shipped before the mast. Of Melville's companionship with his Peatsfield cousins during this visit, nothing seems to be known. Melville's uncle, Thomas, had 2 children living at the time, Anna Marie Priscilla, who died in Peatsfield in 1858, and Pierre François Henry Thomas Wilson, 13 years Melville Sr., who in 1842 died in the Sandwich Islands. That Pierre's adventures to the far corners of the earth may have had some influence upon Melville's taking to a ship is a tempting surmise, but a surmise whose only cogency is its possibility. Whatever the influence of Petersfield in sending Melville to sea, it was to Petersfield he finally returned, when, after wide wanderings, he faced homeward. The old major, his uncle, was dead, and Broadall, descended to one of his sons, was rented as a hotel. During the summer of 1850, Melville and his wife boarded at Broadall. In October of the same year, they settled in Petersfield, not at Broadall, as has been repeatedly stated, but at a neighboring farm, christened Arrowhead by Melville. Arrowhead was Melville's home for the following 13 years. Melville's great-grandfather, Allen, father of the last leaf, came to America in 1748, and settled in Boston as a merchant. This Allen was the son of Thomas Melville, a clergyman of the Scotch Kirk. This Thomas Melville was from 1718 to 1764 minister of Scooney Parish, Levy, Fifeshire. In 1769 he ended his days in a state of most cheerful tranquillity. Thomas Melville of Scooney was second in lineal descent from Sir John Melville of Carnby, a worthy knighted by James VI. According to Sir Robert Douglas, the baronage of Scotland, Edinburgh, 1798. This Sir John Melville of Carnby was 13th in direct blood descent from one Sir Richard Melville, a man of distinction in the reign of Alexander III, and who in 1296 was compelled to swear allegiance to Edward I of England when he overran Scotland. If this remote tracing of Melville's descent were a discovery of facts unknown to Melville, it would be an ostentatious irrelevancy to flaunt it in his biography. But Melville was ironically conscious of his lineage, and when his earlier novels had won him reputation at home and in England as an entertaining literary vagabond, in France, see the typically patronizing Études sur la littérature et les moeurs des Anglo-Américains du XIXe siècle, Paris, 1851, by M. Philede Chazelles, as a representative product of a crude and traditionless civilization. He took satirical unction to his soul at the illustrious associations that clung around his ancient name. In his own person he felt that he contradicted the conceit of the European world that in demagogical America the sacred past hath no fixed statues erected to it, but that all things irreverently seethe and boil in the vulgar cauldron of an everlasting, uncrystallizing present. Founding his defense upon the knowledge of his own ancestry, he maintained in Pierre that if America so chose to glorify herself, she could make out a good general case with England in the little matter of long pedigrees, that is, without a flaw. In monarchical Europe, Melville takes pains to contend, the proudest families are but grafted families that successively live and die on the eternal soil of a name. In the pride of unbroken lineal blood descent from a 13th-century count, he matched his blood and patronym with the most honored in England. If Richmond, and St. Albans, and Grafton, and Portland, and Buckleaf, be names almost as old as England herself. The present dukes of those names stop in their own genuine pedigrees at Charles II, and there find no very fine fountain, since what we would deem the least glorious parentage under the sun, is precisely the parentage of a Bucklef, for example, whose ancestress could not well avoid being a mother, it is true, but had incidentally omitted the preliminary rites. Yet a king was the sire. All honor to the names, and all courtesy to the men, but if St. Albans tell me he is all honorable and all eternal, I must politely refer him to Nell Gwyn. Melville bitterly resented the fashionable foreign imputation that his was a rootless and upstart people. Through its grilling of bars sinister, he viewed the superior pretensions of monarchical aristocracy with his finger at his nose. If in America he boasted, the vast mass of families be as the blades of grass, yet some few there are that stand as the oak, which, instead of decaying, annually puts forth new branches, whereby time, instead of subtracting, is made to capitulate into a multiple virtue. If Melville took over elaborate pains to point to himself as swinging at the dizzy crest of such a patriarchal tree, it was not to derive personal glory from mere altitude. By exhibiting the humorous incompatibility between his destiny and his descent, he strove to show, at one and the same time, both the absurdity of all pride in blood, and the ironic poignancy of his own apparent defeat. Melville's parents, however, qualified their ancestral pride with no such ironic considerations. With whole-hearted gratitude they thanked God for their descent, nor did they, in their thanksgiving, fail to acknowledge, with becoming humility, a heavenly Father who, in power and glory, transcended even terrestrial counts and brewers. Allen was always a man of devout protestations, and although he always signed his own name with an underscoring of tangled flourishes, he wrote the name of God, and his correspondence is liberally scattered with deity, with 3 conspicuous capitals of his most ornate penmanship. Melville was patently modeling the father of Pierre after his own male parent, when he recorded Pierre's father's platitudinous insistence that all gentlemanhood was vain, all claims to it preposterous and absurd, unless the primeval gentleness and golden humanities of religion had been so thoroughly wrought into the complete texture of the character, that he who pronounced himself gentleman, could also rightly assume the meek but knightly style of Christian. Allen, proud in the sense of this humility, in untangling his descent back to Sir John Melville of Carnby, seems to have rested serenely in the pious faith that he had established his kinship to all the titled and illustrious Melvilles in history. So he carried his head high, as he felt a republican should, and with a generous and comprehensive fraternity claimed as his more than kith, as indeed they were, an impressive congregation of courtiers, scholars and divines. So prolific has been the Melville family, so extended its history, that its intricate branchings from the veritable Aaron's rod in which it had its source, have never been completely untangled by even the most arduous genealogical historians. With what directness and potency the different Melville strains were active in Melville's blood it would be utterly absurd to pretend to determine. But if not forces in Melville's blood, Allen made them vital presences in his son's boyhood imagination, The most illustrious of this shadowy company of adopted ancestors was the old Viking, Andrew Melville, 1545 to 1622, the dauntless episcopomastrix or scourge of bishops, second in fame among Scotch reformers only to John Knox. In October 1577, at an interview between Andrew and the Regent Morton, the latter, irritated at the intrepidity of the assembly, exclaimed, "There will never be quiet in this country till half a dozen of you be hanged." Whereupon Andrew, in language Morton dared not resent, exclaimed, "Hark! Sir, threaten your courtiers after that manner. It is the same to me whether I rot in the air or in the ground. The earth is the Lord's. Patria ist ubicunc ist been." Another Andrew, 1624 to 1706, among these ghostly presences was a soldier of fortune who in the preface of his Memoires de M. de Chevalier de Melville, Amsterdam, 1704, was eulogized for his valor and his Protestantism. Conspicuous in Allen's library was a copy of the memoirs of his own life by Sir James Melville of Hall Hill, London, 1683, bearing the autograph of Allen's great-grandfather, Thomas Melville of Scooney. This volume had been brought to America by Allen's grandfather in 1746, and was cherished by Melville's father as a record of the part played by his exuberant ancestors in the turbulent affairs of Elizabeth and Mary, Queen of Scots. From this volume Allen taught his children of Sir James' father, John Melville, Lord of Rayth in Fife, who, although there was not the least suspicion of any fault, yet lost he his head, because he was known to be one that unfeignedly favoured the truth, of Sir James' brother, William, who was able to speak perfectly the Latin, the Dutch, the Flamen, and the French tongue, of another brother of Sir James, Sir Robert Melville, who spoke brave and stout language to the Council of England. So that the Queen herself boasted him of his lyf. But all of the details of Sir James' racy account of his own adventures were not fit entertainment for the sons of New England Unitarians. Yet many of these unpuritan accounts are in Melville's own vein, as witness the recounting of the incident that befell Sir James at the age of 14, when, in company with the French ambassador, Munluck, Bishop of Valence, he was entertained in Ireland by one O'Doherty who lived in a dark tour. It appears that the bishop paid such disquieting attention to O'Doherty's daughter that the father substituted another bait to the prelate's susceptibilities, a substitution that produced an awkward scene in etiquette. For the second lady mistook a phial of the most precious balm that grew in Egypt, which Solomon the Great Turk had given in a present to the same bishop for something to eat, and this because it had an odorifant smell. Therefore she licked it clean out. During this process of consumption, O'Doherty's daughter, disengaged from the bishop, turned to Sir James for solace, with an offer to elope. Sir James was cautious for his 14 years, and convinced the lady of the superfluousness of migratory impulses. Contemporary with Allen, there lived in Scotland, direct descendants of these Elizabethan Melvilles. 1 year before Herman's birth, Allen, with admirable republican simplicity, decided, during one of the frequent business trips that took him across the Atlantic, to look up his titled Scotch cousins, and pay them the compliments of his dutiful respects. The record of this adventure is preserved in Allen's journal, bound in vellum of lurid emerald green. The entries are characteristically businesslike, and stoically naked of personal reflections. The 22nd of May, 1818, visited Melville House, the seat of the Earl of Leven and Melville at 2 p.m., 14 miles. The Earl and family being absent, left them at 4 a.m. and dined at the New Inn at the junction of the Perth, Cooper and Dundee roads, 6 miles. The 26th of May, 1818, reached Melville House at 3:30 p.m., 10 miles, and met with a very hospitable and friendly reception from his lordship and family. The 27th of May, 1818, left Melville House at 11:30 in his lordship's gig with a lackey to meet the coach at the New Inn. It would, perhaps, be entertaining to know just exactly what Alexander, 7th Earl of Levy and 6th Earl of Melville, who was also Viscount Kirkcaldy, Lord Melville of Monimale, Lord Bolgoni, and Lord Wraith, Monerail and Balweary, thought in his heart of Allan Melville of Boston, merchant, and importer of commodities from France. Chapter 3 Parents and Early Years. In general terms, we have been thus decided in asserting the great genealogical and real estate dignity of some families in America, because in so doing we poetically establish the richly aristocratic condition of Master Pierre Glendinning, for whom we have claimed some special family distinction. And to the observant reader the sequel will not fail to show how important is this circumstance, considered with reference to the singularly developed character and most singular life career of our hero. Nor will any man dream that the last chapter was merely intended for a foolish bravado, and not with a solid purpose in view. Herman Melville, Pierre Samuel Butler, who with Thomas Huxley cherished certain unorthodox convictions as to the unfathomable injustice of the universe, found the makeshift of family life not the least of natural evils. In a more benevolent adjustment of the human animal to its environment, so Butler declared, children would be spared the incubus of parents. After the easeful death of their progenitors, they would be hatched, cocoon-like, from an ample and comfortable roll of banknotes of high denomination. And it is a foregone surety that, had Samuel Butler known Herman Melville's parents, he would not have been moved to soften his impeachment of the way of all flesh. For the household of Allan Melville bore striking resemblances to that of the most self-important of the Pontifexes. Both John Pontifex and Allan Melville, judged either by the accepted standards of their own time or today, were good men, to his God, his neighbors, his wife, his children. Each did his duty relentlessly. And each, as Melville, with obvious autobiographical reference, says of the father of Pierre, left behind him in the general voice of the world, a marked reputation as a Christian and a gentleman, in the heart of his wife, a green memory of many healthy days of unclouded and joyful wedded life. But each also left behind him a son who in the end was to cherish his memory with some misgivings. Alan was less fortunate than John Pontifex in that though he died rich in virtue, he died with no corresponding abundance of corruptible riches. Nothing in his life so ill became him as his bequest of poverty to his widow and 8 children. Herman, the second son and third child, was 13 years old at the time of Alan's decease, young enough to cherish up into early manhood the most fantastic idealization of his father. Children begin by loving their parents, a modern cynic has said. Later the children grow to understanding, and sometimes, they forgive. As Melville grew in maturity of years, he did not grow in charity toward his parents. In his novel Pierre he seems to draw malicious delight in pronouncing, under a thin disguise, an imaginary libel upon his father's memory. There he desecrated in fiction what he had once fondly cherished in life. Aside from its high achievement as a work of art, this dark wild book of incest and death is of the greatest importance as a document in autobiography. Most of the characters in Pierre are unmistakably idealizations of clearly recognizable originals. The hero, Pierre Glendinning, is a glorification of Melville. The widowed mother, Marie Glendinning, owes much more to Melville's mother, Maria Gansevoort, than the initials of her name. And in this book, Melville exorcises the ghost of his father, and brings him forth to unearth from the past a skeleton that Melville seems to have manufactured in the closet of a vindictive subconsciousness. Blessed and glorified in his tomb beyond Prince Mausolus, wrote Melville at the age of 33, is that mortal sire, who, after an honorable, pure course of life, dies, and is buried, as in a choice fountain, in the filial breast of a tender-hearted and intellectually appreciative child. But if fate preserve the father to a later time, too often the filial obsequies are less profound, the canonization less ethereal. As has been said, Melville was 13 when, in 1832, his father died. And at that time, as for years following, there survived from Alan in Melville's memory the impression of a bodily form of rare manly virtue and benignity, only rivaled by the supposed perfect mold in which his virtuous heart had been cast. In Redburn he says of his youthful idealization of Alan, "I always thought him a marvelous being, infinitely purer and greater than I was, who could not by any possibility do wrong or say an untruth." And as a gesture expressive of this piety for his father's memory, he took but one book with him to Liverpool when at the age of 17 he worked his way across the Atlantic in a merchantman. This was an old dog-eared guidebook that had belonged to his father. On the map in this book, Alan, with characteristic precision, had traced with a pen a number of dotted lines radiating in all directions from Ridorfa's hotel at the foot of Lord Street, marks that delineated his various excursions in the town. As Melville planned his itinerary while in Liverpool, he was in the first place to visit Ridorfa's hotel, where his father had stopped more than 30 years before, and then, with the map in his hand, to follow Alan through the town, according to the dotted lines in the diagram. For this, says Melville, would be performing a filial pilgrimage to spots which would be hallowed to my eyes. Because Melville had failed to take into account the mutability of cities, he was disappointed to find some of the shrines hallowed by his father's visits no longer in existence. But the very bitterness of his disappointment was an eloquent tribute to his father's memory. Allen himself was born in 1782, second son, and fourth child, in a family of 11 children. Of his early life, almost nothing is known. Though he was born into a well-to-do family of considerable cultivation, he seems never to have been exposed to the boasted advantages of a university education. He was, however, a rather extensively traveled man. At the age of 18, as if to set a precedent for his son, he made his first trip abroad. But whereas Melville went as a sailor before the mast, to land in Liverpool as a penniless itinerant, Allen was 2 years in Paris as a guest, in comfortable circumstances, of a well-to-do uncle. Before his marriage in 1814, Allen made 5 other pilgrimages to Europe, and once, after his marriage, he crossed the Atlantic again. This last trip he would not have taken but from urgency of business. It will be a most painful sacrifice to part from my beloved wife and children, he says, in prospect of the journey, but duty towards them requires it. Allen acclimated himself to France as a young man, and so acquired a mastery of the French language. He is said to have spoken French like a native, a bilingual accomplishment that Melville never even remotely acquired. Melville boasted a smattering of a Polynesian dialect or two, but so imperfect was this smattering that it moved Stevenson to complain that Melville, like Charles Lamb, had no ear. In the journal which Allen kept from 1800 to 1831, there survives a meticulously accurate account of his wanderings up and down upon the face of Christendom. On the flyleaf of the journal, under the title Recapitulations of Voyages and Travels from 1800 to 1822, both inclusive, he gives, in ledger-like summary, this statement of his peregrinations: by land 24,425 miles, by water 48,460 miles, days at sea, etc. 643. That part of his early life that he spent outside of Europe, he distributed between Boston and Albany. Allen was a man to turn to account all of his resources. His knowledge of French he converted into a business asset, by setting up as a merchant importer trafficking in dry goods and notions from France, razors, children's white leather gloves, Leghorn hats, and taffeta ribbons being a typical shipment. From a painting made in Paris, 1810. Signature: Allen Melville. It was in Albany that Allen met Maria Gansevoort, a meeting of which his journal is austerely ignorant. If there ever were any romance in Allen's life, he must have emulated Pepys and recorded it in cipher, and then, with a caution deeper than Pepys, have burned the cryptic revelation. It is true that in Pierre, Melville attempts to brighten his father's premarital years by imputing to him a lively vitality in his youth, but the evidence for this imputation hangs upon a most tenuous thread of ambiguities. Yet now that it has transpired that even the sober Wordsworth under similar circumstances succumbed to the flesh, it is not impossible, on the face of it, that Allen, in the unredeemed years before his comparatively late marriage, may have been anointed in mortality. But in his later life, as was Wordsworth, he was a paragon of propriety, and he must be acquitted of indiscretion until more damning facts are mustered to accuse him. All surviving evidence presents him as a model of rigid decorum. Insofar as he has revealed himself, all but the most restrained and well-behaved and standardized emotions fell within the forbidden degrees. It is certain that no flower ever gave him thoughts too deep for tears. His courtship seems to have been a model of discretion, and might well have been modeled after Mrs. Hannah More's Celebs in Search of a Wife. There survive two gifts that he made while he was meditating on the serious verge of matrimony. A year before his marriage he bought, fresh from the press, a copy of The Pleasures of Imagination by Mark Akenside, M.D., with a critical essay on the poem, by Mrs. Barboard, prefixed. Whether either Alan or Maria ever read a line of Dr. Akenside we do not know. Maria's copy, it must be confessed, is suspiciously well preserved. But Alan had the authority of Celebs, that the condensed vigor, so indispensable to blank verse, the skillful variation of the pause, the masterly structure of the period, and all the occult mysteries of the art, can, perhaps, be best learned from Akenside. That the poet's object was to establish the infinite superiority of mind over unconscious matter, even in its fairest terms, gave Alan opportunity to pay Maria a veiled compliment. This same Anna Letitia Barboard, whose introductory essay gave the final stamp of respectability to Dr. Akenside, had, in a chapter of advice to young girls, earlier remarked, and with best-intentioned seriousness, that an ass is much better adapted than a horse to show off a lady. It may be so. In any event, Alan inscribed on the flyleaf of Dr. Akenside's effusion, Miss Maria Gansevoort from her friend A.M. The emotions that smouldered beneath this chaste inscription he vented, and with no compromise to himself, in a tropical tangle of copybook flourishes that he made below his initials. The second gift is also a book, Mrs. Chapone's Letters on the Improvement of the Mind. Lydia Languish, it is true, had, on a memorable occasion, with unblushing deceit, placed Mrs. Chapone and the Reverend Fordyce ostentatiously on a table together. But it is certain that Alan was not consciously furnishing Miss Gansevoort with any of the stage properties of hypocrisy. Mrs. Chapone's pronouncements were then being accepted by the adoring middle class as Protestant bulls. And Alan purchased Mrs. Chapone's little volume with his ear to the verdict of Mrs. Delany, who wrote, "They speak to the heart as well as to the head, and I know no book, next to the Bible, more entertaining or edifying." It was within a few months before his marriage that Alan, in the most orthodox manner of that happy half-century so happily celebrated by Miss Agnes Replier, undertook to heighten the virtues of Miss Maria Gansevoort by exposing her to the pure and prevailing superiority of Mrs. Chapone. For Alan was a cautious man, and marriage, he knew, was a step not lightly to be made. "I do not want a Helen, or a Saint Cecilia, or a Madame Dacier," said Celebs, in sketching an ideal wife, "yet must she be elegant or I could not love her, sensible, or I could not respect her, prudent, or I could not confide in her, well informed, or she could not educate my children, well bred, or she could not entertain my friends, pious, or I should not be happy with her, because the prime comfort in a companion for life is the delightful hope that she will be a companion for eternity. Maria was patently elegant, well-bred and pious. The present of Dr. Akenside and Mrs. Chapone gave her generous opportunity of coming to be well informed. But Alan did not hesitate to make further and more direct contributions to her information. Prudence he rated prime among virtues, and he approached marriage with Miltonic preconceptions. By no means confident that the eternal truths enunciated by Mrs. Chapone would penetrate Maria's female intellect, Alan prudently summarized the most sacred verities of the volume in 2 manuscript introductions. Maria's copy of the letters bears 3 inscriptions made by Alan on 3 separate flyleaves. The first is in a formal upright hand, rigid in propriety. Prudence should be the governing principle of woman's existence, domestic life her peculiar sphere, no rank can exempt her from an observation of the laws of the former, from an attention to the duties of the latter. To neglect both is to violate the sacred statutes of social happiness, and to frustrate the all-wise intention of that Providence who framed them. In the second inscription, made with acknowledgment to Miss Owensong, Alan takes all the precautions of a celebs to make certain that at his table the eulogist of female ignorance might dine in security against the intrusion and vanity of erudition. The inscription reads, "The liberal cultivation of the female mind is the best security for the virtues of the female heart, and genius, talents and grace, where regulated by prudence and governed by good sense, are never incompatible with domestic qualities or meek and modest virtues." On the third flyleaf, this double pronouncement is presented to Miss Maria Gansevoort and from a M. Alan had doubtless learned from Mrs. Chapone that our feelings are not given us for ornament, but to spur us on to right action. And Miss Maria may have taken to heart Mrs. Chapone's dictum that compassion is not impressed upon the human heart, only to adorn the fair face with tears and to give an agreeable languor to the eyes. There survives no trace of a record of Alan's indulging emotions for decorative purposes. How far his sentiments were moved in right action to meld Miss Maria to becoming compassion can never be known. During the months immediately before the marriage, however, the even tenor of Alan's journal is jolted by the unusual acknowledgment of the existence of his sisters, and the bald mention of a specified number of miles covered in a pleasure wagon. Miss Maria, when not his undisputed property by rights of holy matrimony, he never mentions in his journal. Maria kept no journal. If she presented Alan with inscribed volumes, Alan has eradicated all such breaches of maiden modesty. The only intimate records of Maria that survive are 3 of her letters, comments upon her in Alan's letters, Melville's elaborate idealization of her in the person of the mother of Pierre, and a vague memory handed down orally by her descendants. Maria Gansevoort Melville in 1820. In 1865 Maria was born in 1791 and died in 1871. Of her girlhood, little or nothing is very specifically known. After Melville's marriage, she spent the greater part of the remaining years of her life as a dependent in his household, and the oral traditions that survive of her do not halo her memory. She is remembered in such terms as cold, worldly, formal, haughty and proper, as putting the highest premium upon appearances, as frigidly contemptuous of Melville's domestic economy, and of the home-made clothes of his 4 children. Though she condescended 8 times to motherhood, such was her animal vigor and her ferocity of pride that she preserved to her death a remarkable regality of appearance. She is said to have made a completely competent wife to Alan, superior both to any undue intellectual distractions, and to any of the demoralizations of domesticity. She managed his household, she bore and reared his children, and she did both with a vigorous and unruffled efficiency, without sign of worry or regret. There persists the story, significant even if apocryphal, that each afternoon, enthroned upon a high 4-poster, she would nap in order to freshen herself for Alan's evening arrival, her children seated silently on a row of low stools ranged on the floor at the side of her bed. In his death, as in his life, she cherished the image of Alan, with that of her father, General Gansevoort, as the mirror of manly perfection. In Pierre, Melville is said to have drawn an essentially accurate portrait of his mother in the character and person of Mrs. Glendinning. Mrs. Glendinning is presented as a haughty widow, a lady who externally furnished a singular example of the preservative and beautifying influences of unfluctuating rank, health, and wealth, when joined to a fine mind of medium culture, uncankered by any inconsolable grief, and never worn by sordid cares. In mature age, the rose still miraculously clung to her cheek, litheness had not yet completely uncoiled itself from her waist, nor smoothness unscrolled itself from her brow, nor diamondness departed from her eyes. Proudly conscious of this preservation, never, even in the most intimate associations of life, did she ever appear in any dishabille that was not eminently becoming. For she was vividly aware how immense was that influence, which, even in the closest ties of the heart, the merest appearances make upon the mind. And to her pride of appearance she added her pride of birth, her pride of affluence, her pride of purity, and all the Semiramian pride of woman, a pride which in a life of nearly 50 years had never betrayed her into a single published impropriety, or caused her one known pang of the heart. Infinite haughtiness had first fashioned her, and then the haughty world had further molded her, nor had a haughty ritual omitted to finish her. Nor must Alan's moralizings, and Dr. Akenside, and Mrs. Barboard, and Mrs. Chapone, be denied their due credit in contributing to the finished product. Between Maria and her son there existed a striking personal resemblance. From his mother, too, Melville seems to have inherited a constitution of very remarkable vigor, and all the white intensity of the Gansevoort aptitude for anger. But here the resemblance ceased. In the youthful Pierre, Mrs. Glendinning felt a triumphant maternal pride, for in her son she saw her own graces strangely translated into the opposite sex. But of his mother's love for him, Pierre entertained precocious and Meredithian suspicions, she loveth me, but why? Had I been cast in a cripple's mould, how then? Now do I remember that in her most caressing love, there ever gleamed some scaly, glittering folds of pride. Before my glass she stands, pride's priestess, and to her mirrored image, not to me, she offers up her offering of kisses. Strangely must she have been baffled by this mirrored image of herself, fascinated, and at the same time contemptuously revolted. What sympathy, what understanding could she know for this thing of her blood that in obscurity, in poverty, a failure in the eyes of the world, returned from barbarism to dream wild dreams that were increasingly unsalable? As a boy, all his passionate cravings for sympathy, for affection, were rebuffed by her haughty reserve, and recoiled within him. Fatherless and so mothered, he felt with Pierre, that deep in him lurked some divine unidentifiableness, that owed no earthly kith or kin. Yet was this feeling entirely lonesome and orphan-like. He felt himself driven out an infant Ishmael into the desert, with no maternal Hagar to accompany and comfort him. In Redburn, with the mother image like a fury in his heart, he describes himself as a sort of Ishmael. "Call me Ishmael" is the striking opening sentence of Moby Dick, and it's no less striking close. On the second day, a sail drew nearer, and picked me up at last. It was the devious cruising Rachel, that in retracing search after her missing children, only found another orphan. Of his mother he is reported to have said in later life, "She hated me." It seems not altogether fantastic to contend that the Gorgon face that Melville bore in his heart, the goading impalpable image that made his whole life a pilgrimage of despair, that was the cold beautiful face of his mother, Maria Gansevoort. One shudders to think how such a charge would have violated Maria's proprieties. But in the treacherous ambiguities of Pierre, Melville himself hovers on the verge of this insight. Pierre is haunted by a mysterious face, which he thus invokes: "The face, the face, the face steals down upon me. Mysterious girl, who art thou? Take thy thin fingers from me, I am affianced, and not to thee. Surely, thou lovest not me, that were most miserable for thee, and me. What, who art thou? Oh, wretched vagueness, too familiar to me, yet inexplicable, unknown, utterly unknown." To the mind of Pierre it was a face backward hinting of some irrevocable sin, forward, pointing to some inevitable ill, hovering between Tartarian misery and paradisaic beauty. In Pierre, this face, compounded so of hell and heaven, is the instrument by which the memory of Pierre's father is desecrated, Pierre's mother is driven to insanity and death, and Pierre himself is utterly ruined. Pierre is a book to send a Freudian into ravishment. Herman Melville, aged 32, and Maria Gansevoort, 9 years younger, were married on the 4th of October, 1814. In his journal, Allen has left this record of their wedding trip. October the 4th, 1814, left Albany at 11 a.m. in a hack with Mrs. M. and Helen, his youngest sister, in her 16th year. Dined at Stoddard's, Lapan, and slept at Betts Lebanon. October the 5th, 1814, left Lebanon at 9, dined at Petersfield and slept at Worthington. October 6, 1814, left Worthington at 9:30, dined at Southampton and slept at Belchair Town. October 7, 1814, left Belchair Town at 9, dined at Brookfield and slept at Worcester. October 8, 1814, left Worcester at 9:30, dined at Farmingham and arrived at Boston at 5 p.m. For 5 years following this initial daily shifting of bed and board, Allen and his wife lived in Albany. The monotony of this residence was broken by the birth of 2 children, Gansevoort and Helen Marie, and Allen's trip to Europe in the spring of 1818, the enforced business trip, already mentioned, that took him to the home of his titled Scotch cousins. Upon his return he resolved to leave Albany, and settle in what he appreciatively called the greatest universal mart in the world. On the 12th of May, 1819, he records in his journal, commenced housekeeping at No. Park Street, New York. Mrs. M. and the children, who had been to a visit to her mother at Albany since the 6th of April, having joined me on this day, to my great joy. 3 months after Allen's moving to the greatest universal mart in the world, Maria presented him with a 3rd child, and 2nd son, who was christened after Maria's brother, Herman. At this time, Allen seems to have accepted the excitements of childbirth so casually that Melville's birth passed unrecorded in his father's journal. The first surviving record of Melville's existence is unromantic enough. In a letter dated the 7th of October, 1820, Allen wrote, "Helen Marie suffers most from what we term the whooping cough, but which I am sometimes suspicious is only influenza. But Gansevoort and Herman are as yet slightly affected." At this time, Allen seems to have prospered in business, for on the 20th of September, 1820, he reported to his mother, "We have hired a cook and nurse and only want a waiter to complete our domestic establishment." Herman's infancy seems to have been untroubled by any event more startling than a growing aggregation of brothers and sisters, occasional trips to Boston, and periodic pilgrimages to Albany with his mother to be exhibited to his grandmother Gansevoort. There are frequent references to his ailing health. In April, 1824, Allen complains that Gansevoort has lost much of his ruddy appearance, while Herman, who has never entirely regained his health again, looks pale, thin and dejected. At this time Allen signed a 4-year lease at $300 per annum free of taxes, for a new brick 2-story house replete with conveniences, to be handsomely furnished in the most modern style under my own direction, and a vacant lot of equal size attached to it which will be invaluable as a playground for the children. It is situated in Bleecker, the first south, and parallel to Bond St. An open, dry and elevated location equidistant from Broadway and the Bowery, in plain sight of both and almost uniting the advantages of town and country, but its distance from my store, nearly 2 miles, will compel me to dine from my family most of the time, a serious objection to us all, but we shall be amply compensated by a residence which will obviate the necessity of their leaving town every summer, which deprives me altogether of their society. I shall also remove professionally on the 1st of May to number 102 Pearl Street upstairs in the very focus of business and surrounded by the auction rooms which have become the Rialto of the modern merchants, but where I dare say even Shylock would be shy of making his appearance. By the 29th of December, 1824, we hear of Herman that he attends school regularly but does not appear so fond of his book as to injure his health. He has turned into a great tease and daily puts Gansevoort's patients to flight, who cannot bear to be plagued by such a little fellow. On the same date, Maria writes to her brother about pickling oysters, 500 of which she sent to Albany as a gift to his family. The picture of her life that she then gives is evidence that she had cherished the counsels that her friend M. had appended to Mrs. Chapone. She tells of a call she received before 11 o'clock. Although the hour was early, all things were neat and in order, and my ladyship was dressing herself preparatory to sitting down to her sewing. She boasts of this fact, she says, in shamed recollection of the time her brother and Mr. Smith were ushered into a parlour out of order. It is the first time a thing of this kind has ever happened to me, and for my credit as a good housekeeper, I hope it will be the last. In conclusion she reports, this afternoon Mr. M. and myself, induced by the enlivening rays of the setting sun, strolled down the Bowery and after an agreeable walk returned home with renovated spirits. In December, 1825, Alan is moved to lament little Herman's melancholy situation, but we trust in humble confidence that the God of the widow and the fatherless will yet restore him. By the following May, Alan's humble confidence seems to have been rewarded not only by Herman's recovery, but by the birth of another child. In the midst of a business letter, the usual repository of Alan's raptures, he with unwonted vivacity so celebrates his paternal felicity, the lovely six are all well, and, while the youngest though both last and least is a sweet child of promise, and bids fair to become the fairest of the fair, so much for affection, now for business. On the 10th of August, 1826, Melville was sent out upon his first trip from home unaccompanied by his parents. His destination was his mother's people in Albany, and his custodian during the trip a Mr. Walker. Alan shifts his responsibility for his son on the shoulders of his brother-in-law, Peter Gansevoort, in these terms: I now consign to your especial care and patronage my beloved son Herman, an honest-hearted double-rooted Knickerbocker of the true Albany stamp, who, I trust, will do equal honor in due time to ancestry, parentage and kindred. He is very backward in speech and somewhat slow in comprehension, but you will find him, as far as he understands men and things, both solid and profound and of a docile and amiable disposition. If agreeable, he will pass the vacation with his grandmother and yourself, and I hope he may prove a pleasant auxiliary to the family circle. I depend much on your kind attention to our dear boy, who will be truly grateful to the least favor. Let him avoid green fruit and unseasonable exposure to the sun and heat, and having taken such good care of Gansevoort last summer, I commit his brother to the same hands with unreserved confidence. And with love to our good mother and yourself, in which Maria, Mary and the children most cordially join, I remain very truly your friend and brother, Herman Melville. At the foot of this document, Allen appended in pencil, "Please turn over." On the reverse of the letter is scribbled a breathless last request: "Have the goodness to procure a pair of shoes for Herman, time being insufficient to have a pair made here." When Allen here pronounces Melville very backward in speech and somewhat slow in comprehension, he puts his son in a large class of genius conspicuous for a deferred revelation of promising intelligence. Scott, occupied in building up romances, was dismissed as a dunce. Hume, the youthful thinker, was described by his mother as uncommon weak-minded. Goldsmith was a stupid child. Fanny Burney did not know her letters at the age of 8. Byron showed no aptitude for school work. And Chatterton, up to the age of 6½, was, on the authority of his mother, little better than an absolute fool. Allen scorned to take solace from such facts, however. He consoled himself with the fact that though his son was dull, he was at least docile and amiable. Melville spent the summer of 1826 with the Gansevoorts, and he looked back upon it as perhaps the most fortunate privilege of his youth, that this first visit to Albany set the precedent for a whole series of similar summers. He is idealizing from his own experience when he says of Pierre, "It had been his choice fate to have been born and nurtured in the country, surrounded by scenery whose uncommon loveliness was the perfect mold of a delicate and poetic mind, while the popular names of its finest features appealed to the proudest patriotic and family associations of the historic line of Glendinning." Nor does he hesitate to reiterate that Pierre's was a choice fate, for to a noble American youth this indeed, more than in any other land, this indeed is a most rare and choice lot. Each summer, for as long as his school vacations would permit, Melville shared the choice lot of Pierre. But Allen, unconverted to Melville's Wordsworthian creed, regularly recalled his son to the city with the opening of school. This is the recall for the year 1826, dated 12 September Tuesday, 4 p.m. "We expect Gansevoort on Sunday, at farthest, when we wish Herman also to be here, that they may recommence their studies together on Monday next, with equal chances of preferment, and without any feelings of jealousy or ideas of favoritism. Besides, they may thus acquire a practical lesson whose influence may endure forever, for if they understand early that inclination must always yield to duty, it will become a matter of course when their vacations expire to bid a fond adieu to friends and amusements, and return home cheerfully to their books, and they will consequently imbibe habits of order and punctuality, which bear sweet blossoms in the dawn of life, golden fruits in the noon of manhood, and a rich harvest for the garners of old age. Business is about as dull and unprofitable as the most bitter foe to general prosperity, if such a being exists in human shape, could desire it, and it requires a keener vision than mine to discern among the signs of the times any real symptoms of future improvement. The summer of 1827 Melville spent with his grandparents in Boston, the 2 following summers in Albany. On the 28th of February 1828, Allen reported to his brother-in-law Peter Gansevoort, "We have taken a house on Broadway, number 675, if I mistake not, for 5 years at $575 without taxes, being the 2D beyond the Marble Buildings and nearly opposite Bond Street. The house is a modern 2 stories built 4 years since for the owner and has only been occupied by his family. The lot is 200 feet deep through to Mercer Street. Maria is charmed with the house and situation." But Allen never lived to see this lease expire. The dull business of which he earlier complained settled upon him, and in 1830 the prospects in New York were so hopeless that he moved back to Albany, to die 2 years later, leaving his wife and 8 children practically penniless. But before Allen moved away from New York, Herman had time to write the earliest manuscript of his that survives. It reads, the 11th of October, 1828. Dear Grandmother, this is the 3rd letter that I ever wrote, so you must not think it very good. I now study geography, grammar, writing, speaking, spelling, and read in the scientific class book. I enclose in this letter a drawing for my dear grandmother. Give my love to Grandmamma, Uncle Peter and Aunt Mary, and my sisters, and also to Allen, your affectionate grandson Herman Melville. In Redburn, Melville speaks of those delightful days before my father was a bankrupt, and died, and we moved from the city, or again, speaking of Allen, he had been shaken by many storms of adversity, and at last died a bankrupt. Allen's journal, however, which he kept until within a few months of his death, is proudly superior to anything suggestive of the outrageousness of fortune. Its hard glazed surface betrays to the end no crack in the veneer. Beyond a persistent tradition, and Melville's iterated statement, no further evidence of Allen's financial reverses has transpired. It is certain, however, that after Allen's death his family found themselves in straitened circumstances. After 1830, the most specific evidence known to exist about the whereabouts and condition of Melville's family is preserved in old Albany directories, as follows: 1830, no Melvilles mentioned. 1831, Melville, Allen, 446 S Market. House 338 N Market. 1832, Melville, Gansevoort, first or 364 S Market. Melville, Widow Maria, Cor. of N Market and Steuben. 1833, Melville, Gansevoort, first or 364 S Market. Melville, Widow Maria, 282 N Market. 1834, Melville, Gansevoort, Fur and Cap Store, 364 S Market, Res. 3 Clinton Square N Pearl. Melville, Herman, Clerk in NY State Bank, Res. 3 Clinton Square N Pearl. Melville, Widow Maria, 3 Clinton Square N Pearl. 1835, Melville, Gansevoort, Fur and Cap Store, 364 S Market, Res. 3 Clinton Square N Pearl. Melville, Herman, Clerk at 364 S Market, Res. 3 Clinton Square N Pearl. Melville, Widow Maria, 3 Clinton Square N Pearl. After 1835 the family scattered, Melville to begin his wanderings on land and sea, Gansevoort to drift about Albany for 2 years, Maria and the rest of the children to move to Lansingburg, now a part of Albany. The publication of the celebration of the semi-centennial anniversary of the Albany Academy, Albany, 1862, in its list of alumni, and the date of their entrance, offers the following record: 1831, Melville, Allen. 1830, Melville, Gansevoort. 1830, Melville, Herman. This semi-centennial anniversary celebration took place in Tweedle Hall, which, so says the publication, was crowded with an appropriate audience. The meeting was presided over by the Honorable Peter Gansevoort, the President of the Board of Trustees, the publication goes on to say, and by his side were his associates and the guests of the festival, among whom was warmly welcomed Herman Melville, whose reputation as an author has honored the Academy worldwide. As Melville sat there, the Reverend Doc. Ferris made prayer to heaven, the source of that knowledge which shall not vanish away. Orlando Mead, LL.D., read a historical discourse, and at successive periods the exercises were diversified by the music of home, sweet home or rest, spirit, rest, and of other appropriate harmonies. What recollections of his school days at the Albany Academy were then passing through Melville's head, we haven't sufficient knowledge of his schooling to guess. As part of the celebration, Alexander W. Bradford, who was a student at the Academy between 1825 and 1832, spoke of the domestic discords and fights between the Latins and the English, and the more fierce and bitter foreign conflicts waged between the hills and the creeks, the latter being a pugnacious tribe of barbarians who inhabited the shores of Fox Creek, of the weekly exhibitions in the gymnasium ground with the beauty of Albany, of the lectures and experiments in chemistry, which, being in the evening, were favored by the presence of young ladies as well as gentlemen. In what capacity, if any, Melville figured in these activities there is no way of knowing. Dr. Henry Hahn, now president of the Albany Academy, in answer to a request for information about Melville, answers, unfortunately, the records of the Albany Academy were burned in 1888. It is impossible to say how long he remained in the school or what results he achieved. He probably took the classical course, as most of the brighter boys took it. It was really a collegiate course, and the headmaster, or principal as he was then called, Dr. T. Romaine Beck, was an extraordinary man, but one who did not spare the rod, but gave daily exhibitions in its use. In a postscript Dr. Hahn adds, it was a God-fearing school. Joseph Henry, at one time teacher at the Albany Academy, later head of the Smithsonian Institute, in an address before the Association for the Advancement of Science, in session in Albany in 1851, said of Melville's alma mater, "The Albany Academy was and still is one of the first, if not the very first, institution of its kind in the United States." It early opposed the pernicious maxim that a child should be taught nothing but what it could perfectly understand, and that the sole object of instruction is to teach a child to think. Since Melville was in 1834 employed as clerk in the New York State Bank, a post he doubtless owed to his uncle, Peter Gansevoort, who was one of the trustees, he must have ceased to enjoy the advantages of the Albany Academy before that date. During the time of Melville's attendance, the same texts were used by all students alike during their first 3 years at the Albany Academy. This, then, would seem to be a list of the texts, offered by the courtesy of Dr. Hahn, studied by Melville. First year, Latin Grammar Historia Sacra Turner's Exercises. Begun, Latin Reader Irving's Universal History 2D year, Latin Reader continued Turner's Exercises Cornelius Nepos Irving's Grecian and Roman Histories Roman Antiquities 3D year, Caesar, Ovid, Latin Prosody Turner's Exercises. Translations Irving's Grecian Antiquities Mythology and Biography Greek Grammar J. E. Smith, in the biographical sketch of Herman Melville that in 1891 he wrote for the Evening Journal of Pittsfield, Massachusetts, says of Melville's school days, in 1835, Professor Charles E. West was president of the Albany Classical Institute for Boys, and Herman Melville became one of his pupils. Professor West now remembers him as a favorite pupil, not distinguished for mathematics, but very much so in the writing of themes or compositions and fond of doing it, while the great majority of pupils dreaded it as a task, and would shirk it if they could. In 1835, Melville was clerk in his brother's shop. If J. E. Smith's record is accurate, Melville was at the time alternating business with education. The greater part of 1836 was spent by Melville, according to his own account, already quoted, in the household of his uncle Major Thomas Melville, at Pittsfield, Massachusetts. J. E. Smith in his biographical sketch so supplements Melville's account. Besides his labors with his uncle in the hay field, he was for one term teacher of the common school in the Sykes district under Washington Mountain, of which he had some racy memories, one of them of a rebellion in which some of the bigger boys undertook to lick him, with what results, those who remember his physique and character can well imagine. The only other records we have of Melville's boyhood and early youth are the scattered recollections preserved in his published works. Such, throughout his life, were the veering whims of his blood, that he recalled these earlier years with no unity of retrospect. The Confessions of Saint Augustine are a classical warning of the untrustworthiness of even the most conscientious memory. To call memory the mother of the Muses, is too frequently but a partial and euphemistic naming of her offspring. So when Melville writes of early years, now in rhapsody and then in bitterness, the result, though always valuable autobiography, is not invariably, of course, strict history. Some of his idealizations of his life with the Gansevoorts have already been given. Through the refracting films of memory he at times looked back upon those far-descended Dutch meadows, steeped in a Hindoosh haze, and proud of his name and his double revolutionary descent he viewed himself with Miltonic self-esteem as a fine, proud, loving, docile, vigorous boy. And there is no reason to suspect him of perverting the truth. Behind these are certain shadowy reminiscences of wharves, and warehouses, and shipping, which a residence in a seaport during early childhood had supplied me. And with them he blended remembrances of winter evenings in New York, by the well-remembered sea coal fire, when my father used to tell my brother and me of the monstrous waves at sea, mountain high, of the masts bending like twigs, and all about Havre, and Liverpool, and about going up into the Ball of St. Paul's in London. Indeed, during my early life, most of my thoughts of the sea were connected with the land, but with fine old lands, full of mossy cathedrals and churches, and long, narrow crooked streets without sidewalks, and lined with strange houses. And especially I tried hard to think how such places must look on rainy days and Saturday afternoons, and whether indeed they did have rainy days and Saturdays there, just as we did here, and whether the boys went to school there, and studied geography and wore their shirt collars turned over, and tied with a black ribbon, and whether their papas allowed them to wear boots instead of shoes, which I so much disliked, for boots looked so manly. Melville confesses here to a precocious exercise of the poetic imagination, a type of imagination for which the consistent disappointments of his life were to be the invariable penalty. In The Prosaic Man, in Benjamin Franklin, for example, the imagination does not, as it did with Melville, enrich the immediate facts of experience with amplifications so vivid that the reality is in danger of being submerged. In The Prosaic Man, the imagination works in a safely utilitarian fashion, combining images for practical purposes under the supervision of a matter-of-fact judgment. And though it may indeed bring the lightning from the clouds, it makes the transfer not to glorify the firmament, but to discipline the lightning and to make church steeples safe from the wrath of God. Melville's was the type of imagination whose extreme operation is exemplified in William Blake. "I assert for myself," said Blake, "that I do not behold the outward creation, and that it is to me hindrance and not action. What it will be questioned, when the sun rises, do you not see a round disk of fire something like a guinea? Oh! No! No! I see an innumerable company of the heavenly host, crying, Holy, holy, holy is the Lord God Almighty. I question not my corporeal eye any more than I would question a window concerning a sight. I look through it, and not with it." Though Alan Melville chose as courtship gift a copy of Pleasures of Imagination, the pleasures he derived from the exercise of this faculty were of a sort that both Blake and his son would have thought tame in the extreme. Alan saw the world with his eyes alone, he proudly believed, the world as it really is. It was both the blessing and the curse of his son that his was the gift of second sight. "We had several pieces of furniture in the house," says Melville, speaking of his childhood days, which had been brought from Europe, furniture that had been imported by Alan, some of which is still in the possession of Melville's descendants. These I examined again and again, wondering where the wood grew, whether the workmen who made them still survived, and what they could be doing with themselves now. Could Alan have known what was going on in the head of his son, he would have been as alarmed as was the father of Anatole France when the young Thibault undertook to emulate Saint Nicholas of Patras and distribute his riches to the poor. Even as a child, he was lured by the romance of distance, and he confesses how he used to think how fine it would be, to be able to talk about remote barbarous countries, with what reverence and wonder people would regard me, if I had just returned from the coast of Africa or New Zealand, how dark and romantic my sunburnt cheeks would look, how I would bring home with me foreign clothes of rich fabric and princely make, and wear them up and down the streets, and how grocers' boys would turn their heads to look at me, as I went by. For I very well remembered staring at a man myself, who was pointed out to me by my aunt one Sunday in church, as the person who had been in stony Arabia and passed through strange adventures there, all of which with my own eyes I had read in the book which he wrote, an arid-looking book in a pale yellow cover. "See what big eyes he has," whispered my aunt. "They got so big, because when he was almost dead in the desert with famishing, he all at once caught sight of a date tree, with the ripe fruit hanging on it. Upon this, I stared at him till I thought his eyes were really of an uncommon size, and stuck out from his head like those of a lobster. When church was out, I wanted my aunt to take me along and follow the traveller home. But she said the constables would take us up, if we did, and so I never saw the wonderful Arabian traveller again. But he long haunted me, and several times I dreamt of him, and thought his great eyes were grown still larger and rounder, and once I had a vision of the date tree. It is one of the few certainties of life that a child who has once stood fixed before a piece of household furniture worrying his head about whether the workman who made it still be alive, who after seeing an Arabian traveller in church goes home and has a vision of a date tree, such a child is not going to die an efficiency expert. At the age of 15 Melville found himself faced with the premature necessity of coming to some sort of terms with life on his own account. Helped by his uncle, he tried working in a bank. The experiment seems not to have been a success. His next experiment was clerk in his brother's store. But banking and clerking seem to have been equally repugnant. Melville had a taste for landscape, so his next experiment was as farmer and country schoolkeeper. But farming, interspersed with pedagogy and pugilism, fired Melville to a mood of desperation. Talk not of the bitterness of middle age and afterlife, he later wrote. A boy can feel all that, and much more, when upon his young soul the mildew has fallen. Before the death of my father I never thought of working for my living, and never knew there were hard hearts in the world. I had learned to think much, and bitterly, before my time. So he decided to slough off the tame respectabilities of his well-to-do uncles, and cousins, and aunts. Goaded by hardship, and pathetically lured by the glamorous mirage of distance, with all the impetuosity of his 18 summers he planned a hegira. With a philosophical flourish Cato throws himself upon his sword. I quietly take to the ship. This is my substitute for pistol and ball. Chapter 4 A substitute for pistol and ball. When I go to sea, I go as a simple sailor, right before the mast, plumb down into the forecastle, aloft there to the royal masthead. True, they rather order me about some, and make me jump from spar to spar, like a grasshopper in a May meadow. And at first, this sort of thing is unpleasant enough. It touches one's sense of honor, particularly if you come of an old established family in the land, the Van Rensselaers, or Randolphs, or Hardicanutes. And more than all, if just previous to putting your hand into the tar pot, you have been lauding it as a country schoolmaster, making the tallest boys stand in awe of you, the transition is a keen one, I assure you, from a schoolmaster to a sailor, and requires a strong decoction of Seneca and the Stoics to enable you to grin and bear it. Herman Melville, Moby Dick. When, at the age of 17, Melville cut loose from his mother, his kind cousins and aunts, and sympathizing sisters, he was stirred by motives of desperation, and by the immature delusion that happiness lies elusive and beckoning, just over the world's rim. It was a drastic escape from the intolerable monotony of prosaic certainties and aching frustrations. Sad disappointments in several plans which I had sketched for my future life, says Melville, the necessity of doing something for myself, united with a naturally roving disposition, conspired within me, to send me to sea as a sailor. In Redburn, his first voyage. Being the Sailor Boy Confessions and Reminiscences of the Son of a Gentleman, 1849, Melville has left what is the only surviving record of his initial attempt to sail beyond the sunset. Alluridly vivid and exuberant was his imagination, flooding the world of his childhood and fantastically transmuting reality. At the time of his first voyage, Melville was, it is well to remember, a boy of 17. He was not old enough, not wise enough, to regard his dreams as impalpable projections of his defeated desires. Desires inflamed by what Dr. Johnson called the dangerous prevalence of imagination and which, in sober probability, could find no actual satisfaction. Had Melville been a nature of less impetuosity, or of less abundant physical vitality, he might have moped tamely at home and yearned. But with the desperate quixotic enterprise of a splendid but embittered boy, he sallied forth into the unknown to put his dreams to the test. When it was reported to Carlyle that Margaret Fuller made boast, "I accept the universe unimpressed," he remarked, "Gad, she'd better." Melville, when only 17, had not yet come to Carlyle's dyspeptic resignation to the cosmic order. As years and dumps increase, as reflection lends her solemn pause, then so Melville says, in substance, in a passage on elderly Wales, in the impotent, repentant, admonitory stage of life, do sulky old souls go about all alone among the meridians and parallels saying their prayers. Lacking Dr. Johnson's elderly wisdom, Melville believed there to be some correlation between happiness and geography. He was not willing to take resignation on faith. not through spontaneous striving towards development but through necessity and hard contact with nature and men does the recalcitrant dreamer accept Carlyle's dictum. With drastic experience, most men come at last to have a little common sense knocked into their heads, and a good bit of imagination knocked out, as Wordsworth, for one, discovered. Melville's recourse to the ocean in 1837, as that of Richard Henry Dana's 3 years before, was a heroic measure, calculated either to take the nonsense out of both of them, or else to drive them straight either to suicide, madness, or rum-soaked barbarism. To both boys, it was a crucial test that would have ruined coarser or weaker natures. Dana came from out the ordeal purged and strengthened, toned up to the proper level, and no longer too fine for everyday use. Though as years went by, so says C.F. Adams, his biographer, the freshness of the great lesson faded away, and influences which antedated his birth and surrounded his life asserted themselves, not for his good. Because of lack of contemporary evidence, the immediate influences of Melville's first experience in the forecastle cannot be so positively stated. Redburn, the only record of the adventure, was not written until 12 years after Melville had experienced what it records. Extraordinarily crowded was this intervening span of 12 years. But despite the fullness of intervening experience, or, maybe, because of it, the universe still stuck in his maw, it was a bolus on which he gagged. Redburn is written in embittered memory of Melville's first hegira. In the words of Mr. H. S. Salt, it is a record of bitter experience and temporary disillusionment, the confessions of a poor, proud youth, who goes to sea with a devil in his heart and is painfully initiated into the unforeseen hardships of a seafaring life. In 1849 he was still unadjusted to unpalatable reality, and in Redburn he seems intent upon revenging himself upon his early disillusion by an inverted idealism, by building for himself, not castles, but dungeons in Spain, as if, failing to reach the moon, he should determine to make a Cynthia of the first green cheese. And this inverted idealism he achieves most effectively by recording with photographic literalness the most hideous details of his penurious migration. His romantic realism, reminding one of Zola and certain pages out of Rousseau, he alternates with malicious self-satire, and its obverse gesture, obtrusive self-pity. To those austere and classical souls who are proudly impatient of this style of writing, it must be insisted with what Arnold called damnable iteration that Redburn purports to be the confessions of a 17-year-old lad. Autobiographically, the book is, of course, of superlative interest. But despite its unaccountable neglect, and Melville's ostentation of contempt for it, it is none the less important, in the history of letters, as a very notable achievement. Mr. Masefield and W. Clark Russell alone, of competent critics, seem to have been aware of its existence. It is Redburn that Mr. Masefield confesses to loving best of Melville's writings, this boy's book about running away to sea. Mr. Masefield thinks, however, that one must know New York and the haunted sailor town of Liverpool to appreciate that gentle story thoroughly. When Melville wrote Redburn in 1849, there was no book exactly like it in our literature, its only possible forerunners being Nathaniel Ames' A Mariner's Sketches, 1830, and Dana's 2 Years Before the Mast, 1840. The great captains had written of their voyages, it is true, or when they themselves left no record. Their literary laxity was usually corrected by the querulousness of some member of their ship's company. Great compilations such as Churchill's, or Harris, or Hakluyt's The Principal Navigations, Voyages, Traffics and Discoveries of the English Nation, made by sea or overland to the remotest and farthest different quarters of the earth at any time within the compass of these 1,600 years, or no less luxuriously entitled works, such as the fine old 18th-century folio of Captain Charles Johnson's A General History of the Lives and Adventures of the Most Famous Highwaymen, Murderers, Street Robbers, etc., to which is added a genuine account of the voyages and plunders of the most notorious pirates, interspersed with several diverting tales, and pleasant songs, and adorned with the heads of the most remarkable villains, curiously engraven, are monuments to the prodigious wealth of the early literature of sea adventure. The light of romance colors these maritime exploits, and even upon the maturest gaze there still lingers something of the radiance with which the ardent imagination of boyhood gilds the actions and persons of these fierce sea warriors, treacherous, cruel and profligate miscreants though the most picturesque of them were. But these hardy adventurers were men of action, men proud of their own exploits, but untouched by any corrupt self-consciousness of their Gilbert and Sullivan, or Byronic possibilities, men untempted to offer any superfluous encouragement to the deep blue sea to roll. And though many of them, Captain Cook, for example, ran away to sea to ship before the mast, they in later years betray no temptings to linger with attention over their days of early obscurity. Even the Book of Things Forgotten passes over the period of Cook's life in the forecastle. He began as an apprentice, he ended as a mate. That is all. As regards the life he led as a youth on board the merchant ship there is no account. A silence that forces Walter Besant in his Captain Cook to a page or two of surmise as a transition to more notable sureties. An appreciation of the romance of the sea, and of the humbler details of the life of the common sailor is one of our most recent sophistications. In fiction, it is true, Smollett had his sailors, as did Scott, and Marryat, and Cooper, to mention only the most notable names. Provoked to originality by a defiant boast, Cooper wrote the earliest first-rate sea novel, a story concerning itself exclusively with the sea. Remarkable is the clearness and accuracy of his description of the maneuvers of his ships. He makes his vessels walk the waters like a thing of life. I have loved ships as I have loved men, says Melville. And Cooper before him, as Conrad after him, have by similar love given personality to vessels. Among his company of able seamen, Cooper has his Long Tom Coffin, and these are more picturesque, and perhaps more real than his Lord Geoffrey Cleveland, his Admiral Bluewater, his Griffith, and his other quarterdeck people. But sea life as Cooper knew it was sea life as seen from the quarterdeck, and from the quarterdeck of the United States Navy. Marriott, it is true, makes his Newton Foster a merchant sailor. But Marriott knew nothing of the hidden life of the merchant service. He had passed his sea life in the ships of the States, and he knew no more of what passed in a merchantman's forecastle than the general present-day land intelligence knows of what passes in a steamer's engine room. Dana and Melville were the first to lift the hatch and show the world what passes in a ship's forecastle. Dana disclosed these secrets in a single volume, Melville in a number of remarkable narratives, the first of which was Redburn. Dana's is a trustworthy and matter-of-fact account in the form of a journal, a vigorous, faithful, modest narrative. With very little interest exhibited in the feeling of his own pulse, he recounts the happenings aboard the ship from day to day. Melville's account is more vivid because more intimate. As is the case with George Borrow, his eye is always riveted upon himself. He minutely amplifies his own emotions and sensations, and with an incalculable gain over Dana in descriptive vividness. One would have to be color-blind to purple patches to fail to recognize in Redburn streaks of the purest Tyrian dye. Between Melville and Dana the answer is obvious as to who fished the Murex up. It was with a heavy heart and full eyes, says Melville, that my mother parted from me. Perhaps she thought me an erring and a wilful boy, and perhaps I was, but if I was, it had been a hard-hearted world, and hard times that had made me so. Dressed in a hunting jacket, one leg of his trousers adorned with an ample and embarrassing patch, armed with a fowling piece which his older brother Gansevoort had given him, in lieu of cash, to sell in New York, without a penny in his pocket. Melville arrived in New York on a fine rainy day in the late spring of 1837. Dripping like a seal, and garbed like a housebreaker, he walked across town to the home of a friend of Gansevoort's, where he was dried, warmed and fed. Fellow of Judy has descended to posterity blushing because he had a body. Melville survives, rosy in animality, but his was never Follow's scarlet of shame. Melville was a boy of superb physical vigor, and his blackest plunges of discouragement and philosophical despair were always wholesomely amenable to the persuasions of food and drink. It was Carlyle's conviction that with stupidity and a good digestion man can bear much. Had Melville been gifted with stupidity, he would have needed only regular meals to convert him into a miracle of cheerful endurance. There is a savor of life and immortality in substantial fare, he later wrote. We are like balloons, which are nothing till filled. When Melville sat down to the well-stocked table at his friend's house in New York, he was a very miserable boy. But his misery was not invulnerable. Every mouthful pushed the devil that had been tormenting me all day farther and farther out of me, till at last I entirely ejected him with 3 successive bowls of bohea. That night I went to bed thinking the world pretty tolerable after all. Next day, accompanied by his brother's friend, whose true name Melville disguises under the anonymity of Jones, Melville walked down to the waterfront. At that time, and indeed until as recently as 30 years ago, the waterfront of a great seaport town like New York showed a towering forest of tall and tapering masts reaching high up above the roofs of the waterside buildings, crossed with slender spars hung with snowy canvas, and braced with a maze of cordage, a brave sight that Melville passes over in morose silence. He postpones until his arrival in Liverpool the spicing of his account with the blended smells of pitch, and tar, and old ropes, and wet wood, and resin, and the sharp cool tang of brine. Nor does Melville pause to conjure up the great bowsprits and jib booms that stretched across the street that passed the foot of the slips. Though Melville has left a detailed description of the Liverpool docks, not failing to paint in with a dripping brush the blackest shadows of the low-life framing that picturesque scene, it was outside his purpose to give any hint of the maritime achievement of the merchant service in which he was such an insignificant unit. The maritime achievement of the United States was then almost at the pinnacle of its glory. At that time, the topsails of the United States flecked every ocean, and their captains courageous left no lands unvisited, no sea unexplored. From New England in particular sailed ships where no other ships dared to go, anchoring where no one else ever dreamed of looking for trade. And so it happened, as Ralph D. Payne in his The Old Merchant Marine has pointed out, that in the spicy warehouses that overlooked Salem Harbor there came to be stored hemp from Luzon, gum copal from Zanzibar, palm oil from Africa, coffee from Arabia, tallow from Madagascar, whale oil from the Antarctic, hides and wool from the Rio de la Plata, nutmeg and cloves from Malaysia. With New England originality and audacity, Boston shipped cargoes of ice to Calcutta. And for 30 years a regular trade in Massachusetts ice remained active and lucrative. Such perishable freight out upon a 4 or 5 months' voyage across the fiery equator, doubling the Gomer's Cape and steering through the furnace heat of the Indian Ocean. In those days the people of the Atlantic seacoast from Maryland northward found their interests vitally allied with maritime adventure. There was a generous scattering of seafaring folk among Melville's forebears of our early national era, and Melville's father, an importing merchant, owed his fortunes in important part to the chances of the sea. The United States, without railroads, and with only the most wretched excuses for post roads, were linked together by coasting ships. And thousands of miles of ocean separated Americans from the markets in which they must sell their produce and buy their luxuries. Down to the middle of the last century, one of the most vital interests of the United States was in the sea, an interest that deeply influenced the thought, the legislature and the literature of our people. And during this period, as Willis J. Abbott, in his American Merchant Ships and Sailors has noted, the sea was a favorite career, not only for American boys with their way to make in the world, but for the sons of wealthy men as well. That classic of New England seamanship 2 years before the mast was not written until the middle of the 19th century, and its author went to sea, not in search of wealth, but of health. But before the time of Richard Henry Dana, many a young man of good family and education, a Harvard graduate, like him, perhaps, bade farewell to a home of comfort and refinement and made his berth in a smoky, fetid forecastle to learn the sailor's calling. There was at that time less to engage the activities and arouse the ambitions of youth than now, and the sea offered a most promising career. Ships were multiplying fast, and no really lively and alert seaman need stay long in the forecastle. The brilliant maritime growth of the United States, after a steady development for 200 years, was, when Melville sailed in 1837, within 25 years of its climax. It was to reach its peak in 1861, when the aggregate tonnage belonging to the United States was but a little smaller than that of Great Britain and her dependencies, and nearly as large as the combined tonnage of all other nations of the world, Great Britain excepted. Vanished Fleets and Brave Memories, a chronicle of America which had written its closing chapters before the Civil War. But this state of affairs, if, indeed, he was even vaguely conscious of its existence, left Melville at the time of his first shipping, completely cold. It is doubtless true that Maria would have respected him more if he had attempted to justify his seagoing by assuring her that at that time it was to no degree remarkable for seamen to become full-fledged captains and part owners at the age of 21, or even earlier. And Maria would have listened impressed to such cogent evidence as the case of Thomas T. Forbes, for example, who shipped before the mast at the age of 13, and was commander of the Levant at 20, or the case of William Sturgis, afterwards the head of a firm which at one time controlled half the trade between the United States and China, who shipped at 17, and was a captain and manager in the China trade at 19. But such facts touched Melville not at all. At that early age, he says, I was as unambitious as a man of 60. Melville's brother, Tom, came to be a sea captain. Melville's was a different destiny. So he trudged with his friend among the boats along the waterfront, where, after some little searching, they hit upon a ship for Liverpool. In the cabin they found the suave and bearded captain, dapperly dressed, and humming a brisk air as he promenaded up and down, not such a completely odious creature, despite Melville's final contempt for him. The conversation was concluded by Melville signing up as a boy at terms not wildly lucrative for Melville. "Pray, Captain," said Melville's amiable bungling friend, "how much do you generally pay a handsome fellow like this?" "Well," said the captain, looking grave and profound, "we are not so particular about beauty, and we never give more than $3 to a green lad." Melville's next move was to sell his gun, an experience which gives him occasion to discourse on pawn shops and the unenviable hardships of paupers. With the $2.50 that he reaped by the sale of his gun, and in almost criminal innocence of the outfit he would need, he bought a red woolen shirt, a tarpaulin hat, a belt, and a jackknife. In his improvidence, he was ill provided, indeed, with everything calculated to make his situation aboard ship at all comfortable, or even tolerable. He was without mattress or bedclothes, or table tools, without pilot cloth jackets, or trousers, or Guernsey frocks, or oilskin suits, or sea boots and the other things which old seamen used to carry in their chests. As he himself says, his sea outfit was something like that of the Texan Rangers, whose uniform, they say, consists of a shirt collar and a pair of spurs. His purchases made, he did a highly typical thing. I had only 1 penny left, so I walked out to the end of the pier, and threw the penny into the water. That night, after dinner, Melville went to his room to try on his red woolen shirt before the glass, to see what sort of a looking sailor he would make. But before beginning this ritual before the mirror, he locked the door carefully, and hung a towel over the knob, so that no one could peep through the keyhole. It is said that throughout his life Melville clung to this practice of draping doorknobs. As soon as I got into the shirt, Melville goes on to say, I began to feel sort of warm and red about the face, which I found was owing to the reflection of the dyed wool upon my skin. After that, I took a pair of scissors and went to cutting my hair, which was very long. I thought every little would help in making me a light hand to run aloft. Next morning, before he reached the ship, it began raining hard, so it was plain there would be no getting to sea that day. But having once said farewell to his friends, and feeling a repetition of the ceremony would be awkward, Melville boarded the ship, where a large man in a large dripping pea jacket, who was corking down the main hatches, directed him in no cordial terms to the forecastle. Rather different was Dana's appearance on board the brig Pilgrim on the 14th of August, 1834, in full sea rig, with my chest containing an outfit for a 2 or 3 years' voyage. Nor did Dana begin in the forecastle. In the dark damp stench of that deserted hole, Melville selected an empty bunk. In the middle of this he deposited the slim bundle of his belongings, and penniless and dripping spent the day walking hungry among the wharves, a day's peregrination that he recounts with vivid and remorseless realism. At night he returned to the forecastle, where he met a thick-headed lad from Lancaster of about his own years. Glad of any companionship, Melville and this lubber boy crawled together in the same bunk. But between the high odor of the forecastle, the loud snoring of his bedfellow, wet, cold and hungry, he went up on deck, where he walked till morning. When the groceries on the wharf opened, he went to make a breakfast of a glass of water. This made him qualmish. My head was dizzy, and I went staggering along the walk, almost blind. By the time Melville got back to the ship, everything was in an uproar. The pea-jacket man was there ordering about men in the riggings, and people were bringing off chickens, and pigs, and beef, and vegetables from the shore. Melville's initial task was the cleaning out of the pig pen. After this he was sent up the topmast with a bucket of a thick lobbered gravy, which slush he dabbed over the mast. This over, and, in the increasing bustle, everything having been made ready to sail, the word was passed to go to dinner fore and aft. Though the sailors surfeited with eating and drinking ashore did not touch the salt beef and potatoes which the black cook handed down into the forecastle, and though this left the whole allowance to me, to my surprise, I found that I could eat little or nothing, for now I only felt deadly faint, but not hungry. Only a lunatic, of course, would expect to find very commodious or airy quarters, any drawing-room amenities, chautauqua uplift, or YMCA insipidities aboard a merchantman of the old sailing days. Nathaniel Ames, a Harvard graduate who a little before Melville's time shipped before the mast, records that on his first vessel, men seeking berths in the forecastle were ordered to bring certificates of good character from their clergymen, an unusual requirement, surely. In more than one memoir, there is mention of a religious ship, an occasional mention that speaks volumes for the heathenism of the majority. Dana says of one of the mates aboard the Pilgrim, "He was too easy and amiable for the mate of a merchantman. He was not the man to call a sailor a son of a bitch and knock him down with a handspike." And J. Gray Jewell, sometime United States consul at Singapore, in his book Among Our Sailors makes a sober and elaborately documented attempt to strip the life of a sailor of its romantic glamour, to show that it is not a round of fun and frolic and jollity with the advantages of seeing many distant lands and people thrown in, an effort that would seem to be unnecessary except to boy readers of Captain Marryat and dime thrillers. Melville's shipmates were, it goes without saying, rough and illiterate men. With typical irony, he says that with a good degree of complacency and satisfaction he compared his own character with that of his shipmates, for I had previously associated with persons of a very discreet life, so that there was little opportunity to magnify myself by comparing myself with my neighbors. In a more serious mood, he says of sailors as a class, the very fact of their being sailors argues a certain restlessness and sensualism of character, ignorance, and depravity. They are deemed almost the refuse of the earth, and the romantic view of them is principally had through romances. And their chances of improvement are not increased, he contends, by the fact that after the vigorous discipline, hardships, dangers and privations of a voyage, they are set adrift in a foreign port, and exposed to 1,000 enticements, which, under the circumstances, would be hard even for virtue to withstand, unless virtue went about on crutches. It was a tradition for centuries fostered in the naval service that the sailor was a dog, a different human species from the landsman, without laws and usages to protect him. This tradition survived among merchant sailors as an unhappy anachronism even into the 20th century, when an American Congress was reluctant to bestow upon seamen the decencies of existence enjoyed by the poorest laborer ashore. Melville's shipmates did not promise to be men of the caliber of which Maria Gansevoort would have approved. With his ship, the Highlander, streaming out through the Narrows, past sights rich in association to his boyish recollection, streaming out and away from all familiar smells and sights and sounds, Melville found himself a sort of Ishmael in the ship, without a single friend or companion, and I began to feel a hatred growing up in me against the whole crew. In other words, Melville was a very homesick boy. But he blended common sense with homesickness. My heart was like lead, and I felt bad enough, heaven knows, but I soon learned that sailors breathe nothing about such things, but strive their best to appear all alive and hearty. And circumstances helped him live up to this gallant insight. For, as he says, there was plenty of work to be done, which kept my thoughts from becoming too much for me. Melville was a boy of stout physical courage, game to the marrow, and in texture of muscle and bone a worthy grandson of General Gansevoort. What would have ruined a sallow constitution, he seems to have thriven upon. Being so illy provided with clothes, he says, I frequently turned into my bunk soaking wet, and turned out again piping hot and smoking like a roasted sirloin, and yet was never the worse for it, for then, I bore a charmed life of youth and health, and was dagger-proof to bodily ill. With alacrity and good sportsmanship, he went at his duties. Before he had been out many days, he had outlived the acute and combined miseries of homesickness and seasickness. The color was back in his cheeks. He is careful to observe with Miltonic vanity. Soon he was taking especial delight in furling the top-gallant sails and royals in a hard wind, and in hopping about in the riggings like a St. Jago's monkey. There was a wild delirium about it, he says, a fine rushing of the blood about the heart, and a glad thrilling and throbbing of the whole system, to find yourself tossed up at every pitch into the clouds of a stormy sky, and hovering like a judgment angel between heaven and earth, both hands free, with one foot in the rigging, and one somewhere behind you in the wind. The food, of course, was neither dainty nor widely varied, an unceasing round of salt pork, stale beef, duff lobscouse and coffee. The thing they called coffee, says Melville with keen descriptive effort, was the most curious tasting drink I ever drank, and tasted as little like coffee as it did like lemonade, though, to be sure, it was generally as cold as lemonade. But what was more curious still, was the different quality and taste of it on different mornings. Sometimes it tasted fishy, as if it were a decoction of Dutch herring, and then it would taste very salt, as if some old horse or sea beef had been boiled in it, and then again it would taste a sort of cheesy, as if the captain had sent his cheese parings forward to make our coffee of, and yet another time it would have such a very bad flavor that I was almost ready to think some old stocking heel had been boiled in it. Notwithstanding the disagreeableness of the flavor, I always used to have a strange curiosity every morning to see what new taste it was going to have, and I never missed making a new discovery and adding another taste to my palate. Withal, Melville might have fared much worse, as contemporaneous accounts more than adequately prove. Even in later days, Frank T. Bullen was able to write, I have often seen the men break up a couple of biscuits into a pot of coffee for breakfast, and after letting it stand for a minute or two, skim off the accumulated scum of vermin from the top, maggots, weevils, etc., to the extent of a couple of tablespoonsful, before they could shovel the mess into their craving stomachs. Melville never complains of maggots or weevils in his biscuits, nor does he complain of being stinted food, during this period, both common enough complaints. The cook, it is true, did not sterilize everything he touched. I never saw him wash but once, says Melville, and that was at one of his own soup pots one dark night when he thought no one saw him. But as has already been imputed to Melville for righteousness, his was not a squeamish stomach, and despite the usual amount of filth on board the Highlander, his meals seem to have gone off easily enough. He has left this pleasant picture of the amenities of food-taking, the sailors sitting cross-legged at their chests in a circle, and breaking the hard biscuit, very sociably, over each other's heads, which was very convenient, indeed, but gave me the headache, at least for the first 4 or 5 days till I got used to it, and then I did not care much about it, only it kept my hair full of crumbs, and I had forgot to bring a fine comb and brush, so I used to shake my hair out to windward over the bulwarks every evening. Though the forecastle was, to characterize it quietly, a cramped and fetid hole, dimly lighted and high in odor, Melville came to be sufficiently acclimated to it to enjoy lying on his back in his bunk during a forenoon watch below, reading while his messmates slept. His bunk was an upper one, and right under the head of it was a bullseye, inserted into the deck to give light. Here he read an account of shipwrecks and disasters at sea, and a large black volume on delirium tremens, Melville's share in the effects of a sailor whose bunk he occupied, who had, in a frenzy of drunkenness, hurled himself overboard. Here Melville also struggled to read Smith's Wealth of Nations. But soon I gave it up for lost work, says Melville, and thought that the old backgammon board we had at home, lettered on the back the history of Rome, was quite as full of matter, and a great deal more entertaining. The forecastle, however, was not invariably the setting for scenes so idyllic. Drunkenness there was aplenty, especially at the beginning of the voyage both from New York and from Liverpool. Of the 3 new men shipped at Liverpool, 2 were so drunk they were unable to engage in their duties until some hours after the boat quit the pier, but the 3rd, down on the ship's papers as Miguel Saavedra, had to be carried in by a crimp and slung into a bunk where he lay locked in a trance. To heighten the discomforts of the forecastle, there was soon added to the stench of sweated flesh, old clothes, tobacco smoke, rum and bilge, a new odor, attributed to the presence of a dead rat. Some days before, the forecastle had been smoked out to extirpate the vermin overrunning her, a smoking that seemed to have been fatal to a rodent among the hollow spaces in the side planks. At midnight, the larboard watch, to which I belonged, turned out, and instantly as every man waked, he exclaimed at the now intolerable smell, supposed to be heightened by the shaking up of the bilge water, from the ship's rolling. "Blast that rat!" cried the Greenlander. "He's blasted already," said Jackson, who in his drawers had crossed over to the bunk of Miguel. "It's a water rat, shipmates, that's dead, and here he is," and with that he dragged forth the sailor's arm, exclaiming, "Dead as a timber head." Upon this the men rushed toward the bunk, Max with the light, which he held to the man's face. "No, he's not dead," he cried, as the yellow flame wavered for a moment at the seaman's motionless mouth. But hardly had the words escaped when, to the silent horror of all, 2 threads of greenish fire, like a forked tongue, darted out between his lips, and in a moment the cadaverous face was crawled over by a swarm of worm-like flames. The light dropped from the hand of Max, and went out, while covered all over with spires and sparkles of flame, that faintly crackled in the silence. The uncovered parts of the body burned before us, precisely like a phosphorescent shark in a midnight sea. The eyes were open and fixed, the mouth was curled like a scroll, while the whole face, now wound in curls of soft blue flame, wore an aspect of grim defiance and eternal death. Prometheus blasted by fire on the rock. One arm, its red shirt sleeve rolled up, exposed the man's name, tattooed in vermilion, near the hollow of the middle joint, and as if there was something peculiar in the painted flesh, every vibrating letter burned so white that you might read the flaming name in the flickering ground of blue. "Where's that damned Miguel?" was now shouted down among us by the mate. "He's gone to the harbor where they never weigh anchor," coughed Jackson. "Come down, sir, and look." Thinking that Jackson intended to beard him, the mate sprang down in a rage, but recoiled at the burning body as if he had been shot by a bullet. "Take hold of it," said Jackson at last, to the Greenlander, "it must go overboard. Don't stand shaking there, like a dog, take hold of it, I say, but stop," and smothering it all in the blankets, he pulled it partly out of the bunk. A few minutes more, and it fell with a bubble among the phosphorescent sparkles of the sea, leaving a coruscating wake as it sank. After this, Melville ceased reading in the forecastle. And indeed no other sailor but Jackson would stay in the forecastle alone, and none would laugh or sing there, none but Jackson. But he, while the rest would be sitting silently smoking on their chests, or on their bunks, would look towards the nailed-up bunk of Miguel and cough, and laugh, and invoke the dead man with scoffs and jeers. Of Melville's shipmates, surely this Jackson was the most remarkable, a fit rival to Conrad's nigger of the Narcissus. Max and the Greenlander were merely typical old tars. Mr. Thompson, the grave Negro cook, with his leaning towards metaphysics and his disquisitions on original sin, together with his old crony, Lavendar the steward, with his amorous backslidings, his cologne water, and his brimstone pantaloons, though mildly diverting, were usual enough. Blunt, too, with his collection of hair oils, and his dream book, and his flowing bumpers of horse salts, though picturesque, was pale in comparison with Jackson. Larry, the old whaler, with his sentimental distaste for civilized society, was a forerunner of Mr. H. L. Mencken, and as such, deserves a more prominent mention. "And what's the use of being sniveleased?" he asks Melville. "Sniveleased chaps only learn the way to take on 'bout life, and snivel. Blast Amricky, I say. I tell ye, ye wouldn't have been to sea here, led in this dog's life, if you hadn't been sniveleased. Sniveleasation has been the ruin on ye, and it's spiled me complete. I might have been a great man in Madagascar, it's too darned bad. Blast Amricky, I say. But flat, stale and unprofitable seem the whole ship's company in comparison with the demoniacal Jackson." Saint Beuve, in reviewing an early work of Cooper's, speaks enthusiastically of Cooper's faculté créatrice qui enfant it met au monde des caractères nouveaux, it en vertu de laquelle rabilis aprodit panurge le sage Gil Blas Richardson Clarissa. In The Confidence Man, Melville spends a chapter discussing originality in literature. The phrase quite an original, he maintains, in contempt of Saint Beuve, is a phrase, we fancy, oftener used by the young, or the unlearned, or the untravelled, than by the old, or the well-read, or the man who has made the grand tour. This faculty of creating originals, which is, after all, as both Melville and Flaubert clearly saw, but a quality of observation, Melville had to an unusual degree. In this incongruous group of striking originals Jackson deserves, as Melville says, a lofty gallows. Though Tiberius come in the succession of the Caesars, and though unmatchable Tacitus has embalmed his carrion, writes Melville in the luxurious cadence of Sir Thomas Browne, which some of his critics have stigmatized as both the sign and cause of his later madness, yet do I account this Yankee Jackson full as dignified a personage as he, and as well meriting his lofty gallows in history, even though he was a nameless vagabond without an epitaph, and none but I narrate what he was. For there is no dignity in wickedness, whether in purple or rags, and hell is a democracy of devils, where all are equals. In historically canonizing on earth the condemned below, and lifting up and lauding the illustrious damned, we do but make ensamples of wickedness, and call upon ambition to do some great iniquity to be sure of fame. When Melville came to know Jackson, nothing was left of him but the foul lees and dregs of a man, a walking skeleton encased in a skin as yellow as gamboge, branded with the marks of a fearful end near at hand, like that of King Antiochus of Syria, who died a worse death, history says, than if he had been stung out of the world by wasps and hornets. In appearance he suggests Villon at the time when the gallows spared him the death penalty of his vices. He looked like a man with his hair shaved off and just recovering from the yellow fever. His hair had fallen out, his nose was broken in the middle, he squinted in one eye. But to Melville that squinting eye was the most deep, subtle, infernal-looking eye that I ever saw lodged in a human head. I believe that by good rights it must have belonged to a wolf, or starved tiger. At any rate I would defy any oculist to turn out a glass eye half so cold and snaky and deadly. He was a foul-mouthed bully, and being the best seaman on board, and very overbearing every way, all the men were afraid of him, and durst not contradict him or cross his path in anything. And what made this more remarkable was, that he was the weakest man, bodily, of the whole crew. But he had such an overawing way with him, such a deal of brass and impudence, such an unflinching face, and withal was such a hideous mortal, that Satan himself would have run from him. The whole crew stood in mortal fear of him, and cringed and fawned before him like so many spaniels. They would rub his back after he was undressed and lying in his bunk, and run up on deck to the cook-house to warm some cold coffee for him, and fill his pipe, and give him chews of tobacco, and mend his jackets and trousers, and watch and tend and nurse him every way. And all the time he would sit scowling on them, and found fault with what they did, and I noticed that those who did the most for him were the ones he most abused. These he flouted and jeered and laughed to scorn, on occasion breaking out in such a rage that his lips glued together at the corners with a fine white foam. His age it was impossible to tell, for he had no beard, and no wrinkles except for small crow's feet about the eyes. He might have been 30, or perhaps 50 years. But according to his own account, he had been at sea ever since he was 8 years old, when he first went to sea as a cabin boy in an Indiaman, and ran away at Calcutta. And according to his own account, too, he had passed through every kind of dissipation and abandonment in the worst parts of the world. He had served in Portuguese slavers on the coast of Africa, and with diabolical relish would tell of the Middle Passage where the slaves were stowed, heel and point, like logs, and the suffocated and dead were unmanacled and weeded out from the living each morning before washing down the decks. Though he was apt to be dumb at times, and would sit with his eyes fixed, and his teeth set, like a man in the moody madness, yet when he did speak his whole talk was full of piracies, plagues, poisonings, seasoned with filth and blasphemy. Though he never attended churches and knew nothing of Christianity, no more than a Malay pirate, and though he could not read a word, yet he was spontaneously an atheist and an infidel, and during the long night watches, would enter into arguments to prove that there was nothing to be believed, nothing to be loved, and nothing worth living for, but everything to be hated in the wide world. He was a cane afloat, branded on his yellow brow with some inscrutable curse, and going about corrupting and searing every heart that beat near him. The last scene in his eventful history took place off Cape Cod, when, in a stiff favorable breeze, the captain was impatient to make his port before a shift of wind. 4 sullen weeks previous to this had Jackson spent in the forecastle without touching a rope. Every day since leaving New York Jackson had seemed to be growing worse and worse, both in body and mind. And all the time, though his face grew thinner and thinner, his eyes seemed to kindle more and more, as if he were going to die out at last, and leave them burning like tapers before his corpse. When, after these 4 weeks of idleness, Jackson, to the surprise of the crew, came up on deck, his aspect was damp and deathlike. The blue hollows of his eyes were like vaults full of snakes, and issuing so unexpectedly from his dark tomb in the forecastle, he looked like a man raised from the dead. Before the sailors had made fast the reef tackle, Jackson was tottering up the rigging, thus getting the start of them, and securing his place at the extreme weather end of the topsail yard, which in reefing is accounted the place of honor. For it was one of the characteristics of this man that though when on duty he would shy away from mere dull work in a calm, yet in tempest time he always claimed the van and would yield to none. Soon we were all strung along the main topsail yard, the ship rearing and plunging under us like a runaway steed, each man griping his reef point, and sideways leaning, dragging the sail over towards Jackson, whose business it was to confine the reef corner to the yard. His hat and shoes were off, and he rode the yard arm end, leaning backward to the gale, and pulling at the earing rope like a bridle. At all times, this is a moment of frantic exertion with sailors, whose spirits seem then to partake of the commotion of the elements as they hang in the gale between heaven and earth, and then it is, too, that they are the most profane. "Haul out to windward," coughed Jackson, with a blasphemous cry, and he threw himself back with a violent strain upon the bridle in his hand. but the wild words were hardly out of his mouth when his hands dropped to his side, and the bellying sail was spattered with a torrent of blood from his lungs. As the man next him stretched out his arm to save, Jackson fell headlong from the yard, and with a long seethe, plunged like a diver into the sea. It was when the ship had rolled to windward, which, with the long projection of the yard arm over the side, made him strike far out upon the water. His fall was seen by the whole upward-gazing crowd on deck, some of whom were spotted with the blood that trickled from the sail, while they raised a spontaneous cry, so shrill and wild that a blind man might have known something deadly had happened. Clutching our reef joints, we hung over the stick, and gazed down to the one white bubbling spot which had closed over the head of our shipmate, but the next minute it was brewed into the common yeast of the waves, and Jackson never arose. We waited a few minutes, expecting an order to descend, haul back the foreyard, and man the boats, but instead of that, the next sound that greeted us was, "Bear a hand and reef away, men," from the mate. Chapter V Discoveries on Two Continents. If you read of St. Peter's, they say, and then go and visit it, 10 to 1, you account it a dwarf compared to your high-raised ideal. And, doubtless, Jonah himself must have been much disappointed when he looked up to the domed midriff surmounting the whale's belly, and surveyed the ribbed pillars around him. A pretty large belly, to be sure, thought he, but not so big as it might have been. Herman Melville, Redburn. The merchantman on which Melville shipped was not a Liverpool liner, or packet ship, plying in connection with a sisterhood of packets. She was a regular trader to Liverpool, sailing upon no fixed days, and acting very much as she pleased, being bound by no obligation of any kind, though in all her voyages ever having New York or Liverpool for her destination. Melville's craft was not a greyhound, not a very fast sailor. The swifter of the packet ships then made the passage in 15 or 16 days. The Highlander, traveling at a more matronly pace, was out on the Atlantic a leisurely month. It was very early in the month of June that we sailed, says Melville, and I had greatly rejoiced that it was that time of year, for it would be warm and pleasant upon the ocean, I thought, and my voyage would be like a summer excursion to the seashore for the benefit of the salt water, and a change of scene and society. But the fact was not identical with Melville's fancy, and before many days at sea, he found it a galling mockery to remember that his sisters had promised to tell all enquiring friends that he had gone abroad, just as if I was visiting Europe on a tour with my tutor. Though his 30 days at sea considerably disabused him, for the time, of the unmitigated delights of ocean travel in the forecastle, still always in the vague and retreating distance did he hold to the promise of some stupendous discovery still in store. Finally, one morning when he came on deck, he was thrilled to discover that he was, in sober fact, within sight of a foreign land, a shoreline that in imagination he transformed into the sea-coast of Bohemia. A foreign country actually visible. But as he gazed ashore, disillusion ran hot upon the heels of his romantic expectations. Was that Ireland? Why, there was nothing remarkable about that, nothing startling. If that's the way a foreign country looks, I might as well have stayed at home. Now what, exactly, I had fancied the shore would look like, I cannot say, but I had a vague idea that it would be something strange and wonderful. The next land they sighted was Wales. It was high noon, and a long line of purple mountains lay like a bank of clouds against the east. But, after all, the general effect of these mountains was mortifyingly like the general effect of the Catskill Mountains on the Hudson River. It was not until midnight of the third day that they arrived at the mouth of the Mersey. Before the following daybreak they took the first flood. Presently, in the misty twilight, we passed immense buoys, and caught sight of distant objects on shore, vague and shadowy shapes, like Ossian's ghosts. And then it was that Melville found leisure to lean over the side, trying to summon up some image of Liverpool, to see how the reality would answer to my concept. As the day advanced, the river contracted, and in the clear morning Melville got his first sharp impression of a foreign port. I beheld lofty ranges of dingy warehouses, which seemed very deficient in the elements of the marvelous, and bore a most unexpected resemblance to the warehouses along South Street in New York. There was nothing strange, nothing extraordinary about them. There they stood, a row of calm and collected warehouses, very good and substantial edifices, doubtless, and admirably adapted to the ends had in view by the builders, but yet, these edifices, I must confess, were a sad and bitter disappointment to me. Melville was 6 weeks in Liverpool. Of this part of his adventure, he says in Redburn, I do not mean to present a diary of my stay there. I shall here simply record the general tenor of the life led by our crew during that interval, and will proceed to note down, at random, my own wanderings about town, and impressions of things as they are recalled to me now after the lapse of so many, 12 years. Not the least important detail of these 6 weeks is the fact that Melville and his shipmates were very well fed at the sign of the Baltimore Clipper. The roast beef of Old England abounded, and so did the immortal plum puddings and the unspeakably capital gooseberry pies. Owing to the strict but necessary regulations of the Liverpool docks, no fire of any kind was allowed on board the vessels within them. And hence, though the sailors of the Highlander slept in the forecastle, they were fed ashore at the expense of the ship's owners. This, in a large crew remaining at Liverpool more than 6 weeks, as the Highlander did, formed no inconsiderable item in the expenses of the voyage. The Baltimore Clipper was one of the boarding houses near the docks which flourished on the appetite of sailors. At the Baltimore Clipper was fed not only the crew of the Highlander, but, each in a separate apartment, a variety of other crews as well. Since each crew was known collectively by the name of its ship, the shouts of the servant girls running about at dinner time mustering their guests must have been alarming to an uninitiated visitor. Where are the empresses of China? Here's their beef been smoking this half hour. Fly, Betty, my dear, here come the panthers. Run, Molly, my love, get the salt cellars for the Splendids. You, Peggy, where's the Siddons pickle pot? I say, Judy, are you never coming with that pudding for the sultans? It was to the Baltimore clipper that Jackson immediately led the ship's crew when they first sprang ashore, up this street and down that till at last he brought them to their destination in a narrow lane filled with boarding houses, spirit vaults and sailors. While Melville's shipmates were engaged in tippling and talking with numerous old acquaintances of theirs in the neighborhood who thronged about the door, he sat alone in the dining room appropriated to the Highlanders, meditating upon the fact that I was now seated upon an English bench, under an English roof, in an English tavern, forming an integral part of the British Empire. Melville examined the place attentively. It was a long narrow little room, with one small arched window with red curtains, looking out upon a smoky, untidy yard, bounded by a dingy brick wall, the top of which was horrible with pieces of broken old bottles stuck into mortar. A dull lamp swung overhead, placed in a wooden ship suspended from the ceiling. The walls were covered with a paper, representing an endless succession of vessels of all nations continually circumnavigating the apartment. From the street came a confused uproar of ballad singers, bawling women, babies, and drunken sailors. It was during this disenchanting examination that the realization began to creep chillingly over Melville that his prospect of seeing the world as a sailor was, after all, but very doubtful. It seems never to have struck him before that sailors but hover about the edges of terra firma, that they land only upon wharves and pier-heads, and their reminiscences of travel are only a dim recollection of a chain of tap-rooms surrounding the globe. Melville's 6 weeks in Liverpool offered him, however, opportunity to make slightly more extended observations. During these weeks he was free to go where he pleased between 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the following dawn. Sundays he had entirely at his own disposal. But withal, it was an excessively limited and distorted version of England that was open for his examination. Except for his shipmates, his very distant cousin, the Earl of Leven and Melville and Queen Victoria and such like notables, he knew by name no living soul in the British Isles. And neither his companions in the forecastle, nor the remote and elaborately titled strangers of Melville House, offered encouragement of an easy and glowing intimacy. With but $3 as his net capital, money advanced him in Liverpool by the ship, and without a thread of presentable clothing on his back, he could not hope promiscuously to ingratiate himself either by his purse or the adornments of his person. Thus lacking in the fundamentals of friendship, his native charms stood him in little stead. So alone he walked the streets of Liverpool and gratuitously saw the sights. While on the high seas, Melville had improved his fallow hours by poring over an old guidebook of Liverpool that had descended to him from his father. This old family relic was to Melville cherished with a passionate and reverent affection. Around it clustered most of the fond associations that are the chords of man. It had been handled by Allen amid the very scenes it described. It bore some half-effaced miscellaneous memoranda in pencil, characteristic of a methodical mind, and therefore indubitably my father's, jottings of a strange, subdued, old, midsummer interest to Melville. And on the fly-leaves were crabbed inscriptions, and crayon sketches of wild animals and falling air castles. These decorations were the handiwork of Melville and his brothers and sisters and cousins. Of his own contributions, Melville says, as poets do with their juvenile sonnets, I might write under this horse, drawn at the age of 3 years, and under this autograph, executed at the age of 8. This guidebook was to Melville a sacred volume, and he expresses a wish that he might immortalize it. Addressing this unpretentious-looking little green-bound, spotted and tarnished guidebook, he exclaims, "Dear book! I will sell my Shakespeare, and even sacrifice my old quarto Hogarth, before I will part from you. Yes, I will go to the hammer myself, ere I send you to be knocked down in the auctioneer's scrambles. I will, my beloved, till you drop leaf from leaf, and letter from letter, you shall have a snug shelf somewhere, though I have no bench for myself." To the earlier manuscript additions to this guidebook, Melville added, while on the Atlantic, drawings of ships and anchors, and snatches of Dubdin's sea poetry. And as he lay in his bunk, with the aid of this antiquated volume he used to take pleasant afternoon rambles through the town, down St. James Street and up Great George's, stopping at various places of interest and attraction so familiar seemed the features of the map. But in this vagabondage of reverie he was but preparing for himself a poignant disillusionment. Lying in the dim, reeking forecastle, with his head full of deceitful daydreams, he was being tossed by the creaking ship towards a bitter awakening. The Liverpool of the guidebook purported to be the Liverpool of 1808. The Liverpool of which Melville dreamed was, of course, without date and local habitation. When Melville found himself face to face with the solid reality of the Liverpool of 1837, he was offered an object lesson in mutability. As the brute facts smote in the face of his cherished sentimentalizings, he sat his concrete self down on a particular shop step in a certain street in Liverpool, reflected on guidebooks and luxuriated in disenchantment. Guidebooks, he then came to see, are the least reliable books in all literature, and nearly all literature, in one sense, is made up of guidebooks. Old ones tell us the ways our fathers went, but how few of those former places can their posterity trace. In the end he sealed his moralizing by the pious reflection that there is one holy guidebook that will never lead you astray if you but follow it aright. There can be no doubt that the ghost of Allen, retracing its mundane haunts at that moment, trailed its shadowy substance through the offspring of its discarded flesh. If this same paternal ghost, recognizing its kinship with this obstruction of blood and bone, tracked in futile affection at Melville's heels through Liverpool, only a posthumous survival of its terrestrial Calvinism could have spared it an agonized 6 weeks. Only the sardonic optimism of a faith in predestination could have saved Allen's shade from consternation and fear at the chances of Melville's flesh. Or it may be that Allen was sent as a disembodied spectator to haunt Melville's wake, by way of penance for his pre-ghostly theological errors. In any event, Melville, on occasion, took Allen through the most hideous parts of Liverpool. Of evenings they strolled through the narrow streets where the sailors' boarding houses were. Hand organs, fiddlers, and cymbals, plied by strolling musicians, mixed with the songs of seamen, the babble of women and children, and groaning and whining of beggars. From the various boarding houses proceeded the noise of revelry and dancing, and from the open casements leaned young girls and old women chattering and laughing with the crowds in the middle of the street. In the vicinity were notorious Corinthian haunts which in depravity are not to be matched by anything this side of the pit that is bottomless. Along Rotten Row, Gibraltar Place and Boodle Alley Melville surveyed the sooty and begrimed bricks of haunts of abomination which to Melville's boyish eyes, seen through the protecting lens of Alan's ghost, had a reeking, Sodom-like and murderous look. Melville excuses himself in the name of propriety from particularizing the vices of the residents of this quarter, but kidnappers and resurrectionists, he declares, are almost saints and angels to them. Melville satirically pictures himself as pathetically innocent to the iniquities of the flesh and the devil when he left home to view the world. He was, he says, a member both of a juvenile total abstinence association and of an anti-smoking society organized by the principal of his Sunday school. With dire compunctions of conscience, which had been considerably weakened by seasickness, Melville had his first swig of spirits, administered medicinally to him by a paternal old tar, before they were many hours out upon the Atlantic. But neither on the high seas nor in England does he seem to have been prematurely tempted by the bottle. And this, for the adequate reason that united to his innocence of years, his very limited finances spared him the solicitations of toping companions as well as the luxury of precocious solitary tippling. Though at the beginning of the voyage he refused the friendly offer of a cigar, he less austerely eschewed tobacco by the time he again struck land. Melville did not, throughout his life, hold so strictly to the puritanical prohibitions of his boyhood. A page from one of Melville's journals: the youthful member of the Anti-Smoking Society came in later years to be a heroic consumer of tobacco, and the happiest hours of his life were haloed with brooding blue haze. Nothing so beguiling, he wrote in 1849, as the fumes of tobacco, whether inhaled through hookah, nargil, chibuk, Dutch porcelain, pure principe, or regalia. On another occasion he expressed a desire to sit cross-legged and smoke out eternity. And the youthful pillar of the Juvenile Total Abstinence Association, growing in wisdom as he took on years, lived to do regal penance for his unholy childhood pledge. His avowed refusal to believe in a temperance heaven would seem to imply a conviction that it is only the damned who never drink. In his amazing novel Mardi, which won him acclaim in France as Un Rabilis Americain, wine flows in ruddy and golden rivers. And the most brilliantly fantastic philosophizing, the keenest wit of the demigods that lounge through this wild novel, are concomitant upon the heroic draining of beaded bumpers. In Mardi, Melville celebrates the civilizing influences of wine with the same devout and urbane affection to be found in Horace and Meredith. On occasion, however, he seems to share Baudelaire's conviction that one should be drunk always, and drunk on wine in the manner of the best period. He quotes with approval the epitaph of Cyrus the Great: "I could drink a great deal of wine, and it did me a great deal of good." In Cleril he asks, at Cana, who renewed the wine. In the riotous chapter wherein Tagi sits down to dinner with 25 kings, and a royal time they have, there is an exuberant tilting of calabashes that would have won the esteem even of Socrates and Pantagruel. One wonders if Rabelais, in his youth, did not belong to some juvenile total abstinence society, or if Socrates, who both lived and died over a cup, had not as a boy committed an equally heinous sacrilege to Dionysius. On board the Highlander Melville was too young yet to have come to a sense of the iniquity of the deadly virtues. He was not thereby, however, tempted to the optimism of despair that preaches that because God is isolated in his heaven, all is right with the world. Even at 17 Melville had keenly felt that much in the world needs mending. And at 17, more than at any other period, he felt moved to exert himself to set the world aright. A shipboard, the field of his operations being very limited, he cast a missionary eye upon the rum-soaked profanity and lechery of his shipmates. I called to mind a sermon I had once heard in a church in behalf of sailors, says Melville, when the preacher called them strayed lambs from the fold, and compared them to poor lost children, babes in the wood, or orphans without fathers or mothers. Overflowing with the milk of human kindness at the sad condition of these amiable outcasts, Melville, during his first watch, made bold to ask one of them if he was in the habit of going to church. The sailor answered that he had been in a church once, some 10 or 12 years before, in London, and on a weekday had helped to move the floating chapel round the Battery from North River. This first and last effort of Melville's to evangelize a shipmate ended in winning Melville hearty ridicule. "If I had not felt so terribly angry," he says, "I should certainly have felt very much like a fool. But my being so angry prevented me from feeling foolish, which is very lucky for people in a passion." Though Melville made no further effort to save the souls of his shipmates, his own seems not to have been jeopardized by any hankering after the instruments of damnation. As has been said, he was without friends, both a shipboard and later ashore, a complete absence of companionship that on occasion inspired him with a parched desire for some friend to whom to say how sweet is solitude. He craved in his isolation, he says, to give his whole soul to another. In its loneliness it was yearning to throw itself into the unbounded bosom of some immaculate friend. In Redburn, Melville spends a generous number of pages in celebrating his encounter with a good-for-nothing but courtly youth whom he calls Harry Bolton. He was one of those small, but perfectly formed beings with curling hair, and silken muscles, who seem to have been born in cocoons. His complexion was a mantling brunette, feminine as a girl's. His feet were small, his hands were white, and his eyes were large, black and womanly, and, poetry aside, his voice was as the sound of a harp. How much of Harry Bolton is fact, how much fiction, is impossible to tell. The most significant thing about him is Melville's evident affection for him, no matter who made him. In Redburn, this engaging dandy kidnaps Melville, and takes him for a mysterious night up to London, a night spent, to Melville's consternation, in a gambling palace of the sort that exists only in the febrile and envious imagination of vitriolic Puritans. In his description of this escapade, Melville owes more, perhaps, to his early spiritual guides than to any first-hand observation. This flight to London in Redburn, its abrupt reversal, and the escape to America of Harry Bolton, may, of course, all be founded on sober fact. But there is a lack of verisimilitude in the recounting that prompts to the suspicion that in this part of the narrative, Melville is making brave and unconvincing concessions to romance. Not, of course, that Melville in his youth was incapable of the wild impetuosity of suddenly leaving his ship and running up to London with an engagingly romantic stranger. He did more impulsive and far more surprising things than that before he died. But his account of this adventure in Redburn reads hollow and false. Harry Bolton must be discounted as myth until he is more cogently substantiated as history. In Liverpool, Melville seems to have spent his leisure in company with his thoughts, wandering along the docks and about the city. Each Sunday morning he went regularly to church. Sunday afternoons he spent walking in the neighbouring country. His most vivid impressions of Liverpool were of the terrible poverty he saw, and it is doubtful if there is a more ruthless piece of realism in the language than his account in Redburn of the slow death through starvation of the mother and children that Melville found lying in a cellar, and whose lives he tried in vain to save. The green cold bodies in the morgue, the rag-pickers, the variety of criminals that haunt the shadows of the docks, these too came in for characterization. The noblest sight that Melville found in England, it would seem, was the truck horses he saw round the docks. So grave, dignified, gentlemanly and courteous did these fine truck horses look, so full of calm intelligence and sagacity, that often I endeavored to get into conversation with them as they stood in contemplative attitudes while their loads were preparing. And Melville admired the truckmen also. Their spending so much of their valuable lives in the high-bred company of their horses seems to have mended their manners and improved their taste, but it has also given to them a sort of refined and unconscious aversion to human society. Though Melville grew to a most uncomplimentary rating of the human biped, he always cherished a very deep reverence for some of his four-footed brothers. There are unknown worlds of knowledge in brutes, he wrote, and whenever you mark a horse, or a dog, with a peculiarly mild, calm, deep-seated eye, be sure he is an Aristotle or a Kant, tranquilly speculating upon the mysteries in man. The trip back across the Atlantic, after 6 weeks in Liverpool, though longer than the outbound passage, was for Melville less of an ordeal. He was no longer a bewildered stranger in the forecastle or in the riggings, so he turned his eye to other parts of the ship. It was the steerage of the Highlander packed with its 400 or 500 emigrants, that gave him most bitter occasion to reflect on the criminal nature of the universe. Because of insufficient provisions in food for an unexpectedly prolonged voyage, the dirty weather, and the absence of the most indispensable conveniences, these emigrants suffered almost incredible hardships. Before they had been at sea a week, to hold one's head down the fore hatchway, Melville says, was like holding it down a suddenly opened cesspool. The noisome confinement in this close, unventilated and crowded den, and the deprivation of sufficient food, helped by personal uncleanliness, brought on a malignant fever among the emigrants. The result was the death of some dozens of them, a panic throughout the ship, and a novel indulgence in spasmodic devotions. Horrible as the sights of the steerage were, the cabin, perhaps, presented a scene equally despairing. Trunks were opened for Bibles, and at last, even prayer meetings were held over the very tables across which the loud jest had been so often heard. But with the coming of fair winds and fine weather the pestilence subsided, and the ship steered merrily towards New York. The steerage was cleaned thoroughly with sand and water. The place was then fumigated, and dried with pieces of coal from the gallery, so that when the Highlander steamed into New York harbor no stranger would have imagined, from her appearance, that the Highlander had made other than a tidy and prosperous voyage. Thus, some sea captains take good heed that benevolent citizens shall not get a glimpse of the true condition of the steerage while at sea. As they came into the Narrows, no more did we think of the gale and the plague, nor turn our eyes upward to the stains of blood still visible on the topsail, whence Jackson had fallen. Oh, he who has never been afar, let him once go from home, to know what home is. Hurrah! Hurrah! And 10,000 times hurrah! Down goes our anchor, fathoms down into the free and independent Yankee mud, one handful of which was now worth a broad manor in England. Melville spent the greater part of the night walking the deck and gazing at the 1,000 lights of the city. At sunrise, the Highlander warped into a berth at the foot of Wall Street, and the old ship was knotted, stem and stern, to the pier. This knotting of the ship was the unknotting of the bonds of the sailors, for, the ship once fast to the wharf, Melville and his shipmates were free. So with a rush and a shout they bounded ashore, all but Melville. He went down into the forecastle and sat on a chest. The ship he had loathed, while he was imprisoned in it, grew lovely in his eyes when he was free to bid it forever farewell. In the tarry old den he sat, the only inhabitant of the deserted ship but for the mate and the rats. He sat there and let his eyes linger over every familiar old plank. For the scene of suffering is a scene of joy when the suffering is past, he says, inverting the reflection of Dante, and the silent reminiscence of hardship departed, is sweeter than the presence of delight. According to this philosophy, the more accumulated and overwhelming the hardships we survive, the richer and sweeter will be the ensuing hours of thoughtful recollection. For whom the Lord loveth he chasteneth. And pleasure's crown of pleasure is remembering sorrier things. So indoctrinated, Melville should have viewed the concluding scene with the captain of the Highlander, on the day the sailors drew their wages, with eternal thanksgiving. Seated in a sumptuous armchair, behind a lustrous inlaid desk, sat Captain Rugger, arrayed in his city hotel suit, looking magisterial as the Lord High Admiral of England. Hat in hand, the sailors stood deferentially in a semicircle before him, while the captain held the ship papers in his hand, and one by one called their names, and in mellow bank notes, beautiful sight, paid them their wages. The sailors, after counting their cash very carefully, and seeing all was right, and not a banknote was dog-eared, in which case they would have demanded another, salaamed and withdrew, leaving me face to face with the Paymaster General of the forces. Melville stood a while, looking as polite as possible, he says, and expecting every moment to hear his name called. But no such name did he hear. The captain, throwing aside his accounts, lighted a very fragrant cigar, took up the morning paper, I think it was the Herald, threw his leg over one arm of the chair, and plunged into the latest intelligence from all parts of the world. Melville hemmed, and scraped his foot to increase the disturbance. The Paymaster General looked up. Melville demanded his wages. The captain laughed, and taking a long inspiration of smoke, removed his cigar, and sat sideways looking at Melville, letting the vapor slowly wriggle and spiralize out of his mouth. Captain Rugger, said Melville, do you not remember that about 4 months ago, my friend Mr. Jones and myself had an interview with you in this very cabin, when it was agreed that I was to go out in your ship, and receive $3 per month for my services? Well, Captain Rugger, I have gone out with you, and returned, and now, sir, I'll thank you for my pay. Ah, yes, I remember, said the captain. Mr. Jones. Ha! Ha! I remember Mr. Jones, a very gentlemanly gentleman, and stop, you, too, are the son of a wealthy French importer, and, let me think, was not your great-uncle a barber? No, thundered Melville, his Gansevoort temper up. Captain Rugger suavely turned over his accounts. Hum, yes, here it is, Wellingborough Redburn, at $3 a month. Say 4 months, that's $12, less $3 advanced in Liverpool, that makes it $9, less 3 hammers and 2 scrapers lost overboard, that brings it to $4.25. I owe you $4.25, I believe, young gentleman. So it seems, said Melville with staring eyes. And now let me see what you owe me, and then we'll be able to square the yards, Monsieur Redburn. Owe him. Melville confesses to thinking, what do I owe him but a grudge? But Melville concealed his resentment. Presently Captain Rugger said, by running away from the ship in Liverpool, you forfeited your wages, which amount to $12, and there has been advanced to you, in money, hammers and scrapers, $7.75, you are therefore indebted to me for precisely that sum. I'll thank you for the money. He extended his open palm across the desk. The precise nature of Melville's eloquence at this juncture of his career has not been recorded. Penniless, he left the ship, to trail after his shipmates as they withdrew along the wharf to stop at a sailor's retreat, poetically denominated the Flashes. Here they all came to anchor before the bar. Well, mateys, said one of them, at last, I suppose we shan't see each other again. Come, let's splice the main brace all round, and drink to the last voyage. And so they did. Then they shook hands all round, 3 times 3, and disappeared in couples through the several doorways. Melville stood on the corner in front of the flashes till the last of his shipmates was out of sight. Then he walked down to the battery, and within a stone's throw of the place of his birth, sat on one of the benches, under the summer shade of the trees. It was a quiet, beautiful scene, he says, full of promenading ladies and gentlemen, and through the fresh and bright foliage he looked out over the bay, varied with glancing ships. It would be a pretty fine world, he thought, if I only had a little money to enjoy it. He leaves it ambiguous whether or not he imbibed his optimism at the flashes. Equally veiled does he leave the mystery by which he came by the money to pay his passage on the steamboat up to Albany, a trip he took that afternoon. I pass over the reception I met with at home, how I plunged into embraces, long and loving, he says. I pass over this. For the home we return to, is never the home that we leave, and the more desperate the leave-taking, the more pathetic the return. Chapter 6 Pedagogy, Pugilism and Letters. It is often to be observed, that as in digging for precious metals in the mines, much earthly rubbish has first to be troublesomely handled and thrown out, so, in digging in one's soul for the fine gold of genius, much dullness and commonplace is first brought to light. Happy would it be, if the man possessed in himself some receptacle for his own rubbish of this sort, but he is like the occupant of a dwelling, whose refuse cannot be clapped into his own cellar, but must be deposited in the street before his own door, for the public functionaries to take care of. Herman Melville, Pierre. The record of the next 3.5 years of Melville's life is extremely scant. What he was doing and thinking and feeling must be left almost completely to surmise. In the brief record of his life preserved in the commonplace book of his wife, this period between Liverpool and the South Seas is dismissed in a single sentence: taught school at intervals in Petersfield and in Greenbush, now East Albany, NY. Arthur Stidman, who got his facts largely from Mrs. Melville, in his biographical and critical introduction to Type E, slightly enlarges upon this statement. A good part of the succeeding 3 years, from 1837 to 1840, says Stidman, was occupied with school teaching. While so engaged at Greenbush, now East Albany, NY, he received the munificent salary of $6 a quarter and board. He taught for 1 term at Petersfield, Mass., boarding around with the families of his pupils, in true American fashion, and early suppressing, on one memorable occasion, the efforts of his larger scholars to inaugurate a rebellion by physical force. J. E. Smith, in his biographical sketch already cited, dates this memorable mating of pedagogy and pugilism somewhat earlier. Besides teaching during these years, Melville was engaged in another activity, which all of his biographers, if they knew of it at all, pass over in decent silence, an activity to which Melville devotes a whole book of Pierre. It still remains to be said, says Melville, that Pierre himself had written many a fugitive thing, which had brought him not only vast credit and compliments from his more immediate acquaintances, but the less partial applauses of the always intelligent and extremely discriminating public. In short, Pierre had frequently done that which many other boys have done, published. Not in the imposing form of a book, but in the more modest and becoming way of occasional contributions to magazines and other polite periodicals. Not only the public had applauded his gemmed little sketches of thought and fancy, but the high and mighty Campbell clan of editors of all sorts had bestowed upon them those generous commendations which, with one instantaneous glance, they had immediately perceived was his due. 1. After endorsingly quoting that sapient, suppressed maxim of Dr. Goldsmith's, which asserts that whatever is new is false, went on to apply it to the excellent productions before him, concluding with this: he has translated the unruffled gentleman from the drawing-room into the general levee of letters. He never permits himself to astonish, is never betrayed into anything coarse or new, as assured that whatever astonishes is vulgar, and whatever is new must be crude. Yes, it is the glory of this admirable young author, that vulgarity and vigor, two inseparable adjuncts, are equally removed from him. In Pierre, Melville spends more than 25 closely printed pages, half satirical, half of the utmost seriousness, discussing his own literary growth, a passage of the highest critical and biographical interest. In its satirical parts the passage is consistently double-edged. Therein, Melville ironically praises his early writing for possessing those very defects which his maturer work was damned for not exhibiting. It is doubtless true that his juvenile works were equally removed from vulgarity and vigor. They were characterized throughout by perfect taste, as he makes one critic observe in an ungovernable burst of admiring fury. But the perfect taste was the perfect taste of Hannah More, and Dr. Akenside, and Lalla Rookh. With the publication of Typee, Melville was charged not only with the crimes of vulgarity and vigor, but with the milder accompanying vices of indecency and irreverence. His earliest writings were untouched by any of these taints. In Pierre, Melville speaks of a renowned clerical and philological conductor of a weekly religious periodical, whose surprising proficiency in the Greek, Hebrew and Chaldaic, to which he had devoted by far the greater part of his life, peculiarly fitting him to pronounce unerring judgment upon works of taste in the English. Melville makes this critic thus deliver himself on Pierre's early efforts in letters: he is blameless in morals, and harmless throughout. Another unhesitatingly recommended his effusions to the family circle. A third had no reserve in saying that the predominant end and aim of this writer was evangelical piety. Melville is here patently satirizing the vitriolic abuse which Typee and Omoo provoked. Only two of Melville's earliest effusions, written before the world had fairly Timonized him, are known to survive. These appeared in the Democratic Press and Lansing Burg Advertiser for May 4, and 18 May, 1839. The first is signed L.V., the second, known to exist only in a single mutilated clipping, in lacking the closing paragraphs, can give no evidence as to concluding signature. Copies of these two articles are preserved among Melville's papers, each autographed by him in faded brown ink. The interest of the earlier paper is heightened by this inscription: in Melville's hand, boldly scrawled across the inner margin, "When I woke up this morning, what the devil should I see but your cane along in bed with me? I shall keep it for you when you come up here again." It is more easy to imagine Melville's astonishment in waking to find such a stately novelty as a walking stick for a bedfellow, than to fancy how the walking stick found itself in such an unusual environment. It is about as futile to inquire into the history and meaning of this incident as soberly to debate what songs the sirens sang and what name Achilles bore among the daughters of the King of Ceos. It is certain, however, that the sirens had little hand in Melville's juvenile effusions. And of this fact Melville grew to be keenly aware. In sober earnest he says in Pierre, those papers contained nothing uncommon, indeed, those fugitive things were the veriest commonplace. Yet as the initial literary efforts of a man who wrote Typee and Moby Dick they are intensely interesting, like the longer prayers of Saint Augustine, less because of their content than because of the personality from which they were derived. What would seem to be Melville's first published venture in letters is here given, nearly complete. For the Democratic Press fragments from a writing desk number 1. My dear M., I can imagine you seated on that dear, delightful, old-fashioned sofa, your head supported by its luxurious padding, and with feet perched aloft on the aspiring back of that straight-limbed, stiff-necked, quaint old chair, which, as our facetious W. assured me, was the identical seat in which old Burton composed his Anatomy of Melancholy. I see you reluctantly raise your optics from the huge clasped quarto which encumbers your lap, to receive the package which the servant hands you, and can almost imagine that I see those beloved features illumined for a moment with an expression of joy, as you read the superscription of your gentle protégé. Lay down I beseech you that odious black-lettered volume and let not its musty and withered leaves sully the virgin purity and whiteness of the sheet which is the vehicle of so much good sense, sterling thought, and chaste and elegant sentiment. You remember how you used to rate me for my hangdog modesty, my mauvaise honte, as my Lord Chesterfield would style it. Well, I have determined that hereafter you shall not have occasion to inflict upon me those flattering appellations of fool, dolt, sheep, which in your indignation you used to shower upon me, with a vigor and a facility which excited my wonder, while it provoked my resentment. And how do you imagine that I rid myself of this annoying hindrance? Why, truly, by coming to the conclusion that in this pretty corpus of mine was lodged every manly grace, that my limbs were modelled in the symmetry of the Phidian Jupiter, my countenance radiant with the beams of wit and intelligence, the envy of the beau, the idol of the women and the admiration of the tailor. And then my mind. Why, sir, I have discovered it to be endowed with the most rare and extraordinary powers, stored with universal knowledge, and embellished with every polite accomplishment. Pillars. What a comfortable thing is a good opinion of one's self when I walk the broad way of our village with a certain air, that puts me down at once in the estimation of any intelligent stranger who may chance to meet me, as a distinguee of the purest water, a blade of the true temper, a blood of the first quality. Lord, How I despise the little sneaking vermin who dodge along the street as though they were so many footmen or errand boys, who have never learned to carry the head erect in conscious importance, but hang that noblest of the human members as though it had been boxed by some virago of an Amazon, who shuffle along the walk with a quick uneasy step, a hasty clownish motion, which by the magnitude of the contrast, set off to advantage my own slow and magisterial gait, which I can at pleasure vary to an easy, abandoned sort of carriage, or to the more engaging alert and lively walk, to suit the varieties of time, occasion, and company. And in society, too, how often have I commiserated the poor wretches who stood aloof, in a corner, like a flock of scared sheep, while myself, beautiful as Apollo, dressed in a style which would extort admiration from a Brummel, and belted round with self-esteem as with a girdle, sallied up to the ladies, complimenting one, exchanging a repartee with another, tapping this one under the chin, and clasping this one round the waist, and finally, winding up the operation by kissing round the whole circle, to the great edification of the fair, and to the unbounded horror, amazement and ill-suppressed chagrin of the aforesaid sheepish multitude, who with eyes wide open and mouths distended, afforded good subjects on whom to exercise my polished wit, which like the glittering edge of a Damascus sabre dazzled all it shone upon. By my halidome, sir, this same village of Lansingburgh contains within its pretty limits as fair a set of blushing damsels as one would wish to look upon on a dreamy summer day. When I traverse the broad pavements of my own metropolis, my eyes are arrested by beautiful forms flitting hither and thither, and I pause to admire the elegance of their attire, the taste displayed in their embellishments, the rich mass of the material, and sometimes, it may be, at the loveliness of the features, which no art can heighten and no negligence conceal. But here, sir, here, where woman seems to have erected her throne, and established her empire, here, where all feel and acknowledge her sway, she blooms in unborrowed charms, and the eye undsled by the profusion of extraneous ornament, settles at once upon the loveliest faces which our clayey natures can assume. Nor, my dear M., does there reign in all this bright display, that same monotony of feature, form, complexion, which elsewhere is beheld. No, here are all varieties, all the orders of beauty's architecture, the Doric, the Ionic, the Corinthian, all are here. I have in my mind's eye, Horatio 3, the number of the graces, you remember, who may stand, each at the head of their respective orders. When I venture to describe the second of this beautiful trinity, I feel my powers of delineation inadequate to the task, but nevertheless I will try my hand at the matter, although like an unskilful limner, I am fearful I shall but scandalize the charms I endeavor to copy. Come to my aid, ye guardian spirits of the fair. Guide my awkward hand, and preserve from mutilation the features ye hover over and protect. Pour down whole floods of sparkling champagne, my dear M., until your brain grows giddy with emotion, con over the latter portion of the first canto of Childe Harold, and ransack your intellectual repository for the loveliest visions of the fairy land, and you will be in a measure prepared to relish the Epicurean banquet I shall spread. The stature of this beautiful mortal, if she be indeed of earth, is of that perfect height which, while it is freed from the charge of being low, cannot with propriety be denominated tall. Her figure is slender almost to fragility but strikingly modelled in spiritual elegance, and is the only form I ever saw which could bear the trial of a rigid criticism. Every man who is gifted with the least particle of imagination, must in some of his reveries have conjured up from the realms of fancy, a being bright and beautiful beyond everything he had ever before apprehended, whose main and distinguishing attribute invariably proves to be a form the indescribable loveliness of which seems to sail in liquid light, and float on seas of bliss. The realization of these seraphic visions is seldom permitted us, but I can truly say that when my eyes for the first time fell upon this lovely creature, I thought myself transported to the land of dreams, where lay embodied the most brilliant conceptions of the wildest fancy. Indeed, could the Promethean spark throw life and animation into the Venus de Medici, it would but present the counterpart of. Her complexion has the delicate tinge of the brunette, with a little of the roseate hue of the Circassian, and one would swear that none but the sunny skies of Spain had shone upon the infancy of the being, who looks so like her own dark glancing daughters. And then her eyes. They open their dark, rich orbs upon you like the full moon of heaven, and blaze into your very soul the fires of day. Like the offerings laid upon the sacrificial altars of the Hebrew, when in an instant the divine spark falling from the propitiated God kindled them in flames, so, a single glance from that oriental eye as quickly fires your soul, and leaves your bosom in a perfect conflagration. Odds, cupids and darts. With one broad sweep of vision in a crowded ballroom, that splendid creature would lay around her like the two-handed sword of Minority, hearts on hearts, piled round in semicircles. But it is well for the more rugged sex that this glorious being can vary her proud dominion, and give to the expression of her eye a melting tenderness which dissolves the most frigid heart and heals the wounds she gave before. If the devout and exemplary Mussulman who dying fast in the faith of his prophet anticipates reclining on beds of roses, gloriously drunk through all the ages of eternity, is to be waited on by hours such as these, waft me ye gentle gales beyond this lower world and lap me in soft Lydian airs. But I am falling into I know not what extravagances, so I will briefly give you a portrait of the last of these three divinities, and will then terminate my tiresome lucubrations. Here, my dear M., closes this catalogue of the graces, this chapter of beauties, and I should implore your pardon for trespassing so long on your attention. If you, yourself, in whose breast may possibly be extinguished the amatory flame, should not feel an interest in these three counterfeit presentments, do not fail to show them to, and solicit her opinion as to their respective merits. Tender my best acknowledgments to the Major for his prompt attention to my request, and, for yourself, accept the assurance of my undiminished regard, and hoping that the smiles of heaven may continue to illuminate your way, I remain, ever yours, Ella V. These chaste and elegant sentiments are, surely, embellished with every polite accomplishment. Melville called down the 9 gods, and a host of minor deities. He ransacked Athens, Rhodes, Cyprus, Circassia, Lydia, Lilliputian, Damascus, this world and the next. For geographical adornments, he called up Burton, Shakespeare, Scott, Byron, Milton, Coleridge and Chesterfield, as well as Prometheus and Cinderella, Mahomet and Cleopatra, Madonnas and Auris, Medsai and Musulman, to strew carelessly across his pages. Not in vain says Melville of the idealization of himself in the character of Pierre, had he spent long summer afternoons in the deep recesses of his father's fastidiously picked and decorous library. Not in vain, either, had he been submitted to 3 years of elementary drill in the classics at the Albany Academy. Not that as yet his young and immature soul had been accosted by the wonderful mutes, and through the vast halls of silent truth, had been ushered into the full, secret, eternally inviolable Sanhedrim, where the poetic Magi discuss, in glorious gibberish, the Alpha and Omega of the universe, says Melville. But among the beautiful imaginings of the second and third degree of poets he freely and comprehendingly ranged. Melville was always a wide if desultory reader, more and more interested after the manner of Sir Thomas Browne, and the Burton with reference to whom he began his career in letters, in remote and curious allusions, wrecks of forgotten fables, antediluvian computations, obsolete and unfamiliar problems, riddles that no living Oedipus would care to solve. And this preoccupation, first made manifest in Mardi, 1849, must always stand in the way of his most typical writings ever becoming widely popular. His earliest known piece of juvenile composition is interesting as revealing the crude beginnings of one of the manners superbly mastered in parts of Moby Dick. This early effusion, by revealing so crudely the defects of his qualities, reads as a dull parody of one of his most typical later manners. With a Miltonic confidence in his own gifts, Melville came to view these earlier pieces as the first earthly rubbish of his immense quarries of fine marble. Melville goes on to say that no commonplace is ever effectually got rid of, except by essentially emptying one's self of it into a book, for once trapped into a book, then the book can be put into the fire and all will be well. But they are not always put into the fire, he said with regret. And because of his own laxity in cremation, his crude first fruits stalk abroad to accuse him. At this early period, Melville had nothing very significant to say, but he seems to have been urged to say it with remorseless pertinacity. In Pierre, he satirizes his youthful and reckless prolixity, where he speaks of his manuscripts as being of such flying multitudes that they were to be found lying all round the house, gave a great deal of trouble to the housemaids in sweeping, went for kindlings to the fires, and forever flitting out of the windows, and under the doorsills, into the faces of people passing the manorial mansion. Having nothing very particular to write about, he followed an ancient tradition, and wrote of love. In Pierre, which is Melville's spiritual autobiography, and in Pierre alone, does Melville elaborately busy himself with romantic affection. And in Pierre, his is no sugared and conventional preoccupation. He traces his own development through the love-friendship of boyhood, the miscellaneous susceptibility of adolescence, to a crucifixion in manhood between the images of his wife and his mother. His first fragment from a writing desk seems to have been conceived at a time before his innumerable wandering glances settled upon some one specific object. His second fragment from a writing desk concerns itself with an allegorical quest of elusive feminine loveliness, a kind of celebs in search of a wife, allegorized and crossed with Lalla Rookh. It survives, as has been said, only as a fragment of a fragment. Its conclusion must remain a mystery until some old newspaper file disgorges its secrets. It begins as follows: for the Democratic Press, fragments from a writing desk number 2. Confusion seize the Greek, exclaimed I, as wrathfully rising from my chair, I flung my ancient lexicon across the room and seizing my hat and cane, and throwing on my cloak, I sallied out into the clearer air of heaven. The bracing coolness of an April evening calmed my aching temples, and I slowly wended my way to the riverside. I had promenaded the bank for about half an hour, when flinging myself upon the grassy turf, I was soon lost in reverie, and up to the lips in sentiment. I had not lain more than 5 minutes, when a figure effectually concealed in the ample folds of a cloak, glided past me, and hastily dropping something at my feet, disappeared behind the angle of an adjoining house, ere I could recover from my astonishment at so singular an occurrence. "Sirbes," cried I, springing up, "here is a spice of the marvelous," and stooping down, I picked up an elegant little, rose-colored, lavender-scented billet douse, and hurriedly breaking the seal, a heart, transfixed with an arrow, I read by the light of the moon, the following: "Gentle sir, if my fancy has painted you in genuine colors, you will on the receipt of this, incontinently follow the bearer where she will lead you. Inamorata." "The deuce I will," exclaimed I, "but soft." And I reperused this singular document, turned over the billet in my fingers, and examined the handwriting, which was femininely delicate, and I could have sworn was a woman's. Is it possible, thought I, that the days of romance are revived? No, the days of chivalry are over, says Burke. As I made this reflection, I looked up, and beheld the same figure which had handed me this questionable missive, beckoning me forward. I started towards her, but, as I approached, she receded from me, and fled swiftly along the margin of the river at a pace which, encumbered as I was with my heavy cloak and boots, I was unable to follow, and which filled me with sundry misgivings, as to the nature of the being, who could travel with such amazing celerity. At last, perfectly breathless, I fell into a walk, which, my mysterious fugitive perceiving, she likewise lessened her pace, so as to keep herself still in sight, although at too great a distance to permit me to address her. The hero hastens after his guide, but always she eludes him. Piqued by her repeated escapes, he stops in a rage, and relieves his feelings in 2 or 3 expressions that savored somewhat of the jolly days of the jolly cavaliers. And under the circumstances, he felt fully justified in his profanity. What, to be thwarted by a woman? Peradventure, baffled by a girl? Confusion. It was too bad. To be outwitted, generated, routed, defeated, by a mere rib of the earth. It could not be borne. Recovering his temper, he followed his capricious guide out of the town, into a shadowy grove to an edifice, which seated on a gentle eminence, and embowered amidst surrounding trees, bore the appearance of a country villa. The appearance of this spacious habitation was anything but inviting. It seemed to have been built with a jealous eye to concealment, and its few, but well-defended windows were sufficiently high from the ground, as effectually to baffle the prying curiosity of the inquisitive stranger. Not a single light shone from the narrow casement, but all was harsh, gloomy and forbidding. As my imagination, ever alert on such an occasion, was busily occupied in assigning some fearful motive for such unusual precautions, my leader suddenly halted beneath a lofty window, and making a low call, I perceived slowly descending therefrom, a thick silken cord, attached to an ample basket, which was silently deposited at our feet. Amazed at this apparition, I was about soliciting an explanation, when laying her fingers impressively upon her lips, and placing herself in the basket, my guide motioned me to seat myself beside her. I obeyed, but not without considerable trepidation, and in obedience to the same low call which had procured its descent, our curious vehicle, with sundry creakings, rose in air. This airy jaunt terminated, of course, in an Arabian Nights exterior, which Melville particularizes after the voluptuous traditions of Vavac and Lalla Rookh. The grandeur of the room, of course, served only to show to advantage the matchless beauty of its inmate. This matchless beauty was, after established tradition, reclining on an ottoman, in one hand holding a lute. Her fingers, too, were decorated with a variety of rings, which as she waved her hand to me as I entered, darted forth 1,000 coruscations, and gleamed their brilliant splendors to the sight. As I entered the apartment, her eyes were downcast, and the expression of her face was mournfully interesting. She had apparently been lost in some melancholy reverie. Upon my entrance, however, her countenance brightened, as with a queenly wave of the hand, she motioned my conductress from the room, and left me standing, mute, admiring and bewildered in her presence. For a moment my brain spun round, and I had not at command a single of my faculties. Recovering my self-possession, however, and with that, my good breeding, I advanced en cavalier and, gracefully sinking on one knee, I bowed my head and exclaimed, "Here do I prostrate myself, thou sweet divinity, and kneel at the shrine of thy—" But here, just at the climax of the quest, the clipping is abruptly torn, and the reader is left cruelly suspended. From the publication of Lalla Rookh, in 1817, to the publication of Thackeray's Our Street in 1847, there settled upon letters and life in England an epidemic of hankering for the exotic. At the instigation of Lalla Rookh, England made a prim effort to be purely and intensely Asiatic, and this while delicately avoiding the childishness, cruelty, and profligacy of Asia. In the fashionable literature of the period, the harem and the slave market unburdened its gazelles and its interior decorations, and by a resort to divans and coruscating rubies, and ottar of roses, and lutes, and warm panting maidens, the principled goodness of Anglo-Saxon self-righteousness was thrilled to a discreet voluptuousness. In his second fragment, Melville has caught at some of the driftwood of this great tidal wave that was washed across the Atlantic. And in acknowledgement of this early indebtedness, he in Pierre speaks of Tom Moore with an especial burst of enthusiasm, mating him with Hafiz, Anacreon, Catullus and Ovid. Reared in a New England environment that had been soberly tempered by Mrs. Chapone and Mrs. Barboard, Melville had, under the goadings of poverty, the frustrations of his environment, and the teasing lure of some stupendous discovery awaiting him at the rainbow's end, plunged into the hideousness of life in the forecastle of a merchantman. At both extremes of his journey he reaped only disillusion. As a practically penniless sailor in Liverpool he enjoyed the freedom of the streets, and the architecture of the city impressed him less than did the sights of the poverty and viciousness to which he was especially exposed. Back he came to Lansingburgh, to the old pump in the yard, the stiff-corseted decorum, and the threadbare and pretentious proprieties of his mother, to decline into the enforced drudgery of teaching school. The sights of Liverpool and the forecastle had given no permanent added beauty to home. He did not comfortably fit into any recognized socket of New England respectability. He sought escape in books, in amateur authorship. And Burton, and Anacreon, and Tom Moore are not guaranteed to reconcile a boy in ferment to a tame and repugnant environment. He was like a strong wine that clears with explosive violence. He had been to sea once, and there acquired some skill as a sailor. The excitement and hardship and downrightness of ocean life, when viewed through the drab of the ensuing years, treacherously suffered a sea change. After 3.5 years of mounting desperation, he was ripe for a transit clean beyond the pale of civilization. I am tormented with an everlasting itch for things remote, he later wrote in an effort to explain his second hegira. I love to sail forbidden seas, and land on barbarous coasts. The trip to Liverpool had slammed the sash on one magic casement, but the greater part of the watery world was still to be viewed. Why, he asks himself, perplexed at his own mystery, is almost every healthy boy with a robust healthy soul, at some time or other crazy to go to sea? Why did the old Persians hold the sea holy? Why did the Greeks give it a separate deity, and own brother to Jove? Surely all this is not without meaning. And still deeper the story of Narcissus, who, because he could not grasp the tormenting, mild image he saw in the fountain, plunged into it and was drowned. But that same image, we ourselves see in all rivers and oceans. It is the image of the ungraspable phantom of life, and this is the key to all. The key he here offers to the heart of his mystery is itself locked in mystery, though when he compared himself to Narcissus tormented by the irony of being two, Melville may have been hotter on the trail of the truth than he was aware. His deepest insight, perhaps, came to him one midnight, out on the Pacific, where in the glare and the wild Hindu odor of the true works of a whaler in full operation, he fell asleep at the helm. Starting from a brief standing sleep, he says, I was horribly conscious of something fatally wrong. I thought my eyes were open. I was half conscious of putting my fingers to the lids and mechanically stretching them still further apart. But, spite of all this, I could see no compass before me to steer by. Nothing seemed before me but a jet of gloom, now and then made ghastly by flashes of redness. Uppermost was the impression that whatever swift, rushing thing I stood on was not so much bound to any haven ahead as rushing from all havens astern. In a headlong retreat from all havens astern, on the 3rd of January 1841, Melville shipped on board the Acushnet, a whaler bound for the South Seas. Chapter 7 Blubber and Mysticism. And, as for me, if, by any possibility, there be any as yet undiscovered prime thing in me, if I shall ever deserve any real repute in that small but high-hushed world which I might not be unreasonably ambitious of, if hereafter I shall do anything that, upon the whole, a man might rather have done than to have left undone, if, at my death, my executors, or more properly my creditors, find any precious MSS in my desk, then here I prospectively ascribe all the honor and the glory to whaling, for a whale ship was my Yale College and my Harvard. Herman Melville, Moby Dick. In 1892, the year after Melville's death, Arthur Stidman wrote a biographical and critical introduction to Type. During the final years of Melville's sedulous isolation, Arthur Stidman was, with the minor exception of the late Dr. Titus Munson Cone, whose missionary parentage Melville seems never to have quite forgiven him, the single man who clung to Melville with any semblance of personal loyalty. Stidman was unwavering in his belief that in his earlier South Sea novels, Melville had attained to his highest achievement, an achievement that entitled Melville to more golden opinions, Stidman believed, than Melville ever reaped from a graceless generation. To Stidman, as to Dr. Cone, Melville's later development into mysticism and metaphysics was a melancholy perversity to be viewed with a charitable forbearance, and forgiven in the fair name of Fireway. Dr. Cone repeatedly used to recount, with a sigh at his frustration, how he made persistent attempts to inveigle Melville into Polynesian reminiscences, always to be rebuffed by Melville's invariable rejoinder, "That reminds me of the 8th book of Plato's Republic." This was a signal for silence and leave-taking. What was the staple of Stidman's conversation is not known. But despite the fact that Melville was to him a crabbed and darkly shadowed hieroglyph, he clung to Melville with a personal loyalty at once humorous and pathetic. Melville to him was the man who lived with the cannibals and merited canonization because of this intimacy with unholy flesh. Stidman published in the New York World for the 11th of October, 1891, a tribute to his dead friend, significantly headed, Marquesan Melville, a South Sea Prospero who lived and died in New York. The island nymphs of Nukuhava's Happy Valley. While Stidman was not necessarily responsible for this caption, it is, nevertheless, a just summary of the fullest insight he ever got into Melville's life and works. The friendship between Petrarch and Boccaccio is hardly less humorous than the relationship between Melville and Stidman, and surely Melville has suffered more, in death, if not in life, from the perils of friendship than did Petrarch, more even than did Baudelaire from the damaging admiration of Gautier. When one's enemy writes a book, one's reputation is less likely to be jeopardized by literary animosity than it is by the best superlatives of self-appointed custodians of one's good name. But as Francis Thompson has observed, it is a principle universally conceded that, since the work of a great author is said to be a monument, the true critic does best evince his taste and sense by cutting his own name on it. Critical biographers have contrived a method to hand themselves down to posterity through the gods of literature, as did the Roman emperors through the gods of Olympus, by taking the heads off their statues, and clapping on their own instead. Criticism is a perennial decapitation. I have a fancy, says Stidman, in his biographical and critical introduction, that it was the reading of Richard Henry Darner's 2 years before the mast which revived the spirit of adventure in Melville's breast. That book was published in 1840, and was at once talked of everywhere. Melville must have read it at the time, mindful of his own experience as a sailor. At any rate, he once more signed a ship's articles, and on the 1st of January, 1841, sailed from New Bedford Harbor in the whaler Acushnet, bound for the Pacific Ocean and the sperm fishery. In the second part of this statement, Stidman attempts to stick to the letter, but there is a flaw in his text. That Melville sailed in the Acushnet is corroborated by a statement in the Journal of Melville's wife, in the record surviving in Melville's handwriting, headed "What Became of the Ship's Company on the Whale Ship Acushnet," according to Hubbard, who came back in her, more than a 4 years' voyage, and visited me in Petersfield in 1850, as well as by surviving letters written by Richard Tobias Green, the Toby of Type. The roster of Melville's ship is preserved in Alexander Starbuck's bulky History of the American Whale Fishery from its earliest inception to the year 1876, published by the author, Waltham, Mass., 1878. Starbuck rates the Acushnet as a ship of 359 tons, built in 1840. Her managing owners are reported as having been Bradford Fuller and Company. Under command of Captain Peace she sailed from Fairhaven, bound for the whaling grounds of the Pacific, on the 3rd of January, 1841, and returned to Fairhaven on the 13th of May, 1845, laden with 850 barrels of sperm oil, 1,350 barrels of whale oil, and 13,500 pounds of whalebone. On the 18th of July, 1845, she started upon her second voyage, under command of Captain Rogers, to return the 7th of June, 1848, stocked with 500 barrels of sperm oil, 800 barrels of whale oil, and 6,000 pounds of whalebone. On the 4th of December, 1847, she had a boat stove by a whale, with the loss of the 3rd mate and 4 of the crew. Her third voyage, begun the 31st of August, 1848, under command of Captain Bradley, was her last. As by some malicious fatality, the Acushnet was lost on St. Lawrence Island on the 31st of August, 1851, within a month of the time when Melville brought Moby Dick to its tragic close. Between Stedman's and Starbuck's accounts of the time and place of Melville's sailing there is a discrepancy of half a mile and 2 days. This discrepancy, however, does not necessarily impugn Stedman's accuracy. Fairhaven is just across the Acushnet River from New Bedford, and sailing from New Bedford may be like sailing from New York, which is often in reality sailing from Hoboken. Stedman dates Melville's sailing January 1, Starbuck, January 3. Melville launches the hero of Moby Dick neither from New Bedford nor from Fairhaven, but from Nantucket. Ishmael begins his fatal voyage aboard the Pequod on the 25th of December, and there is a fitting irony in the fact that on the day that celebrates the birth of the Saviour of mankind, the Pequod should sail forth to slay Moby Dick, the monstrous symbol and embodiment of unconquerable evil. That Dana's book should have fired Melville to an impetuous and romantic jaunt to the South Seas, though an ill-favored statement, is Stedman's very own. When a boy concludes the Christmas holidays by a midwinter plunge into the filthy and shabby business of whaling, when a young man inaugurates the year not among the familiar associations of the gods of his hearth, but among semi-barbarous strangers of the forecastle of a whaler, to make such a shifting of whereabouts a sign of jolly romantic exuberance, is engagingly naive in its perversity. Just what specific circumstances were the occasion of Melville's escape into whaling will probably never be known. What burst of demoniac impulse, either of anger, or envy, or spite, what gnawing discontent, what passionate disappointment, what crucifixion of affection, what blind impetuosity, what sinister design. But in the light of his writings and the known facts of his life it seems likely that his desperate transit was made in the midwinter of his discontent. That the reading of Dana's book should have filled his head with a mere adolescent longing for brine-drenched locomotion and sent him gallantly off to sea is a surmise more remarkable for simplicity than insight. Melville never wearies of iterating his itch for things remote. Like Thoreau, he had a naturally roving disposition, and of the two men it is difficult to determine which achieved a wider peregrination. It was Thoreau's proud boast, "I have traveled extensively in Concord." He believed that Concord, with its sylvan environment, was a microcosm by the study of which the whole world could be comprehended, and so, this wildest of civilized men seldom strayed beyond its familiar precincts. His was a heroic provincialism, that cost him little loss either in worldliness or in wisdom. Though his head went swimming in the Milky Way, his feet were well rooted in New England sod. One world at a time was the program he set himself for digesting the universe, and he looked into the eyes of this world with cold stoical serenity. Melville made no such capitulation with reality. Between the obdurate world of facts and his ardent and unclarified desires there was always, to the end of his life, a blatant incompatibility. Alongside the hard and cramping world of reality, and in more or less sharp opposition to it, he set up a fictitious world, a world of heart's desire, and unlike Thoreau, he hugged his dream in jealous defiance of reality. It is, of course, an ineradicable longing of man to repudiate the inexorable restrictions of reality, and return to the happy delusion of omnipotence of early childhood, an escape into some land of heart's desire. Goethe compared the illusions that man nourishes in his breast to the population of statues in ancient Rome, which were almost as numerous as the population of living men. Most men keep the boundaries between these two populations distinct, a separation facilitated by the usual dwindling of the ghostly population. Flaubert once observed that every 10th-rate provincial notary had in him the debris of a poet. As Wordsworth complains, as we grow away from childhood, the vision fades into the light of common day. Thoreau clung to his visions, but they were, after all, cold-blooded and well-behaved visions. And by restricting himself to one world at a time, by mastering his dream, he mastered reality. Alcott declared that Thoreau thought he dwelt in the center of the universe, and seriously contemplated annexing the rest of the planet to Concord. The delicacy of the compliment to the rest of the planet has never been adequately appreciated. Melville's more violent and restive impulses never permitted him to feel any such flattering attachment to his whereabouts, whether it was Albany, Liverpool, Lima, Tahiti or Constantinople. Like Rousseau, who confessed himself burning with desire without any definite object, Melville always felt himself an exile from the sea-coast of Bohemia. But his nostalgia, his indefinite longing for the unknown, was not, in any literal sense, homesickness at all. As Aldous Huxley has observed, those find, who most delight to roam mid castles of remotest Spain, that there's, thank heaven, no place like home, so they put out upon their travels again. That Melville came to no very pleasant haven of refuge in the forecastle of the Acushnet is borne out by his drastic preference to be eaten by cannibals rather than abide among the sureties of the ship and her company. That he left the ship, being oppressed with hard fare and hard usage, in the summer of 1842 with a companion, Richard T. Green, Toby, at the Bay of Nukuhava in the Marquesas Islands, is the statement in the journal of his wife vividly elaborated in type. Of Melville's history aboard the Acushnet there is no straightforward account. Redburn, type, Omu and White Jacket are transparent chapters in autobiography. From his experiences on board the Acushnet, Melville draws generously in Moby Dick, but these experiences do not for one moment pretend to be the whole of the literal truth. Only an insanity as lurid as Captain Ahab's would mistake Moby Dick for a similarly reliable report of personal experiences. Moby Dick is, indeed, an autobiography of adventure, but adventure upon the highest plane of spiritual daring. Incidentally, it also offers the fullest, and truest, and most readable history of an actual whaling cruise ever written. But it is not a scientific history. The scientific historian, proudly unreadable, thanks God that he has no style to tempt him out of the strict weariness of counting house inventories, and in despair of presenting the truth, he boasts a makeshift veracity. The truest historians are, of course, the poets, and their histories are feigned. Melville, writing in the capacity of poet, was licensed in the best interests of truth to expurgate reality. And though Captain Ahab's hunt of the abhorred Moby Dick belongs as essentially to the realm of poetry as does the quest of the Holy Grail, it is, withal, in its lower reaches, so broadly based on a foundation of solid reality that it is possible, by considering Moby Dick in double conjunction with the few facts explicitly known of Melville during the period of his whaling cruise, and the wealth of facts known of whaling in general, to block in, with a considerable degree of certainty, the contours of his experiences aboard the Acushnet. By all odds, the chief chapter in the history of whaling is the story of its rise and practical extinction in the southern New England states. In this limited geographical area, trade in oil and bone was pursued with an alacrity, an enterprise and a prosperity unparalleled in the world's history. When, in 1841, Melville boarded the Acushnet, American whaling, after a development through nearly 2 centuries, was within a decade of its highest development, within 2 decades of its precipitous decay. The doom of whale oil lamps and sperm candles was ultimately decided in 1859 with the opening of the first oil well in Pennsylvania, and sealed by the Civil War. Melville knew American whaling at the prime of its golden age, and taking it at its crest, he raised it in fiction to a dignity and significance incomparably higher than it ever reached in literal fact. At the beginning of Moby Dick, Melville culls from the most incongruous volumes an anthology of comments upon Leviathan, beginning with the Mosaic comment and God created great whales and ending, after eclectic quotations from Pliny, Lucian, Rabelais, Sir Thomas Browne, Spencer, Hobbes, Bunyan, Milton, Dryden, Pope, Paley, Blackstone, Hawthorne, Daniel Webster, Darwin, and dozens of others, including an excerpt from something unpublished, ends on the old whale song, "Oh, the rare old whale, mid storm and gale in his ocean home will be a giant in might, where might is right, and king of the boundless sea." Rather than conventionally distribute his quotations throughout the book as chapter headings, Melville offers them all in a block at the beginning of the volume, somewhat after the manner of Franklin's grace said over the pork barrel. And extraordinarily effective is this device of Melville's in stirring the reader's interest to a sense of the wonder and mystery of this largest of all created live things, of the wild and distant seas wherein he rolls his island bulk, of the undeliverable, nameless perils of the whale with all the attending marvels of 1,000 Patagonian sights and sounds. Even before the reader comes to the superb opening paragraph of Moby Dick, the great floodgates of the wonder world are swung open, and into his inmost soul, as into Melville's, 2 by 2 there float endless processions of the whale, and midmost of them all, one grand hooded phantom, like a snow hill in the air. The literature of whaling slopes down from Moby Dick, both before and after, into a wilderness of several hundred volumes. There is but one attempt at a comprehensive history of whaling, Walter S. Towers' A History of the American Whale Fishery, Philadelphia, 1907. This slender volume first makes a rapid survey of the sources and proceeds from these to a cautious selection of the outstanding documented facts which by economic interpretation it presents as a consecutive story. Devoid of literary pretension, it is admirable in accuracy, compactness and clarity. The most comprehensive popular treatment of American whaling is to be found in Hyatt Verrill's The Real Story of the Whaler, 1916, a more exuberant but less workmanly book than Towers'. Representative shorter surveys are to be found both in Winthrop L. Martin's very able The American Merchant Marine, 1902, and Willis J. Abbott's American Merchant Ships and Sailors, 1902. Although the literature of whaling extends by repeated dilutions from economic interpretations to infant books, the classical sources for this extended literature tally less than a score. The great work on the fisheries and fishing industries of the United States, prepared under the direction of G. Brown Good in 1884, contains 2 articles on whaling of the first magnitude of importance: whalemen, vessels, apparatus and methods of the whale fishery, and a history of the present condition of the whale fishery. The facts presented in these last 2 encyclopedic treatments are drawn principally from Alexander Starbuck's History of the American Whale Fishery from its earliest inception to the year 1874, published in 1876, and C. M. Scammon's Marine Mammals of the Northwestern Coast of North America, with an account of the American whale fishery, published in 1874. Lorenzo Sabine's Report on the Principal Fisheries of the American Seas, published in 1870, while prior to the monumental works of Starbuck and Scammon in date of publication, enjoys no other priority. The most complete and detailed treatment of the origin and early development of whaling is to be found in William Scoresby's An Account of the Arctic Regions, dated 1820. Scoresby, the justly renowned according to Melville, the excellent voyager, was an English naval officer, and in his discussion of the whale fishery he deals solely with the European and principally with the British industry. But Scoresby's book is principally a classic as regards the earlier history of whaling. Scoresby seems to have convinced all later historians in this field of the folly of further research. Melville knew Scoresby's book, I honor him for a veteran, Melville confesses, and drew from its erudition in Moby Dick. Abd Mace's History of Nantucket, published in 1836, is one of the few important original sources for the history of whaling, and the most readable. Melville expresses repeated indebtedness to Mace. Mace's record has the tang of first-hand experience, and the flavor of local records. Because of the fact that many of the records from which this fine old antiquary of Wales drew have since been destroyed by fire, his book enjoys the heightened authority of being a unique source. According to Anatole France, the perplexities of historians begin where events are related by 2 or by several witnesses, for their evidence is always contradictory and always irreconcilable. The fire at Nantucket blazed a royal road to truth. Daniel Ricketson, in his History of New Bedford, 1850, attempted to emulate Mace. And though Ricketson's sources, as Mace's, have been largely destroyed by fire, his authority, though irrefutable in so far as it goes, is less detailed and comprehensive. Throwing the harpoon sounding of published personal narrative of whale hunting, Owen Chase's narrative of the most extraordinary and distressing shipwreck of the whale ship Essex of Nantucket, published in 1821, as well as F. D. Bennett's 2-volume narrative of a voyage round the world, published 1833–36, were drawn from by Melville in Moby Dick. The account of the sinking of the Essex is important as being the source from which Melville borrowed, with superb transformation, the catastrophe with which he closes Moby Dick. The sinking of the Essex, recounted in Moby Dick, is the first and best known instance of a ship being actually sent to the bottom by the ramming of an infuriated whale, and in its sequel it is one of the most dreadful chapters of human suffering in all the hideous annals of shipwreck. I have seen Owen Chase Melville says in Moby Dick, who was chief mate of the Essex at the time of the tragedy, I have read his plain and faithful narrative, I have conversed with his son, and all within a few miles of the scene of the tragedy. Melville may here be using a technique learned from Defoe. Though in Moby Dick Melville makes several references to J. Ross Browne's etchings of a whaling cruise, with notes on a sojourn on the island of Zanzibar, mildly praising some of his drawings while reprobating their reproduction, he owes no debt to J. Ross Browne. Melville and Browne wrote of whaling with purposes diametrically opposed. Melville gloried in the romance of whales, and horsed on Leviathan, through a briny sunset dove down through the nether twilight into the blackest haunted caverns of the soul. Browne provokes no such rhetorical extravagance of characterization. He sat soberly and firmly down on a four-legged chair before a four-legged desk and wrote up his travels. My design, he says, is simply to present to the public a faithful delineation of the life of a whaleman. In doing this, I deem it necessary that I should aim rather at the truth itself than at mere polish of style. So Browne made a virtue of necessity, and convinced that history scarcely furnishes a parallel for the deeds of cruelty then prevalent in the whale fishery, he sent his book forth to show in what manner the degraded condition of a portion of our fellow creatures can be ameliorated. In a study of Melville's life, Browne is important as presenting an ungarnished account of typical conditions aboard a whaler at the time Melville was cruising in the Acushnet. Useful in the same way are Delano's wanderings and adventures, being a narrative of 12 years' life in a whale ship, 1846, and Captain Davis' spirited overhauling of his journal kept during a whaling trip, published in 1872 under the title Nimrod of the Sea. Though whales and Pilgrim Fathers would, at first blush, seem to belong to two mutually repugnant orders of nature, yet were they, by force of circumstance, early thrown into a warring intimacy. And strangely enough, in this armed alliance, it was the whale who made the first advances. Richard Mather, who came to Massachusetts Bay Colony in 1635, records in his journal, according to Sabine, the presence off the New England coast of mighty whales spewing up water in the air like the smoke of a chimney, of such incredible bigness that I will never wonder that the body of Jonah could be in the belly of a whale. From this and other evidence it seems undoubted that in early colonial days whales were undaunted by the strict observances of the Pilgrims, and browsed in great numbers, even on Sabbath, within the sight of land. Yet, despite this open violation of Scripture, the resourceful Puritan pressed them into the service of true religion. Believing that whales in the sea god's voice obey, they tolerated Leviathan as an emissary more worthy than Elijah's raven. And whenever an obedient whale, hearkening to the voice of God in the wilderness, was cast ashore, a part of his bulk was fittingly appropriated for the support of the ministry. Tower establishes the fact that among the first colonists there were men at least acquainted with, if not actually experienced in whaling. And it is quite generally accepted that the settlement of Massachusetts was prompted not only by a Protestant determination to worship God after the dictates of a rebellious conscience, but by a no less firm determination to vary Sunday observances with the enjoyment on secular days of unrestricted fishing. As a result of this double Puritan interest in worship and whaling, the history of the American whaling fishery begins almost with the settlement of the New England colonies. By the end of the 17th century, whaling was established as a regular business, if still on a comparatively small scale, in the different Massachusetts colonies, especially from Cape Cod, from the towns at the eastern end of Long Island, and from Nantucket. With the very notable exceptions of New London, Connecticut, and New Bedford and the neighboring ports in Buzzards Bay, every locality subsequently to become important in its whaling interests was well launched in this enterprise before 1700. New London did not begin whaling until the middle of the 18th century. New Bedford, though almost the last place to appear as a whaling port, and this immediately before the Revolution, was destined to stand, within a century after its beginnings in whaling, the greatest whaling port the world has ever known, the city which, in the full glory of whaling prosperity, would send out more vessels than all other American ports combined. The earliest colonial adventurers in whaling were men who by special appointment were engaged to be on the lookout for whales cast ashore. Emboldened by commerce with drift whales, these Puritan whalemen soon took to boats to chase and kill whales which came close in, but which were not actually stranded. In 1712, through the instrumentality of Christopher Hussey, Providence utilized a hardship to his creature to work a revolution in whaling. Hussey, while cruising along the coast, was caught up by a strong northerly wind, and despite his prayers and his seamanship was blown out to sea. When the sky cleared, Hussey's craft was nowhere to be seen by the anxious watchers on shore. After awaiting his return for a decent number of days, his wife and neighbors at home gave him up as lost. But in the middle of their tribulations, a familiar sail dipped over the horizon, and Hussey slowly headed landward, dragging a dead sperm whale in tow, the first sperm whale known to have been taken by an American whaler. Hussey's exploit marked a radical change in whaling methods. All Nantucket lusted after sperm whales. The indomitable islanders began immediately to fit vessels, usually sloops of about 30 tons, to whale out in the deep. These little vessels were fitted out for cruises of about 6 weeks. On their narrow decks there was no room for the apparatus necessary to try out the oil. So the blubber stripped from the whale was cast into the hold, the oil awaiting extraction until the vessel returned. Then the reeking whale fat, its stench smiting the face of heaven, was transferred to the huge kettles of the try houses. There is an old saying that a nose that is a nose at all can smell a whaler 20 miles to windward. The New England indifference to the stenches of whaling suggests that the Puritan contempt for the flesh was not a virtue but a deformity. Other whaling communities ventured out after the sperm whale in the wake of Nantucket. Year after year the colonial whalemen pushed further and further out into the deep as their gigantic quarry retreated before them. In 1774, Captain Uriah Bunker, in the brig Amazon of Nantucket, made the first whaling voyage across the equinoctial line to the Brazil banks and, according to local tradition, returned to port with a full ship on the 19th of April, 1775, just as the redcoats were in full retreat from Concord Bridge. The Revolutionary War dealt a terrific blow to American whaling. Massachusetts was regarded as the hotbed of the revolutionary spirit, and that colony was also the center of the fishing industries. Hence, in 1775, to starve New England, Parliament passed the famous Act restricting colonial trade to British ports, and placing an embargo on fishing on the banks of Newfoundland or on any other part of the North American coast. It was this same measure which inspired Burke in his speech on conciliation to his superbly eloquent tribute to the exploits of the American whalemen. When the war began there were in the whole American fleet between 300 and 400 vessels, of an aggregate of about 33,000 tons. The annual product of this fleet was, according to Starbuck's estimate, probably at least 45,000 barrels of spermaceti oil, and 8,500 barrels of right whale oil, and of bone nearly or quite 75,000 pounds. Of all whaling communities, the island of Nantucket held out most stoutly, aided by Melville's grandfather, who was sent to Nantucket in command of a detachment to watch the movements of the British fleet. Yet when the war ended in 1783, Macy says that of the 150 Nantucket vessels, only 2 or 3 old hulks remained. In Nantucket, the money loss exceeded $1 million. So many of the young and active men perished in the war that in the 800 Nantucket families there were 202 widows and 342 orphan children. But even in the face of such prodigal disaster, the fiery spirit of Nantucket was unquenchable. When the news came of the peace of 1783, the Bedford, just returned to Nantucket from a voyage, was hastily laden with oil and cleared for London. This was, as a contemporary London newspaper remarks, the first vessel which displayed the 13 rebellious stripes of America in any British port. Through the 4 decades following the Revolutionary War, the American whale fishery lived a precarious existence of constant ups and downs. The whaling voyages were greatly lengthened during this period, however. In 1789 Nantucket whalemen first went hunting the sperm whale off Madagascar, and in 1791 6 whale ships fitted out at Nantucket for the Pacific Ocean. The years between 1820 and 1835 were marked mainly by stable conditions and by a steady but gradual growth. In 1820 the Pacific whaling was extended to the coast of Japan, and within the next few years the whalers were going to all parts of the South Sea and Indian Ocean. And these years marked, too, the falling of Nantucket from her 100 years of preeminence in whaling, and the emergence of New Bedford as incomparably the greatest whaling port in the history of the world. It was a Nantucket whaler, however, who in 1835 captured the first right whale on the northwest coast of America, thereby opening one of the most important grounds ever visited by the whaling fleet. The golden age of whaling falls between 1835 and 1860. In 1846 the whaling fleet assumed the greatest proportions it was ever to know. In that year, the fleet numbered 680 ships and barks, 34 brigs, and 22 schooners, with an aggregate of somewhat over 230,000 tons. The value of the fleet alone at that time exceeded $21 million, while all the investments connected with the business are estimated, according to Tower, at $70 million, furnishing the chief support of 70,000 persons. This great industry, so widespread in its operation, emanated, at the time of its most extensive development, from a cluster of 38 whaling ports distributed along the southern New England coast from Cape Cod to New York, and on the islands to the south. The greatest of all the whaling ports, from 1820 onward, was New Bedford. During the really great days of the whale fishery, the Pacific was by all odds the chief fishing ground. During the early 1830s, the Nantucket fleet began cruising mainly in the Pacific, and after 1840, the Nantucket whalers hunted there almost exclusively. The Nantucket fleet was soon followed by the majority of the New Bedford fleet, and a large proportion of the New London and Sag Harbor vessels. These vessels, manned by a mixed company of Quakers, farm boys, and a supplementary compound of the dredgings of the terrestrial globe, would usually be gone for 3 years, not infrequently for 4 or 5. As long as the craft held, and the food lasted, and an empty barrel lay in the hold, the captain kept to the broad ocean, eschewing both the allurements of home and the seductions of tattooed didos. When at last they sailed into the harbor of their home ports, weed-grown, storm-beaten, patched and forlorn, they usually looked, as Verrill says, more like the ghosts of ancient wrecks than seaworthy carriers of precious cargo manned by crews of flesh and blood. After a few months of repair and overhauling in port, these vessels were refitted for another cruise, and off they sailed again for another space of years. It thus happened that the veteran whalers of Nantucket and New Bedford and the sister ports could look back upon whole decades of their lives spent cruising upon the high seas, a fact that Melville amplifies with a cadence he learned from the Psalms. Of the Nantucketer he says, "For the sea is his, he owns it, as emperors own empires, other seamen having but a right of way through it. He alone resides and riots on the sea, he alone, in Bible language, goes down to it in ships, to and fro plowing it as his own special plantation. There is his home, there lies his business, which a Noah's flood would not interrupt, though it overwhelmed all the millions in China. He lives on the sea, as prairie cocks on the prairie, he hides among the waves, he climbs them as chamois hunters climb the Alps. For years he knows not the land, so that when he comes to it at last, it smells like another world, more strangely than the moon would to an earthsman. With the landless gull, that at sunset folds her wings and is rocked to sleep between billows, so at nightfall, the Nantucketer, out of sight of land, furls his sails, and lays him to his rest, while under his very pillow rush herds of walruses and whales. The number of supplies, and the variety of articles required in fitting out a whaling ship for a cruise, was, of course, prodigious. For aside from the articles required in whaling, it was necessary that a whaling vessel should sail prepared for any emergency, and equipped to be absolutely independent of the rest of the world for years at a time, housekeeping upon the wide ocean, far from all grocers, costermongers, doctors, bakers and bankers. Aside from the necessary whaling equipment, there were needed supplies for the men, ship's stores and a dizzy number of incidentals, spare boats, spare spars, and spare lines and harpoons, and spare everythings, almost, but a spare captain and a duplicate ship. While other hulls are loaded down with alien stuff, to be transferred to foreign wharves, the world-wandering whale ship carries no cargo but herself and crew, their weapons and their wants. She has a whole lake's contents bottled in her ample hold. She is ballasted with utilities. Hence it is, that, while other ships may have gone to China from New York, and back again, touching at a score of ports, the whale ship, in all that interval, may not have sighted one grain of soil, her crew having seen no man but floating seamen like themselves. So that did you carry them the news that another flood had come, they would answer, "Well, boys, here's the Ark." N.H. Nye, a New Bedford outfitter, published in 1858 an inventory of articles for a whaling voyage, a shopping list totaling some 650 entries, useful once to whalers with fallible memories, useful now to landsmen with lame imaginations. When, from such a port as Nantucket or New Bedford, a whaling vessel was preparing to sail, there would be no house, perhaps, without some interest in the cruise. Each took a personal pride in the success of the whalers, a pride clinched by the economic dependence of nearly every soul in the community upon the whaleman's luck. During the time of continual fetching and carrying preparatory to the sailing in Moby Dick, no one was more active, it will be remembered, than Aunt Charity Bildad, that lean though kind-hearted old Quakeress of indefatigable spirit. At one time she would come on board with a jar of pickles for the steward's pantry, another time with a bunch of quills for the chief mate's desk, where he kept his log, a third time with a roll of flannel for the small of someone's rheumatic back. Hither and thither she bustled about, ready to turn her hand and her heart to anything that promised to yield safety, comfort and consolation to all on board a ship in which her beloved brother Bildad was concerned, and in which she herself owned a score or two of well-saved dollars. Nor did she forsake the ship even after it had been hauled out from the wharf. She came off in the whaleboat with a nightcap for the second mate, her brother-in-law, and a spare Bible for the steward. Such were the conditions in whaling towns like Nantucket or New Bedford that there was nothing remarkable in Aunt Charity's behavior. In such communities, whale was king. The talk of the street was, as Abbott observes, of big catches and the price of oil and bone. The conversation in the shaded parlors, where seashell, coral, and the trophies of Pacific cruises were the chief ornaments, was, in an odd mixture of Quaker idiom, of prospective cruises or of past adventures, of distant husbands and sons, the perils they braved, and when they might be expected home. Colonel Joseph C. Hart, in his Miriam Coffin, or The Whale Fisherman, A Tale, 1834, offers perhaps the truest and most vivid picture of life in Nantucket when whaling was at its prime. Speaking of himself in the third person in the dedication, Hart describes his book as being founded on facts, and illustrating some of the scenes with which he was conversant in his earlier days, together with occurrences with which he is familiar from tradition and association. The reprinted in California in 1872, Miriam Coffin is now very difficult to come by. It should be better known. The extended voyages of the American whaleman were made in heavy, bluff-bowed and tubby crafts that were designed with fine contempt for speed, comfort or appearance. In writing of Nantucket whaling during the period about 1750, Macy says, "They began now to employ vessels of larger size, some of 100-ton burden, and a few were square-rigged." For over a century thereafter the changes in whaling vessels were almost solely in size. With the opening of the Pacific, the longer voyages and the desire for larger cargoes led, as a necessary result, to the employment of larger vessels. The first Nantucket ship sailing to the Pacific in 1791 was of 240-ton burden. By 1826, Nantucket had 72 ships carrying over 280 tons each, and before 1850 whalers of 400 to 500 tons burden were not unusual. The Acushnet, it will be remembered, was rated as a ship of 359 tons. The vessels used in whaling, built, as has been said, less with a view to speed than to carrying capacity, had a characteristic architecture. The bow was scarce distinguishable from the stern by its lines, and the masts stuck up straight, without that rake which adds so much to the trim appearance of a clipper. Three peculiarities chiefly distinguished the whalers from other ships of the same general character. 1. At each masthead was fixed the crow's nest, in some vessels a heavy barrel lashed to the mast, in others merely a small platform laid on the crosstrees, with two hoops fixed to the mast above, within which the lookout could stand in safety. Throughout Melville's experiences at sea, in the merchant marines, in whalers, and in the navy, it appears that his happiest moments were spent on mastheads. 2. On the deck, amidships, stood the try-works brick furnaces holding 2 or 3 great kettles, in which the blubber was reduced to odorless oil. 3. Along each rail were heavy, clumsy wooden cranes, or davits, from which hung the whale boats, never less than 5, sometimes more, while still others were lashed to the deck. For these boats were the whale's sport and playthings, and seldom was a big fish made fast without there being work made for the ship's carpenter. As for the crow's nest, and the business of standing mastheads, Melville has more than a word to say. As Sir Thomas Browne wrote in The Garden of Cyrus of the quinquential lozenge, or network plantations of the ancients, artificially, naturally, mystically considered to find, as Coleridge remarks, quincunxes in heaven above, quincunxes in earth below, quincunxes in the mind of man, quincunxes in tones, in optic nerves, in roots of trees, in leaves, in everything. So Melville finds the visible and invisible universe a symbolic prefiguring of all the detailed peculiarities of whaling. In the town of Babel he finds a great stone masthead that went by the board in the dread gale of God's wrath, and in St. Simon's Stylites he discovers a remarkable instance of a dauntless stander of mastheads, who was not to be driven from his place by fogs or frosts, rain, hail, or sleet, but valiantly facing everything out to the last, literally died at his post. And in Napoleon upon the top of the column of Vendome, in Washington atop his pillar in Baltimore, as in many another man of stone or iron or bronze, he sees standers of mastheads. In most American whalemen, the mastheads were manned almost simultaneously with the vessels leaving her port, and this even though she often had 15,000 miles, and more, to sail before reaching her proper cruising ground. And if, after a 3, 4, or 5 years' voyage, she found herself drawing near home with empty casks, then her mastheads were frequently kept manned, even until her skysail poles sailed in among the spires of her home port. The 3 mastheads were kept manned from sunrise to sunset, the seamen taking regular turns, as at the helm, and relieving each other every 2 hours, watching to catch the faint blur of vapor whose spouting marks the presence of a whale. There she blows. BLOOWS. Blowows was then sung out from the masthead, the signal for the chase. As for Melville, he tries to convince us he kept very sorry watch, as in the serene weather of the tropics, he perched 100 feet above the silent decks, striding along the deep, as if the masts were gigantic stilts, while beneath you and between your legs, as it were, swim the huge monsters of the deep, even as ships once sailed between the boots of the famous Colossus of old Rhodes. There, through his watches, he used to swing, he says, lost in the infinite series of the sea, with nothing ruffled but the waves. The tranced ship indolently rolls, the drowsy trade winds blow, everything resolves you into languor. I used to lounge up the rigging very leisurely, resting in the top to have a chat with Queek, or anyone else off duty whom I might find there, then ascending a little way further, and throwing a lazy leg over the topsail yard, take a preliminary view of the watery pastures, and so at last mount to my ultimate destination. According to Melville's own representation, the Acushnet was not a pint of oil richer for all his watching in the thought-engendering altitude of the crow's nest. He admonishes all shipowners of Nantucket to eschew the bad business of shipping romantic, melancholy, absent-minded young men, disgusted with the cankering cares of earth, young men seeking sentiment, as did he, in tar and blubber. Childe Harold not infrequently perches himself upon the masthead of some luckless disappointed whale ship. He warns prosaic ship owners, young men hopelessly lost to all honorable ambition and indifferent to the selling qualities of oil and bone. It is well both for Melville and Captain Peace, the testy old skipper of the ship Acushnet, that he could not see into the head of Melville as he hung silently perched in his dizzy lookout. Lulled into such an opium-like listlessness of vacant, unconscious reverie is this absent-minded youth by the blending cadence of waves with thoughts, that at last he loses his identity, takes the mystic ocean at his feet for the visible image of that deep, blue, bottomless soul, pervading mankind and nature, and every strange, half-seen, gliding, beautiful thing that eludes him, every dimly discovered, uprising fin of some undiscernible form, seems to him the embodiment of those elusive thoughts that only people the soul by continually flitting through it. In this enchanted mood, thy spirit ebbs away to whence it came, becomes diffused through time and space, like Cranmer's sprinkled pantheistic ashes, forming at last a part of every shore the round globe over. When, from the masthead, eyes less abstracted than Melville's sighted a whale, the daring and excitement of the ensuing pursuit in the whaleboats left Melville less occasion, during such energetic intervals, to luxuriate in high mysteries. And it seems likely that Melville was of more value to the ship's owners when in a whaleboat than riding the masthead. Through long years of whaling these boats had been developed until practical perfection had been reached. Never has boat been built which for speed, stanchness, seaworthiness and hardiness excels the whaleboat of the Massachusetts whaleman. These mere cockle shells, sharp at both ends and clean-sided as a mackerel, were about 27 feet long by 6 feet beam, with a depth of 22 inches amidships and 37 inches at the bow and stern. These tiny clinker-built craft can ride the heaviest sea, withstand the highest wind, resist the heaviest gale. Incredible voyages have been made in these whaling boats, not the least remarkable being the 3 months' voyage of 2 boats that survived the wreck of the Essex in 1819, or the even more remarkable 6 months' voyage of the whaling boat separated from the Janet in 1849. In Mardy Melville describes a prolonged voyage in a whaleboat. In this account Melville takes one down to the very plane of the sea. He is speaking from experience when he says, unless the waves, in their gambols, toss you and your ship upon one of their lordly crests, your sphere of vision is little larger than it would be at the bottom of a well. At best, your most extended view in any one direction, at least, is in a high slow-rolling sea, when you descend into the dark misty spaces, between long and uniform swells. Then, for the moment, it is like looking up and down in a twilight glade, interminable, where 2 dawns, one on each hand, seem struggling through the semi-transparent tops of the fluid mountains. Of his first lowering in pursuit of a whale, he says in Moby Dick, it was a sight full of quick wonder and awe. The vast swells of the omnipotent sea, the surging, hollow roar they made, as they rolled along the 8 gunwales, like gigantic bowls in a boundless bowling green, the brief suspended agony of the boat, as it would tip for an instant on the knife-like edge of the sharper waves, that seemed almost threatening to cut it in two, the sudden profound dip into the watery glens and hollows, the keen spurrings and goadings to gain the top of the opposite hill, the headlong, sled-like slide down its other side, all these, with the cries of the headsmen and harpooners, and the shuddering gasps of the oarsmen, and wondrous sight of the ivory peccary bearing down upon her boats with outstretched sails, like a wild hen after her screaming brood, all this was thrilling. Not the raw recruit, marching from the bosom of his wife into the fever heat of his first battle, not the dead man's ghost encountering the first unknown phantom in the other world. Neither of these can feel stranger and stronger emotions than that man does, who for the first time finds himself pulling into the charmed, churned circle of the hunted sperm whale. After this first lowering, Melville returned to the ship to indulge in the popular nautical diversion of making his will. This ceremony concluded, he says he looked round him tranquilly and contentedly, like a quiet ghost with a clean conscience sitting inside the bars of a snug family vault. Now then, thought I, unconsciously rolling up the sleeves of my frock, here goes for a cool, collected dive at death and destruction, and the devil fetch the hindmost. In Moby Dick, whales are sighted, chased, and captured, nor does Melville fail to give detailed accounts of these activities or of the ensuing cutting in and the trying of the oil. One of the most vivid scenes in Moby Dick is the description of the try works in operation. By midnight, says Melville, the works were in full operation. We were clean from the carcass, sail had been made, the wind was freshening, the wild ocean darkness was intense. But that darkness was licked up by the fierce flames, which at intervals forked forth from the sooty flues, and illuminated every rope in the rigging, as with the famed Greek fire. The hatch, removed from the top of the works, now afforded a wide hearth in front of them. Standing on this were the Tartarian shapes of the pagan harpooners, always the whaleship's stokers. With huge pronged poles they pitched hissing masses of blubber into the scalding pots, or stirred up the fires beneath, till the snaky flames darted, curling, out of the doors to catch them by the feet. The smoke rolled away in sullen heaps. To every pitch of the ship there was a pitch of the boiling oil, which seemed all eagerness to leap into their faces. Opposite the mouth of the works, on the further side of the wide wooden hearth, was the windlass. This served for a sea sofa. Here lounged the watch, when not otherwise employed, looking into the red heat of the fire, their tawny features, now all begrimed with smoke and sweat, their matted beards, and the contrasting barbaric brilliancy of their teeth, all these strangely revealed in the capricious emblazonings of the works. As they narrated to each other their unholy adventures, their tales of terror told in words of mirth, their uncivilized laughter forked upwards out of them, like the flames from the furnace, to and fro, in their front. The harpooners wildly gesticulated with their huge pronged forks and dippers. The wind howled on, and the sea leaped, and the ship groaned and dived, yet steadfastly shot her red hell further and further into the blackness of the sea and the night, and scornfully champed, and viciously spat round her on all sides. During this scene Melville stood at the helm, and for long silent hours guarded the way of this fire ship on the sea. Wrapped, for that interval, in darkness myself, I but the better saw the redness, the madness, the ghastliness of others. The continual sight of the fiend shapes before me, capering half in smoke and half in fire, these at last begat kindred visions in my soul, so soon as I began to yield to that unaccountable drowsiness which ever would come over me at a midnight helm. In a chapter on dreams, in Mardi, one of the wildest chapters Melville ever wrote, and the one in which he profoundly searched into the heart of his mystery, he compares his dreams to a vast herd of buffaloes, browsing on to the horizon, and browsing on round the world, and among them, I dash with my lance, to spear one, ere they all flee. In this world of dreams, passing and repassing, like Oriental empires in history, Melville discerned, far in the background, hazy and blue, their steeps let down from the sky, Andes on Andes, rooted on Alps, and all round me, long rolling oceans, roll Amazons and Orinoco's, waver, mounted Parthians, and to and fro, toss the wide woodlands, all the world an elk, and the forest its antlers. Beneath me, at the equator, the earth pulses and beats like a warrior's heart, till I know not whether it be not myself. And my soul sinks down to the depths, and soars to the skies, and comet-like reels on through such boundless expanses, that methinks all the worlds are my kin, and I invoke them to stay in their course. Yet, like a mighty three-decker, towing argosies by scores, I tremble, gasp, and strain in my flight, and fain would cast off the cables that hamper. On that night that Melville drowsed at the helm of the Acushnet while she was freighted with savages, and laden with fire, and burning a corpse, and plunging into that blackness of blackness, his soul sank deep into itself, and he seems to have awakened to recognize in the ship that he drowsily steered, the material counterpart of the darkest mysteries of his own soul. It was then that he awoke to be horribly conscious that whatever swift rushing thing I stood on was not so much bound to any haven ahead as rushing from all havens astern. And in reflecting upon that insight Melville plunges into the lowest abyss of disenchantment. The truest of men was the man of sorrows, he says, and the truest of all books is Solomon's, and Ecclesiastes is the fine hammered steel of woe. All is vanity. All. He who calls Cowper, Young, Pascal, Rousseau, poor devils, all of sick men, and throughout a carefree lifetime swears by Rabelais as passing wise, and therefore jolly, not that man is fitted to sit down on tombstones, and break the green damp mould with unfathomably wondrous Solomon. The greatest of all dreamers conquer their dreams, others, who are great, but not of the greatest, are mastered by them, and Melville was one of these. There is a passage in the works of Edgar Allan Poe that Melville may well have pondered when he awoke at the helm of the Acushnet after looking too long into the glare of the fire. There are moments when, even to the sober eye of reason, the world of our sad humanity may assume the semblance of a hell, but the imagination of man is no carathis to explore with impunity its every cavern. All the grim legion of sepulchral terrors cannot be regarded as altogether fanciful, but, like the demons in whose company Afrasiab made his voyage down the Oxus. They must sleep or they will devour us, they must be suffered to slumber or we perish. Chapter 8 Leviathan at the Battle of Breviex in Flanders. My glorious old gossiping ancestor Froissart informs me, 10 good knights, being suddenly unhorsed, fell stiff and powerless to the plain, fatally encumbered by their armor. Whereupon the rascally burglarious peasants, their foes, fell to picking their visors, as burglars, locks, as oystermen oysters, to get at their lives. But all to no purpose. And at last they were fain to ask aid of a blacksmith, and not till then were the inmates of the armor dispatched. Days of chivalry these, when gallant chevaliers died chivalric deaths. Yes, they were glorious times. But no sensible man, given to quiet domestic delights, would exchange his warm fireside and muffins, for a heroic bivouac, in a wild beechen wood, of a raw gusty morning in Normandy, every night blowing his steel-gloved fingers, and vainly striving to cool his cold coffee in his helmet. Herman Melville, Mardi. It was the same Edmund Burke who movingly mourned the departure of the epic virtues of chivalry, who in swift generalities celebrated the heroic enterprise of the hunters of Leviathan. But Burke viewed both whaling and knight-errantry from a safe remove of time or place, and the crude everyday realities of each he smothered beneath billows of gorgeous generalization. Burke offers a notable instance wherein romance and rhetoric conspired to glorify two human activities that are glorious only in expurgation. Piracy is picturesque in its extinction, and to the snugly domesticated imagination there is both virtue and charm in cutthroats and highwaymen. Even the perennial newspaper accounts of massacre and rape doubtless serve to keep sweet the blood of many a benevolent pew-holder. The incorrigible tendency of the imagination to extract sweet from the bitter, honey from the carcass of the lion, makes an intimate consideration of the filthy soil from which some of its choicest illusions spring, downright repugnant to wholesome emendedness. Intimately considered, both whaling and knight-errantry were shabby forms of the butchering business. Their virtues were but the nobler vices of barbarism, vices that take on a semblance of nobility only when measured against the deadly virtues of emasculated righteousness. In flight from the deadly virtues, Melville was precipitated into the reeking barbarism of the forecastle of a whaling ship. Whaling he applied as a counter-irritant to New England decorum, and he seems to have smarted much during the application. He was blessed with a high degree of the resilience of youthful animal vigor, it is true, and there is solace for all suffering, the godly tell us, omitting the ungodly solaces of madness and suicide. It will be seen that whaling prompted Melville to extreme measures. The full hideousness of his life on board the Acushnet has not yet transpired. The chief whaling communities, those of Nantucket and Buzzards Bay, were originally settled by Quakers. The inhabitants of these districts in general retained in an uncommon measure throughout the golden age of whaling, the peculiarities of the Quaker. Never perhaps in the history of the world has there been mated two aspects of life more humorously incompatible than whale hunting and Quakerism. This mating produced, however, a race of the most sanguinary of all sailors, a race of fighting Quakers, in Melville's phrase, Quakers with a vengeance. Though refusing from conscientious scruples to bear arms against land invaders, yet these same Quakers inimitably invaded the Atlantic and the Pacific, and though sworn foes to human bloodshed, yet did they, in their straight-bodied coats, spill tons and tons of Leviathan gore. And so, as Melville goes on to point out, there are instances among them of men who, named with scripture names, and in childhood naturally imbibing the stately dramatic thee and thou of the Quaker idiom, still, from the audacious, daring, and boundless adventure of their subsequent lives, strangely blend with these unit-grown peculiarities, 1,000 bold dashes of character, not unworthy a Scandinavian sea king, or a poetical pagan Roman. The two old Quaker captains of Moby Dick, Bildad and Peleg, are typical of the race that made Nantucket and New Bedford the greatest whaling ports in all history. Peleg significantly divides all good men into two inclusive categories: pious good men, like Bildad, and swearing good men, something like me. The swearing good men Melville would seem to imply, in sacrificing piety to humanity, while standing lower in the eyes of God, stood higher in the hearts of their crew. Though Bildad never swore at his men, so Melville remarks, he somehow got an inordinate quantity of cruel, unmitigated hard work out of them. Typical of the cast of mind of the whaling Quaker is Captain Bildad's farewell to ship's company on board the ship in which he was chief owner: "God bless ye, and have ye in his holy keeping. Be careful in the hunt, ye mates. Don't stave the boats needlessly, ye harpooners. Good white cedar plank is raised full 3% within the year. Don't forget your prayers, either. Don't whale it too much a Lord's Day, men, but don't miss a fair chance either, that's rejecting heaven's good gifts. Have an eye to the molasses tierce, Mr. Stubb, it was a little leaky, I thought. If ye touch at the islands, Mr. Flask, beware of fornication. Goodbye, goodbye." The old logbooks most frequently begin, "A journal of an intended voyage from Nantucket by God's permission." And typical is the closing sentence of the entry in George Gardiner's journal for Saturday, the 21st of January, 1757, "So no more at present, all being in health by the blessing of God, but no whale yet." At first, the New England vessels were manned almost entirely by American-born seamen, including a certain proportion of Indians and coast-bred Negroes. But as the fishery grew, and the number of vessels increased, the supply of hands became inadequate. Macy says that as early as about 1750 the Nantucket fishery had attained such proportions that it was necessary to secure men from Cape Cod and Long Island to man the vessels. Good says, Captain Isaiah West, now 80 years of age, in 1880, tells me that he remembers when he picked his crew within a radius of 60 miles of New Bedford, oftentimes he was acquainted, either personally or through report, with the social standing or business qualifications of every man on his vessel, and also that he remembers the first foreigner, an Irishman, that shipped with him, the circumstance being commented on at that time as a remarkable one. Time was, however, when it was easy to gather at New Bedford or New London a prime crew of tall and stalwart lads from the fishing coast and from the farms of the interior of New England. Maine furnished a great many whalemen, and for a long time the romance of whaling held out a powerful fascination for adventurous farmer boys of New Hampshire, Vermont, and Upper New York. During Melville's time the farms of New England still supplied a contingent of whalers. In writing of New Bedford he says, "There weekly arrive in this town scores of green Vermonters and New Hampshire men, all athirst for gain and glory in the fishery. They are mostly young, of stalwart frames, fellows who have felled forests, and now seek to drop the axe and snatch the whale lance. Many are as green as the green mountains whence they came. In some things you would think them but a few hours old. Look there! That chap strutting round the corner. He wears a beaver hat and swallow-tailed coat, girdled with a sailor belt and a sheath knife. Here comes another with a sou'wester and a bombazine cloak." Of course, these farm boys were of the verdant innocence Melville paints them when they signed the ship's papers, not knowing a harpoon from a handspike. It is a curious paradox in the history of whaling, a paradox best elaborated by Virril, that the ship's crew were almost never sailors. The captain, of course, the officers and the harpooners were usually skilled and efficient hands. But so filthy was the work aboard the whaler, and so perilous, so brutal the treatment of the crew, and so hazardous the actual earnings, that competent deep-water sailors stuck to the navy or the merchant marine. When Melville shipped from Honolulu as an ordinary seaman in the United States Navy, he soon found occasion to offer up thanksgiving that in no evil hour had I divulged the fact of having served in a whaler, for having previously marked the prevailing prejudice of men of war's men to that much maligned class of mariners, I had wisely held my peace concerning stove-boats on the coast of Japan. And in Redburn he says that merchant seamen generally affect a certain superiority to blubber boilers, as they contemptuously style those who hunt the Leviathan. When the farmer lads came down to the sea no more in adequate numbers, the whale ships were forced to fill their crews far from home, and to take what material they could get. Shipping offices, with headquarters at the whaling ports, employed agents scattered here and there in the principal cities, especially in the Middle West and the interior of New England. These agents received $10 for each man they secured for the ship's crew. Besides this, each agent was paid for the incidental expenses of transportation, board, and outfit of every man shipped. By means of lurid advertisements and circulars, these agents with emancipated conscience made glowing promises to the desperate and the ignorant. Each prospective whaleman was promised a lay of the ship's catch. For in the whaling business, no set wages were paid. All hands, including the captain, received certain shares of the profits called lays. The size of the lay was proportioned to the degree of importance pertaining to the respective duties of the ship's company. The captain usually received a lay of from 1/12 to 1/18, green hands about the 150th. What lay Melville received is not known. Bildad is inclined to think that the 777th lay was not too much for Ishmael, but Bildad was a pious good man. Peleg, the swearing good man after a volcanic eruption with Bildad, puts Ishmael down for the 300th lay. Though this may exemplify the relation that, in Melville's mind, existed between profanity and kindness, it tells us, unfortunately, nothing of the prospective earnings of Melville's whaling. Of one thing, however, we can be fairly certain: Melville did not drive a shrewd and highly profitable bargain. The details of his life bear out his boast. I am one of those that never take on about princely fortunes, and am quite content if the world is ready to board and lodge me, while I put up at the grim sign of the thunder cloud. Each prospective whaler, besides being assured a stated fraction of the ship's earnings, was by the agents promised an advance of $75, an outfit of clothes, as well as board and lodging until aboard ship. From this imaginary $75 were deducted all the expenses which the agent defrayed, as well as the $10 head payment. By a shameless perversion of exaggerated charges, a really competent outfitter managed to ship his embryo whaleman without a cent of the promised advance. The agent who shipped J. Ross Brown and his unfortunate friend was a suave gentleman of easy promises. Whaling, gentlemen, is tolerably hard at first, Brown makes him say, but it's the finest business in the world for enterprising young men. Vigilance and activity will ensure you rapid promotion. I haven't the least doubt but you'll come home boat steerers. I sent off 6 college students a few days ago, and a poor fellow who had been flogged away from home by a vicious wife. A whaler, gentlemen, is a place of refuge for the distressed and persecuted, a school for the dissipated, an asylum for the needy. There's nothing like it. You can see the world, you can see something of life. The first half of one of the truest and most popular of whaling chanties, a lyric which must have been sung with heartfelt conviction by thousands of whalemen, runs, "'Twas advertised in Boston, New York and Buffalo, 500 brave Americans a whaling for to go. They send you to New Bedford, the famous whaling port, they send you to a shark's store and board and fit you out. They send you to a boarding house for a time to dwell. The thieves there, they are thicker than the other side of hell. They tell you of the whaling ships a-going in and out. They swear you'll make your fortune before you're 5 months out." The second half of this ballad celebrates the hardships of life aboard ship, the poor food and the brutality of the officers. With this side of whaling we know that Melville was familiar. But of the usual preliminaries of whaling recounted by Brown and summarized in the chanty, Melville says not a word, either in Moby Dick or elsewhere. Nor does tradition or history supplement this autobiographical silence. On this point, we know nothing. Surely it would be intensely interesting to know how far egotism conspired with art in guiding Melville in the writing of the masterful beginning of Moby Dick. No matter by what process Melville found his way to the Acushnet, The whaling fleet was, indeed, at the time of his addition to it, a place of refuge for the distressed and persecuted, a school for the dissipated, an asylum for the needy. J. Ross Browne was warned before his sailing that New Bedford was the sinkhole of iniquity, that the fitters were all bloodsuckers, the owners cheats, and the captains tyrants. Though the arraignment was incautiously comprehensive, Browne confesses to have looked back upon it as a sound warning. The boasted advantages of whaling were not selfishly withheld from any man, no matter what the race, or the complexion of his hide or his morals. The Spanish, Portuguese, Dutch, Swedish, Norwegian, English, Scotch, Irish, in fact, men of almost every country of Europe, and this with no jealous discrimination against Asia, Africa, or the islands of the Pacific, were drawn upon by the whale fleet during the days of its greatest prosperity. And had I not been, from my birth, as it were, a cosmopolite, Melville remarks parenthetically in Redburn, it would have been difficult for him to find a more promising field for the exercise of this inherited characteristic, than was whaling in 1841, and this, indeed, without the nuisance of leaving New Bedford. In thoroughfares nigh the docks, he says, any considerable seaport will frequently offer to view the queerest nondescripts from foreign ports. Even in Broadway and Chestnut streets, Mediterranean mariners will sometimes jostle the affrighted ladies. Regent Street is not unknown to Lascars and Malays, and in Bombay, in the Apollo Green, live Yankees have often scared the natives. But New Bedford beats all Water Street and Wapping. In these last mentioned haunts you see only sailors, but in New Bedford, actual cannibals stand chatting at street corners, savages outright, many of whom yet carry on their bones unholy flesh. It makes a stranger stare. It will be remembered that Ishmael spends his first night in New Bedford in bed with one of these very cannibals, and on the following morning, in a spirit of amiable and transcendent charity, goes down on his knees with his tattooed bedfellow before a portable wooden deity, an experience fantastic and highly diverting, nor at all outside the bounds of possibility. It is a fact to chasten the optimism of apostles of the promiscuous brotherhood of man, that as the whaling crews grew in cosmopolitanism, they made no corresponding advances towards the millennium. Had Nantucket and New Bedford but grown to the height of their whaling activities in the 4th century, they might have sent enterprising agents to the African desert to tempt ambitious Cenobites with offers of undreamed of luxuries of mortification. These holy men might have worked miracles in whaling, and transformed the watery wilderness of the Pacific into a floating city of God. But in the 19th century of grace, the kennel-like forecastle of the whaler was the refuge not of the athletic saint, but of the offscourings of all races, the discards of humanity, and of this fact there is no lack of evidence. Nor did Melville's shipmates, on the whole, seem to have varied this monotony. There survives this record in his own hand. What became of the ship's company on the whale ship Acushnet according to Hubbard, who came back home in her, more than a 4-years' voyage, and visited me in Petersfield in 1850. Captain Peace returned and lives in asylum at the Vineyard. Raymond, first mate, had a fight with the captain and went ashore at Pater. Hall, second mate, came home and went to California. 3 road mate, Portuguese, went ashore at Pater. Boatswain, either ran away or killed at Ropo, one of the Marquesas. Smith, went ashore at Santa, coast of Peru, afterwards committed suicide at Mobile. Barney, boatswain, came home. Carpenter, went ashore at Maui half dead with disreputable disease. The Cho. Tom Johnson, black, went ashore at Maui, half dead, ditto, and died at the hospital. Reed, mulatto, came home. Blacksmith, ran away at San Francisco. Blackus, little black, ditto. Bill Green, after several attempts to run away, came home in the end. The Irishman, ran away, coast of Colombia. Wright, went ashore half dead at the Marquesas. Jack Adams and Joe Portuguese came home. The old cook, came home. Haynes, ran away aboard of a Sydney ship. Little Jack, came home. Grant, young fellow, went ashore half dead, spitting blood, at Oahu. Murray, went ashore, shunning fight at Rio Janeiro. The Cooper, came home. Of the 27 men who went out with the ship, only the captain, the second mate, a boatswain, the cook, the Cooper and 6 of the mongrel crew, one of which made several futile attempts to escape, came back home with her. The first mate had a fight with the captain and left the ship. The carpenter and 4 of the crew went ashore to die, 2 at least with venereal diseases, another went ashore spitting blood, another to commit suicide. Sperm whaling. The capture. Drawing by a Van Beest, R. Swain Gifford and Bench. Russell, 1850. One of 6 whaling prints. London, 1750. With this company Melville was intimately imprisoned on board the Acushnet for 15 months. Of the everyday life of Melville in this community we know little enough. In Moby Dick, Melville has left voluminous accounts of the typical occupations of whaling, but beyond this nothing certainly to be identified as derived from life on the Acushnet. The ship's company on board the Pequod, in so far as is known, belong as purely to romance as characters of fiction can. It doubtless abbreviates the responsibilities of the custodians of public morals, that the staple of conversation on board the Acushnet, the scenes enacted in the forecastle and elsewhere in the ship, shall probably never be known. In Type E. Melville says of the crew of the Acushnet, however, with a very few exceptions, our crew was composed of a parcel of dastardly and mean-spirited wretches, divided among themselves, and only united in enduring without resistance the unmitigated tyranny of the captain. Of the very few exceptions that Melville spares the tribute of contemptuous damnation, one alone does he single out for portraiture. He was a young fellow about my own age, says Melville in Type E, of a 17-year-old shipmate, for whom I had all along entertained a great regard, and Toby, such was the name by which he went among us, for his real name he would never tell us, was every way worthy of it. He was active, ready, and obliging, of dauntless courage, and singularly open and fearless in the expression of his feelings. I had on more than one occasion got him out of scrapes into which this had led him, and I know not whether it was from this cause, or a certain congeniality of sentiment between us, that he had always shown a partiality for my society. We had battled out many a long watch together, beguiling the weary hours with chat, song, and story, mingled with a good many imprecations upon the hard destiny it seemed our common fortune to encounter. Toby, like Melville, had evidently not been reared from the cradle to the life of the forecastle, a fact that, despite his anxious effort, Toby could not entirely conceal. He was one of that class of rovers you sometimes meet at sea, says Melville, who never reveal their origin, never allude to home, and go rambling over the world as if pursued by some mysterious fate they cannot possibly elude. By the spell of the senses, too, Melville was attracted to Toby. For while the greater part of the crew were as coarse in person as in mind, says Melville, Toby was endowed with a remarkably prepossessing exterior. Arrayed in his blue frock and duck trousers, he was as smart a looking sailor as ever stepped upon a deck. He was singularly small and slightly made, with great flexibility of limb. His naturally dark complexion had been deepened by exposure to the tropical sun, and a mass of jetty locks clustered about his temples, and threw a darker shade into his large black eyes. There is preserved among Melville's papers a lock of hair, unusually fine and soft in texture, but not so much jetty as of a rich red-black chestnut color, and marked a lock of Toby's hair and dated 1846, the year of the publication of Typee. When Melville and Toby parted in the Marquesas, each came to think that the other had most likely been eaten by the cannibals. Upon the publication of Typee, Toby was startled into delight to learn of Melville's survival and to rub his eyes at the flattering portrayal of himself. In a letter of his to Melville, dated the 16th of June, 1856, he says, "I am still proud of the immortality with which you have invested me." The extent of the first extremity of his pride is not recorded. But in his first flush of immortality he seems to have sent Melville a lock of his hair, an amiable vanity, perhaps, at Melville's celebration of his personal charms. There survives with the lock of hair a daguerreotype of Toby, also of 1846. There are also two other photographs, the three strewn over a period of 30 years. These three photographs make especially vivid the regret at the lack of any early picture of Melville. Melville's likeness is preserved only in bearded middle age, and such portraiture gives no more idea of his youthful appearance than does Toby's washed-out maturity suggest his Byronic earlier manner. There is every indication that Melville was a young man of a very conspicuous personal charm. From his books one forms a vivid image of him in the freshness and agility and full-bloodedness of his youth. To bring this face to face with the photographs of his middle age is a challenge to the loyalty of the imagination. All known pictures of Melville postdate his creative period. They are pictures of Melville the disenchanted philosopher. As pictures of Melville the adventurer and artist, they survive as misleading posthumous images. Of Toby's character, Melville says, "He was a strange wayward being, moody, fitful, and melancholy, at times almost morose. He had a quick and fiery temper too, which, when thoroughly roused, transported him into a state bordering on delirium. No one ever saw Toby laugh. I mean in the hearty abandonment of broad-mouthed mirth. He did sometimes smile, it is true, and there was a good deal of dry, sarcastic humor about him, which told the more from the imperturbable gravity of his tone and manner." After escaping from the Acushnet with Melville into the valley of Typee, Toby in course of time found himself back to civilization, where the history of his life that he kept so secret aboard the Acushnet came more fully to be known. Toby Richard Tobias Green in 1846. In 1865 Toby, or Richard Tobias Green, was, according to notices in Chicago papers at the time of his death on the 24th of August, 1892, born in Dublin, Ireland, in 1825. He was as a child brought to America by his father, who settled in Rochester, New York, where Toby took public school and academic courses. Before he was 17 he shipped aboard the Acushnet, there to fall in with Melville and to accompany him into the uncorrupted heart of cannibalism. Toby returned to civilization to study law with John C. Spencer, the noted attorney whose son was executed for mutiny at Canandaigua, New York, and was, in time, admitted to the bar. He relinquished jurisprudence for journalism, and was for some indefinite period editor of the Buffalo Courier. He restlessly varied his activities by assisting in constructing the first telegraph line west of New York State, and opened the first telegraph office in Ohio, at Sandusky. For some years he published the Sandusky Mirror. In 1857 he moved to Chicago and took a place on the Times. With the Civil War he enlisted in the 6th Infantry of Missouri and for 3 years was trusted clerk at General Grant's headquarters. He was discharged June, 1864, to enlist again the 19th of October, 1864, in the 1st Illinois Light Artillery. With the end of the war he returned to Chicago, ruined in health. Yet he continued to exert himself as a public-minded citizen, and at his funeral were many fellow Masons, comrades from the GAR and others who came to pay their respects to the late traveler, editor and soldier. After the publication of Typee there were delighted exchanges of recognition and gratitude between him and Melville. And though these two men grew further and further apart with years, there continued between them an irregular correspondence and a pathetic loyalty to youthful associations, felicitations that grew to be as conscientious and hollow as the ghastly amiabilities of a college reunion. Toby's son, born in 1854, he named Herman Melville Green, a compliment to Melville adopted by some of his later shipmates in the Navy, and Melville presented his namesake with a spoon, the gift he always made to namesakes. Toby's nephew was named Richard Melville Hare, and another spoon was shipped west. In 1856 Toby wrote Melville he had read Melville's most recent book, Piazza Tales. Toby's critical efforts exhausted themselves in the comment. The Incantadas called up reminiscences of the Acushnet, and days gone by. In 1858, when Melville was lecturing about the country, Toby addressed a dutiful letter to his dear old shipmate asking that Melville visit him while in Cleveland. If the visit was ever made, it has not transpired. In 1860 Toby wrote to Melville, "Hope you enjoy good health and can yet stow away 5 shares of duff. I would be delighted to see you and freshen the nip while you would be spinning a yarn as long as the maintop bowline." In acknowledgement Melville during the year following sent Toby the gift of a spoon. In reply Toby observes, "My mind often reverts to the many pleasant moonlight watches we passed together on the deck of the Acushnet as we whiled away the hours with yarn and song till 8 bells." Even to the 3rd generation Toby's descendants were proud of the immortality with which Melville had invested Toby. Miss Agnes Replier has written on the perils of immortality. There are perils, too, in immortalization. But in the days of Toby's unredeemed immortality on board the Acushnet before he joined the Masons and the Grand Army of the Republic, Toby was to Melville a singularly grateful variation to the filth and hideousness and brutality of the human refuse with which he cruised the high seas in search of oil and bone. Melville was 15 months on board the Acushnet, and for the last 6 months of this period he was out of sight of land, cruising some 20 degrees to the westward of the Galapagos, cruising after the sperm whale under the scorching sun of the line, and tossed on the billows of the wide rolling Pacific, the sky above, the sea around, and nothing else. The ship itself was, at the expiration of this period, deplorable in appearance. The paint on her sides, burnt up by the scorching sun, was puffed up and cracked. She trailed weeds after her. About her sternpiece an unsightly bunch of barnacles had formed, and every time she rose on a sea, she showed her copper torn away, or hanging in jagged strips. The only green thing in sight aboard her was the green paint on the inside of the bulwarks, and that, to Melville, was of a vile and sickly hue. The nearest suggestion of the grateful fragrance of the loamy earth, was the bark which clung to the wood used for fuel, bark gnawed off and devoured by the captain's pig, and the mouldy corn and the brackish water in the little trough before which the solitary tenant of the chicken coop stood moping all day long on that everlasting one leg of his. The usage on board in Melville's ship, as in that of J. Ross Brown and many another, had been tyrannical in the extreme. In Type he says, "We had left both law and equity on the other side of the Cape. And Captain Peace, arbitrary and violent, promptly replied to all complaints and remonstrances with the butt end of a handspike, so convincingly administered as effectually to silence the aggrieved party. The sick had been inhumanly neglected, the provisions had been doled out in scanty allowance. The provisions on board the Acushnet had consisted chiefly of delicate morsels of beef and pork, cut on scientific principles from every part of the animal and of all conceivable shapes and sizes, carefully packed in salt and stored away in barrels, affording a never-ending variety in their different degrees of toughness, and in the peculiarities of their saline properties. Choice old water, too, 2 pints of which were allowed every day to every soul on board, together with ample store of sea bread, previously reduced to a state of petrification, with a view to preserve it either from decay or consumption in the ordinary mode, were likewise provided for the nourishment and gastronomic enjoyment of the crew. Captain Davis, in his Nimrod of the Sea, suggests that petrification is not the worst state of ship's biscuits. He recounts how with mellow fare epicures on board hesitate to bite the ship bread in the dark, and the custom is to tap each piece as you break it off, to dislodge the large worms that breed there. The itinerary of this 15 months' cruise is not known. In Moby Dick, Melville says, "I stuffed a shirt or two into my carpet bag, tucked it under my arm, and started for Cape Horn and the Pacific." In Omu, Melville speaks of an old man-of-war's man whose acquaintance I had made at Rio de Janeiro, at which place the ship touched in which I sailed from home. In White Jacket and Omu he speaks of whaling off the coast of Japan. And in Moby Dick, in a passage that reads like an excerpt from the Book of Revelations, he indicates a more frigid whereabouts. "I remember the first albatross I ever saw. It was during a prolonged gale, in waters hard upon the Antarctic seas. From my forenoon watch below, I ascended to the overclouded deck, and there, dashed upon the main hatches, I saw a regal, feathery thing of unspotted whiteness, and with a hooked, Roman bill sublime. At intervals, it arched forth its vast archangel wings, as if to embrace some holy ark. Wondrous flutterings and throbbings shook it. Though bodily unharmed, it uttered cries, as some king's ghost in supernatural distress. Through its inexpressible, strange eyes, methought I peeped to secrets which took hold of God. As Abraham before the angels, I bowed myself. The white thing was so white, its wings so wide, and in those forever exiled waters, I had lost the miserable warping memories of traditions and of towns. Long I gazed at that prodigy of plumage. I cannot tell, can only hint, the things that darted through me then. But at last I awoke, when the white fowl flew to join the wing-folding, the invoking, and adoring cherubim. But what waters the Acushnet sailed, and what shores she touched before she dropped anchor in the Marquesas, little positively is known. The last 18 or 20 days, however, during which time the light trade winds silently swept the Acushnet towards the Marquesas, were to Melville, when viewed in retrospect, delightful, lazy, languid. Land was ahead. And with the refreshing glimpse of one blade of grass in prospect, Melville and the whole ship's company resigned themselves to a disinclination to do anything, and spreading an awning over the forecastle, slept, ate, and lounged under it the livelong day. The promise of the ships at last breaking through the inexorable circle of the changeless horizon into the fragrance of firm and loamy earth, gave Melville an eye for the seascape he had formerly abhorred. The sky presented a clear expanse of the most delicate blue, except along the skirts of the horizon, where you might see a thin drapery of pale clouds which never varied their form or color. The long, measured, dirge-like swell of the Pacific came rolling along, with its surface broken by little tiny waves, sparkling in the sunshine. Every now and then a shoal of flying fish, scared from the water under the bows, would leap into the air, and fall the next moment like a shower of silver into the sea. In later years, memory treacherously transformed this watery environment upon which Melville and Toby had vented their youthful and impotent imprecations. From his farm in the Berkshire Hills, he looked back regretfully upon his rovings over the Pacific, and by a pathetic fallacy, convinced himself that in them the long supplication of my youth was answered. The spell of the Pacific descended upon him not while he was cruising the Pacific, however, but while he was busy upon his farm in Peatsfield, building and patching and tinkering away in all directions as he described his activities to Hawthorne. Strangely jumbled anticipations haunted Melville, he says, as drowsing on the silent deck of the Acushnet he was being borne towards land, towards the Marquesas, one of the least known islands in the Pacific. The Marquesas. What strange visions of outlandish things does the very name spirit up, exclaims Melville in excited prospect. Naked houris, cannibal banquets, groves of coconut, coral reefs, tattooed chiefs, and bamboo temples, sunny valleys planted with breadfruit trees, carved canoes dancing on the flashing blue waters, savage woodlands guarded by horrible idols, heathenish rites and human sacrifices. After 15 months aboard the Acushnet, Melville was ripe to discover alluring Edenic beauties in tropical heat Hendom. And in the end, so intolerable was the prospect of dragging out added relentless days under the guardianship of Captain Peace, that as a last extremity, Melville preferred to risk the fate of Captain Cook, and find a strolling cenotaph in the bellies of a tribe of practicing cannibals. Chapter 9 The Pacific. There is, one knows not what sweet mystery about this sea, whose gentle awful stirrings seem to speak of some hidden soul beneath, like those fabled undulations of the Ephesian sod over the buried evangelist St. John. And meet it is, that over these sea pastures, wide rolling watery prairies and potters' fields of all 4 continents, the waves should rise and fall, and ebb, and flow unceasingly, for here, millions of mixed shades and shadows, drowned dreams, somnambulisms, reveries, all that we call lives and souls, lie dreaming, still, tossing like slumberers in their beds, the ever-rolling waves but made so by their restlessness. Herman Melville, Moby Dick. First sighted by Balbo in the year 1513, and for more than 2 centuries regarded by the Spaniards as their own possession, these midmost waters of the world lay locked behind one difficult and dangerous portal. During these centuries the Indian Ocean and the Atlantic, but arms of the Pacific, were gloomy with mysteries. The Spanish sailors used to chant a litany when they saw St. Elmo's fire glittering on the masthead, and exorcised the demon of the waterspout by elevating their swords in the form of crosses. Mermaids still lived in the tranquil blue waters. The darkness of the storm was thronged with gigantic shadowy figures. The pages of Purchas and Hakluyt offer no lack of supernatural visitations. Thus superstition joined with substantial danger to guard the entrance to the Pacific. Balbo himself was beheaded. everybody who had to do with Magellan's first passage into the Pacific came to a bad end. The captain was murdered in a brawl by the natives of the Philippines. The sailor de Leppe, who first sighted the straits from the masthead, was taken prisoner by the Algerians, embraced the faith of the false prophet, and so lost his everlasting soul. Rui Falero died raving mad. There was a fatality upon the whole ship's company. 2 years before Magellan's memorable voyage, the western boundary of the Pacific had been approached by the Portuguese, Francisco Serrano having discovered the Molucca Islands immediately after the conquest of Malacca by the celebrated Albuquerque. To stimulate exertion, and to preclude contention in the rivalry of dominion between Portugal and Spain, Rodrigo Borgia, Pope Alexander VI, drew a line down the map through the western limits of the Portuguese province of Brazil, and allotted to Portugal all heathen lands she should discover on the eastern half of this line, to Spain all heathen lands to the west. So shadowy was the knowledge of geography at the time that this apportionment of His Holiness left it doubtful to which hemisphere the Moluccas belonged, and the precious spices peculiar to those islands rendered the decision important. To ascertain this was the purpose of Magellan's voyage across the Pacific. In this waste of waters Magellan made 2 discoveries, a range of small islands, including Guam among its number, which he named Ladrones, on account of the thievish disposition of the natives, and, at the cost of his life, one of the islands which has since been called the Philippines. The voyage of Magellan proved that by the allotment of Alexander VI, the Pacific belonged to Spain. And though for 8 generations the Spaniards were hereditary lords of the Pacific, they soon grew greedy and jealous and lazy in their splendid and undisturbed monopoly. Once or twice, it is true, the English devils took the great galleon, but only once or twice in all these years. Lesser spoils occasionally fell into the hands of pirates, for did not Dampier take off Juan Fernandez a vessel laden with a quantity of marmalade, a stately and handsome mule, and an immense wooden image of the Virgin Mary? Towns, too, were occasionally sacked. But the Spaniards feared little danger, and ran few risks. They grew richer and lazier, and troubled themselves little in exploring the great expanse of the Pacific. They coasted the Americas as far north as California, which they half suspected to be an island. The Galapagos, Juan Fernandez, and Mesa Fuora they knew, a part of China, a part of Japan, the Philippines, Celebes, Timor, and the Ladrones. Voyages across the Pacific between Manila and Acapulco were not infrequent, but these voyages were sterile in discovery. The traditional route, once through the Straits of Magellan, was to touch at Juan Fernandez, coast South America, stand in at Panama, turn out to sea again, appear off Acapulco, and then sail in the parallel of 13 degrees N to the Ladrones. The Abbé Raynal states that the strictest orders were given by the Spanish government prohibiting captains on any account to deviate from the track laid down on their charts during the voyage between these places. In the darkness of this uncharted ocean there was believed to stretch a great southern continent of fabulous wealth and beauty, the terra australis incognita that survived pertinaciously in the popular imagination until the time of Captain Cook. Members of the Royal Society had proved, beyond doubt, that the right balance of the Earth required a southern continent. Geographers pointed out how Quiros, Juan Fernandez and Tasman had touched at various points of this continent. Politicians and poets agreed that treasures of all kinds would be found there, though they varied in their appropriation of these utopian resources. The controversy over the existence of this continent was vehemently revived in 1770 by the appearance of Alexander Dalrymple's An Historical Collection of the Several Voyages and Discoveries in the South Pacific Ocean. Dalrymple was an ardent advocate of the reality of the terra australis incognita, and to encourage an experimental confirmation of his faith, he dedicated his handsome quarto to the man who, emulous of Magellan and the heroes of former times, undeterred by difficulties and unseduced by pleasure, shall persist through every obstacle, and not by chance but by virtue and good conduct succeed in establishing an intercourse with a southern continent. Dr. Kippis, Captain Cook's biographer, writing in 1788, says he remembers how Cook's imagination was captivated in the early part of his life with the hypothesis of a southern continent. He has often dwelt upon it with rapture. The year following Dalrymple's dedication, Captain Cook, back from his first voyage in the Pacific, was commissioned by the Earl of Sandwich, First Lord of the Admiralty, to go out and settle once and for all the mystery of the southern continent. So long as this mystery remained unsettled, the Pacific stretched a great limbo pregnant with the wildest fancies. Between the times of Magellan and Captain Cook there was no certainty as to what revelations it held to disgorge. It was in 1575 that Drake climbed the hill and the tree upon its summit from which could be seen both the Atlantic and the Pacific Oceans. Almighty God, this devout pirate exclaimed, of thy holiness give me life and leave to sail in an English ship upon that sea. God heard his prayer, and blessed him with rich pirate spoils in the Pacific, and honored him at home by a stately visit from the Queen. Yet he died at sea, and in a leaden coffin his body was dropped into the ocean slime. Cavendish continued the British tradition of lucrative piracy, and in 1586 captured the Great Plate Galleon. This stimulated competition in high-sea robbery, until in 1594, the capture of Sir Richard Hawkins daunted even English courage. In 1595, Alvaro Mendana de Nera, departing from the beaten track across the Pacific on his way to occupy the Solomon Islands which he had discovered 28 years earlier, chanced upon a new group of islands which he named Las Marquesas de Mendica, in honor of his patron Mendica, Marquis of Cenet, and Viceroy of Peru. He had massed on shore, refitted his vessels, planted a few crosses in devout memorial, to die before he accomplished the object of his voyage, and to leave the Marquesas unmolested by visitors until visited by Captain Cook in 1774. It was in the Marquesas, of course, that Melville lived with the cannibals. The 17th century saw the Dutch upon the Pacific. During the greater part of the century, England was busy with troublesome affairs at home, the Spanish were too indolent to bestir themselves. Unmolested by competition, the great Dutch navigators, Joris Spilbergen, Lame, Schouten, and, most famous of all, Tasman, drifted among the islands of the extreme southwest. It was not until 1664 that the French sailed upon the Pacific. To the end of the century belong the buccaneers, Morgan, Sorkin, Edward Cook, Woods, Rogers, Cowley, Clipperton, Shelvocke and Dampier. William Dampier, the greatest of these voyagers, crossed the Pacific, missing all islands but New Zealand. He added but little to the stock of knowledge that had been already collected from the narratives of Tasman, or Schouten. W. Clark Russell, in his Life of Dampier, suggests it as probable that his failure, coupled with the despondent tone that characterizes his narrative, went far to retard further explorations of the South Seas. It was no longer disputed that a vast body of land stood in those waters. All that Dampier said in its favor was theoretical, all that he had to report as an eyewitness, all that he could speak to as facts, was extremely discouraging. The myth of the entrancing beauties and voluptuous charms of the South Seas owes nothing to Dampier except, perhaps, a delayed inception. Of the inhabitants of the South Seas he reports that they had the most unpleasant looks and the worst features of any people he ever saw, and, says he, I have seen a great variety of savages. He speaks of them as blinking creatures with black skins and hair frizzled, tall, thin, etc. Russell considered the depressing influence of Dampier's recorded adventures manifested in the direction given to later navigators. Byron in 1764, Wallace, Mwat, and Carteret in 1766, were dispatched on voyages round the world to search the South Seas for new lands, but only one of them, Carteret, deviated from Dampier's track, confining his explorations in this way to a glance at New Guinea and New Britain, to the discovery of New Ireland, lying adjacent to the island Dampier sailed around, and to giving names to the Solomon and other groups. Both Byron and Wallace, it is true, did enter the archipelago of the Society Islands, Wallace discovering island after island, until he reached Tahiti. Wallace's account of Atayat, on the authority of the London Missionary Society to be pronounced so as to rhyme with the adjective mighty, and its people, occupies a great part of his narrative. Though his reception was not without a show of arms and bloodshed, the native women exerted themselves tirelessly to do unselfish penance for the hostile behavior of the native males. Omo, the ruling chief, retired from the scene, leaving the felicitation of the strangers in the hands of his consort, Oberea, whose whole character according to the observations of the London Missionary Society, for sensuality exceeded even the usual standard of Atayat. In the establishment of friendship that ensued, Wallace sent Lieutenant Furneaux ashore to erect a British pennant, and in defiance of the Pope, to take formal possession of the island in the name of King George III. Hopelessly unimpressed by the whole transaction, the natives took down the flag during the night, and for a long time afterwards the ruling chieftains wore it about their persons as a badge of royalty. Oberia's hospitality was requited by a parting gift of some turkeys, a gander, a goose, and a cat. Oberia's livestock figures repeatedly in the later annals of Tahiti. Early in April 1768, Tahiti was again visited by Europeans. Louis de Bougainville was in Tahiti only 8 days. But, if Bougainville's account be not the bravado of patriotism, during that period his ship's company seemed to have outdone their English predecessors in sensuality and open indecency. Several murders were committed more privately. And the natives, with an eye for the detection of such matters, exposed among the ship's crew a woman who had sailed from France disguised in man's apparel. Bougainville attached to himself a native youth, Autoru, brother of a chieftain. Autoru accompanied Bougainville to France. Within a few weeks after sailing from Tahiti, Bougainville discovered that Autoru, as well as others aboard, were infected with venereal disease. Wallis very specifically asserts that his ship's company were untouched by disreputable symptoms 6 months before, and still longer after their visit at Tahiti. In any event, before the first year had elapsed after the discovery of Tahiti, its inhabitants were exhibiting unmistakable signs of their contact with civilization. In 1799, the London Missionary Society gave warning to the world. The present existence, and the general prevalence of the evil, is but too obvious, and it concurs with other dreadful effects of sensuality, to threaten the entire population of this beautiful island, if it is not seasonably averted by the happy influence of the Gospel. The steady extinction of the Polynesian races would seem to indicate that this happy influence has, to date, not been efficacious. When Pope Alexander VI gave to the indolent Spanish the heathen for inheritance, His Holiness was being used by a mysterious providence as the guardian of heathendom. It was not until he had been for over 2 centuries and a half in his tomb, that the heretical and more enterprising English came to dispel the Egyptian darkness that hung protectingly over most of the islands of the Pacific, and to expose a competent barbarism to the devastating aggressions of civilization. Everybody knows how in 1769 the Royal Society, discovering that there would happen a transit of Venus, and that this interesting astronomical event would be best observed from some place in the Pacific, hit upon James Cook, Byron, Wallis and Carteret all being in the Pacific at the time, master in the Royal Navy, to command the expedition. The Marquesas were chosen as the place for the observation, but while the expedition was being fitted out, Captain Wallis returned to England, bringing news of the discovery of Tahiti. So well known is the story of Captain Cook that few can boast the distinction of total ignorance of his 3 voyages to the Pacific. The first in command of an astronomical expedition, the second in search of a southern continent, the third in quest of a northwest passage, of his discoveries and adventures in every conceivable part of the Pacific, of his repeated returns to Tahiti, of his finally being killed on the island called by him Auhihi, murdered despite the fact that he had shown a power of conciliation granted to no other navigator in these seas. For, a long time ago, there lived, on the island of Hawaii, Lono the swine god. He was jealous of his wife, and killed her. Driven to frenzy by the act, he went about boxing and wrestling with every man he met, crying, "I am frantic with my great love." Then he sailed away for a foreign land, prophesying at his departure, "I shall return in after times on an island bearing coconut trees, swine, and dogs." When, after a year's absence, Cook returned to Hawaii, he arrived the day after a great battle, and the victorious natives were absolutely certain that Cook was the great swine god, Lono, who long ages ago had departed mad with love, now, to add luster to their triumph, returned on an island bearing coconut trees, swine, and dogs. This attribution of deity was hardly complimentary to Cook's crew. And in time the islanders tired of their enthusiasm and the expense of entertaining strolling deities. After 16 days of prodigal hospitality, the natives began stroking the sides and patting the bellies of the sailors, telling them, partly by signs, partly by words, it was time to go. They went. But a week afterwards the ship returned. There was a quarrel. Among some people a quarrel leads to a fight. In a fight somebody naturally gets killed. Or, it may have been, Walter Besant suggests, that perhaps it may have occurred to some native humorist to wonder how a god would look and behave with a spear stuck right through him. Cook fell into the water, and spoke no more. In his life, as in his death, Cook enjoyed all the successes. Boswell dined with him at Sir John Pringle's on the 2nd of April, 1776, and reported the glowing event to Dr. Johnson. A snuff-box was carved out of the planks of one of his vessels, and presented to James Fenimore Cooper. Fanny Burney records with pride her father's meeting the famous navigator, whom she herself met in society and in her own home. Joseph Priestley contemplated accompanying Cook to the South Seas. An artist, W. Hodges, was officially appointed to accompany him to perpetuate his exploits in oil. He read learned papers before the Royal Society, for one of which the council adjudged him the Copley Gold Medal. 6 times was his portrait painted, and once was it seriously proposed that Dr. Johnson be appointed his official biographer. Not even by Omai, a native of Tahiti that Captain Furneaux brought to England, was Captain Cook's glory eclipsed. And Omai was received by the King, was painted by Sir Joshua Reynolds, and was laden with gifts when he was taken back to Tahiti by Captain Cook on his 3rd voyage. Omai, too, attended meetings of the Royal Society, and it is to his credit that he behaved himself fairly well. It was regretted by the directors of the London Missionary Society that though great attention was paid to him by some of the nobility, it was chiefly directed to his amusement, and tended rather to augment than to diminish his habitual profligacy. In 1785–6, there was repeatedly performed at Covent Garden Theatre a pantomime named after him. The characters, besides Omai, were Toa, the guardian genius of Omai's ancestors, Atu, father of Omai, Harlequin, servant to Omai. To give a blend of edification to romance, the performance included, so a surviving playbill announces, a procession exactly representing the dresses, weapons and manners of the inhabitants of Atayat, New Zealand, Tanna, Marquesas, Friendly, Sandwich and Easter Islands, and other countries visited by Captain Cook. In 1789, so vividly was the tragic end of Captain Cook still mourned, that at the Theatre Royal, Covent Garden, was presented a spectacular tribute posted as the death of Captain. It was a grand serious pantomimic ballet, in 3 parts, as now exhibiting in Paris with uncommon applause, with the original French music, new scenery, machinery, and other decorations. This performance may have been inspired by an ode on the death of Captain Cook penned by Miss Swood, the Swan of Lichfield, an ode praised by her fellow townsman, Dr. Johnson. In 1774 there appeared in London an epistle from Oberea, Queen of Atayat, to Joseph Banks, Esquire, translated by T.Q.Z., Esquire, Professor of the Atayat language in Dublin, and of all the languages of the undiscovered islands in the South Seas, enriched with historical and explanatory notes, and so novel and popular was the South Sea manner, that its author was mistaken for a wit, and his efforts at humor repeatedly and laboriously imitated. As a corrective to such levity, there appeared in 1779 an effusion in verse, adorned with vignette depicting Tahitian women dancing, entitled The Injured Islanders, or, The Influence of Art upon the Happiness of Nature. There is no lack of evidence to prove that the exploits of Captain Cook brought the South Seas, and especially Tahiti, into exuberant and irresponsible popularity. Nor did business enterprise nap during the festivities. Information which had been received of the great utility of the breadfruit, induced the merchants and planters of the British West Indies to request that means might be used to transplant it thither. For this purpose a ship was benevolently commissioned by George III, the Bounty, commanded by Lieutenant Bligh. The voyage of the Bounty ended in a horrible tragedy and an intensely interesting romance. The story of the mutiny of the Bounty, and its astonishing sequels, joined further to vitalize the interest in the South Seas. A frigate, significantly called the Padora, was sent out from England to Tahiti to seize the Bounty mutineers. Though the Padora was dispatched as a messenger of justice, the usual course of festivity, amusement and debaucheries was uninterrupted during the continuance of the ship at Tahiti. And the year following, with British doggedness, Captain Bligh returned to accomplish the purpose of his former voyage, which had been frustrated by mutiny. In 1793, the Daedalus, Vancouver's storeship, stopped at Tahiti, leaving behind a Swedish sailor with a taste for savagery. The same year an American whaler, the Matilda, was wrecked off Tahiti, and the crew, delighted at their good fortune, betrayed no inclination for an immediate departure. But while the frivolous, the sentimental, and the ungodly were busy converting Tahitian savagery into a Georgian idyll, the well-starched Wesleyan conscience crackled in horror at the black unredemption of the South Sea heathen. The discoveries made in the great southern seas by the voyages undertaken at the command of His present Majesty, George III, says a spokesman for the community, excited wonderful attention, and brought, as it were, into light a world till then almost unknown. The perusal of the accounts of these repeated voyages could not but awaken, in such countries as our own, various speculations, according as men were differently affected. But when these islands were found to produce little that would excite the cupidity of ambition, or answer the speculations of the interested, well, then it was that the Protestant conscience bestirred itself, and on the 25th of September, 1795, founded the London Missionary Society. It celebrated its first birthday by determining to begin work with the islands of the Southern Ocean, as these, for a long time past, had excited peculiar attention. Their situation of mental ignorance and moral depravity strongly impressed on our minds the obligation we lay under to endeavor to call them from darkness into marvelous light. The miseries and diseases which their intercourse with Europeans had occasioned seemed to upbraid our neglect of repairing, if possible, these injuries, but above all, we longed to send to them the everlasting gospel, the first and most distinguished of blessings which Jehovah has bestowed upon the children of men. A select committee of ministers, approved for evangelical principles and ability, was appointed to examine the candidates for the mission, who applied in great numbers, as to their views, capacity, and knowledge in the mystery of godliness. 30 missionaries were chosen, 4 ministers, 6 carpenters, 2 shoemakers, 2 bricklayers, 2 tailors, one of whom, late of the Royal Artillery, 2 smiths, 2 weavers, a surgeon, a hatter, a cotton manufacturer, a cabinet maker, a harness maker, a tinsmith, a cooper, and a butcher. There were 3 women and 3 children also in the party. On the 10th of August, 1796, on the ship Duff, commanded by Captain Wilson, who had been wonderfully converted to God, this band, in chorus with 100 voices, sang Jesus, at thy command, we launch into the deep as they sailed out of Spithead. The singing, it is said, produced a pleasing and solemn sensation. On Sunday, the 5th of March, 1797, after an uneventful voyage, the Duff dropped anchor at Tahiti. 74 canoes came out to welcome the strangers and broke the Sabbath by crowding about the decks, dancing and capering like frantic persons. Nor was the first impression made upon the missionaries entirely favorable. Their wild disorderly behavior, strong smell of coconut oil, together with the tricks of the Arioes, lessened the favorable impression we had formed of them, neither could we see aught of that elegance and beauty in their women for which they had been so greatly celebrated. Conversation with the natives was facilitated by the presence of 2 tattooed Swedes, one formerly of the crew of the Matilda, the other left by the Daedalus. During sermon and prayer the natives were quiet and thoughtful, but when the singing struck up, they seemed charmed and filled with amazement. Sometimes they would talk and laugh, but a nod of the head brought them to order. Next day, for they arrived on the Sabbath, some of the missionaries landed and were presented with the house King Pamere had built for Captain Bligh. This important matter settled, the chief thought it time to enquire after entertainment, first skyrockets, next the violin and dancing, and lastly the bagpipe. Lacking such diversions, the missionaries offered a few solos on the German flute, and it plainly appeared that more lively music would have pleased them better. Domestic arrangements established, to the great diversion of the natives, the missionaries tried to get some clothes on some of them. The Queen had to rip open the garments, it is true, to get into them, but one Tanomanu, who was given a warm weekday dress, and a showy morning gown and petticoat for the Sundays, when dressed, made a very decent appearance, taking more pains to cover her breasts, and even to keep her feet from being seen, than most of the ladies of England have of late done. The natives were deeply perplexed by the proprieties of the missionaries, and especially by what to them seemed the unnatural chastity of the men. Since the missionaries had resolved to distribute their blessings, they sent a party of brethren to make investigations on the Marquesas. The first visitors the ship received from the shore were 7 beautiful young women, swimming quite naked, except for a few green leaves tied round their middle, nor did our mischievous goats even suffer them to keep their green leaves, but as they turned to avoid them they were attacked on each side alternately, and completely stripped naked. Such, too, was their symmetry of features, that as models for the statuary and painter their equals can seldom be found. As they danced about the deck, frequently bursting out into mad fits of laughter, or talking as fast as their tongues could go, surely they must have convinced more than one of the meditative brethren of the total depravity of man. Nor did these shameless savages confine their excursions to the decks. It was not a little affecting to see our own seamen repairing the rigging, attended by a group of the most beautiful females, who were employed to pass the ball, or carry the tar bucket, etc., and this they did with the greatest assiduity, often besmearing themselves with the tar in the execution of their office. No ship's company, without great restraints from God's grace, could ever have resisted such temptations. Harris and Crook, 2 of the brethren, daring temptation, decided to stay at the Marquesas, and were moved ashore. But before the Duff sailed back to Tahiti, Harris was found on the shore about 4 o'clock one morning in a most pitiable plight, and like one out of his senses. It appears that the Marquesan chief Tenny, taking Crook upon an inland jaunt, had departed, conferring upon Harris all the privileges of domesticity. Tenny's wife, sharing her husband's ideas of hospitality, was troubled at Harris' reserve. So, finding herself treated with total neglect, became doubtful of his sex, says the London Missionary Society in a report dedicated to George III, and acquainted some of the other females with her suspicion, who accordingly came in the night, when he slept, and satisfied themselves concerning that point, but not in such a peaceable way but that they awoke him. Discovering so many strangers, he was greatly terrified, and, perceiving what they had been doing, was determined to leave a place where the people were so abandoned and given up to wickedness, a cause which should have excited a contrary resolution. Harris was 40 years old at the time, and by trade a cooper. Crook, however, remained in the Marquesas for 18 months, where, alone, he tried to enlighten and improve the natives. The Marquesas had a bad reputation among whalemen, and though they had been occasionally visited by enterprising voyagers, by Fanning, Cruzenstone, Porter, and Finch, they for long remained especially virulent in their native depravity. It is true that Crook returned after many years to place among the Marquesans 4 converted natives from the Society Islands. In 1834, 2 missionaries from England, accompanied by Darling from Tahiti and several converted natives, recommenced the arduous work of evangelizing this ferocious people. During 4 years the faithful Stalworthy patiently toiled at his station, when in 1838 a French frigate landed 2 Catholic priests in the very and the only spot then cultivated by an English Protestant labourer. These fellow workers in Christ competed for the souls of heathens. Though, in 1839, to even the odds, Stalworthy received a reinforcement of one of his English brethren. After 2 years the English missionaries found it impossible to maintain usefully their ground against the united influence of heathen barbarism, Popish craft, French power, and French profligacy. Thus ravished from the Protestant charity that had so long watched for its salvation, the Marquesans, when discovered by Melville, were in large part virgin in their barbarism. At Tahiti, the Brethren of the London Missionary Society continued to work unrestingly, and against incredible discouragement. The natives were, as Captain Cook discovered, prodigious expert as thieves. One snatcher up of unconsidered trifles, when by way of punishment chained to a pillar with a padlock, not only contrived to get away, but to steal the padlock. Yet, by the representation of the London Missionary Society, their honesty to one another seems unimpeachable, and they cultivated a utopian sense of property. They have no writing or records, but memory or landmarks. Every man knows his own, and he would be thought of all characters the basest, who should attempt to infringe on his neighbor, or claim a foot of land that did not belong to him, or his adopted friend. Indeed, despite the reprobation dealt out to them in tracts compiled for Sunday school edification, Mrs. F. L. Mortimer's The Night of Toil being a typically diverting libel, the London Missionary Society, in its official reports, was, paradoxically enough, their most convincing apologist. The natural beauties of their country were again expatiated upon to the glory of the first artist. So prodigal was the natural abundance of Tahiti that the brethren glorified it by converting it into a temptation. One of the brethren wrote in his journal, "O Lord, how greatly hast thou honored me, that thousands of thy dear children should be praying for me, a worm. Lord, thou hast set me in a heathen land, but a land, if I may so speak, with milk and honey. O put more grace and gratitude into my poor cold heart, and grant that I may never with Jeshurun grow fat and kick." The natives themselves were untroubled by any such compunctions. Their life is without toil, the brethren reported, and every man is at liberty to go and act as he pleases, without the distress of care or apprehension of want, and as their leisure is great, their sports and amusements are various. Their personal beauty, their almost ostentatious cleanliness, their boundless generosity, were by the London Missionary Society insisted upon. The best of them, however, lived in a fearfully promiscuous intercourse and emulated the classical Greeks in infanticide and other reprehensible practices. Yet do the brethren allow that in their dances alone is immodesty permitted? It may be affirmed, they have in many instances more refined ideas of decency than ourselves. They say that Englishmen are ashamed of nothing, and that we have led them to public acts of indecency never before practiced among them. But then, as the London Missionary Society says in another place, their ideas, no doubt, of shame and delicacy are very different from ours. They are not yet advanced to any such state of civilization and refinement. At their departure from native custom, however, they were untroubled by contrition. When asked what is the true atonement for sin, they answered, hogs and pearls. When the pleasant novelty of being exhorted and preached to wore off, they did not behave impeccable during the devotions of the brethren. They often cried out lies and nonsense during the sermon. At other times they tried to make each other laugh by repeating sentences after the brethren, or by playing antics, and making faces. Many of the natives used to lie down and sleep as soon as the sermon began, while others were so trifling as to make remarks upon the missionaries' clothes, or upon their appearance. Thus Satan filled their hearts with folly, lest they should believe and be saved. All the best inducements the brethren could hold out to tempt them into the divine life moved them not. You talk to us of salvation, and we are dying, they said. We want no other salvation than to be cured of our diseases and to live here always, and to eat and talk. So unappreciative were they of the efforts of the brethren that they explained the presence of the missionaries in Tahiti as growing out of a sensible desire to escape from the ugliness and worry and brutality of European civilization. As for the lacerated solicitude and strange unselfishness of the brethren to confer upon each of them a soul with all of its pestering responsibilities, that they found totally incomprehensible. We are going to church, you see, and Kano, my Hawaiian associate, is blowing a shell to call the people to meeting, as we have no bell. Kano's wife, with one of her children, is just behind us. Be sure to look at the king, son of the one who was killed, in his long shirt, and under his umbrella. The Queen will come too, for both are very regular in their attendance, and, what is better still, we hope they are Christians. You may say, perhaps, that some things in this picture look more like breaking the Sabbath than keeping it, and you are quite right. The woman whom you see is a heathen, carrying her husband's skull as she goes on a visit to some other village. A party of the natives are pressing scraped cocoa nuts in an oil press, to get the oil to buy tobacco with. The dog is one of the many, as heathenish as their masters. From Story of the Morning Star, by Reverend Hiram Bingham. Evangelizing Polynesia excluding all considerations of intellect, in which both the missionaries and the Polynesians seem to have been about equally endowed, The abyss between the brethren and the heathen was the abyss that separated John Knox from Aristophanes and the Greek anthology, the abyss between the animal integrity of classical antiquity and the Hebraic heritage of the agonized conscience. Reason may pass back and forth over this chasm, but no man once touched by the traditions of Christianity can ever again sling his heart back across the abyss. If he attempt the feat, as witness the intimate journals of Paul Gauguin, he but adds corruption to crucifixion, and there is no doubt as to the last state of that man. If the fall from innocence was begun in Eden, it was sealed beyond redemption in Bethlehem. For at the time of the inception of Christianity, the pagan world was going to its doom, and its death agonies were frightful in the extreme. Something had to be done to save humanity, and something drastic. And humanity, which was at the same time the priest and the victim, found in the cross the justest symbol of its triumph in utter human defeat. More effectively to slander this world, heaven was set up in libelous contrast, in order to heap debasement upon the flesh. The spirit was opposed to it as an infinitely precious eternal entity, tainted by contact with its mortal habitation. Blessedness lay not in harmony, but in division, and utter confusion was mistaken for total depravity. For the flesh lusteth against the spirit, and the spirit against the flesh, and these are contrary the one to the other, so that ye cannot do the things that ye would. But these things classical antiquity did, being given over to a reprobate mind. So St. Paul tells us. The Wesleyan brethren found in Polynesia the same untroubled indulgence in unrighteousness, fornication and wickedness that had so troubled St. Paul. But in Tahiti there were no signs of the intellect that classical antiquity exhibited in the days of its reprobation. And though the Polynesians seemed to have thriven on unrighteousness, the brethren itched to infect them with misgivings, and this in a holy name. Melville was profoundly stirred to loathing at these efforts, a loathing heightened by the later contentions introduced into Tahiti by the rival proselyting of French Catholic missionaries. Lost in doubt and shame at such spectacles, in Cleril he thus invokes Christ, by what art of conjuration might the heart of heavenly love, so sweet, so good, corrupt into the creed's malign begetting strife's pernicious brood, which claimed for patron the divine. Anew, for this thou bleedest, anguished face, yet, thou through ages to accrue, shall the Medusa shield replace, in beauty and in terror too shall paralyze the nobler race, smite or suspend, perplex, deter, tortured, shall prove the torturer. The brethren in Tahiti were without any of Melville's misgivings. Their faith was extraordinary. No less extraordinary was the native imperviousness to salvation. After the brethren had ceased to be an amusing novelty with gifts to bestow, the natives submitted them to neglect and mockery. Revolts against King Pamer and constant war kept the brethren in peril of their lives without releasing them to celestial jubilation. The Napoleonic Wars cut them off from communication with England. During the first 12 years they heard from home only 3 times. These days of fruitless trial sifted the party. Many of the brethren seized any opportunity that offered to sail away on chance trading vessels. Of the 7 who remained, 2 died. In 1801 8 new brethren came out to reinforce the number, then reduced to 4. In 1804 old King Pamer died, and his son Otto became king under the title Pamer II. In the wars that followed, the mission seemed broken up, their house was burned, the printing press destroyed, and 6 of the brethren removed from Tahiti to Hua Hin. 2 remained, however, to carry on the forlorn hope. But after all these years Pamer's heart began to soften. His gods seemed to be standing him in little stead. Defeated in battle, he escaped to Imeo, and invited the missionaries to follow him. Here he ate a sacred turtle, and when no harm came to him he dared still further. Meanwhile it was proposed in England that proselyting in Polynesia be discontinued, since after 16 years not one conversion had been effected. But those of undaunted faith protested. The ship bearing fresh supplies and news of the revived determination of those at home to prosecute the work was met in mid-ocean with the cargo of the rejected idols of the Tahitians. In a church 712 feet long, with 29 doors and 3 pulpits, all paid for by himself, the church in which Melville witnessed Sunday devotion, King Pamer had himself moistened on the forehead with the water of life. Backed by their royal patron, the missionaries undertook to convert Tahiti into a Polynesian Chautauqua. As Mrs. Helen Barrett Montgomery says, in her Christus Redemptor, we cannot follow the glowing story of how the king had a code of laws made and read it to 7,000 of his people, who, by solemn vote, made these the law of the land. In 1839, Captain Hervey, in command of a whale ship, reported of Tahiti, "It is the most civilized place I have been at in the South Seas. They have a good code of laws and no liquors are allowed to be landed on the island. It is one of the most gratifying sights the eye can witness to see, on Sunday, in their church, which holds about 4,000, the Queen near the pulpit with all her subjects about her, decently apparelled and seemingly in pure devotion." 3 years later, Melville attended one of these services, and was less favorably impressed. In 1823, the French establishment of the Œuvre de la Propagation de la Foi formed at Lyons, and soon cast a beneficent eye upon North and South America and the islands of Oceania. In 1814, soon after the restoration of the Bourbons, the Abbé Coudrin had founded the Society of Picpus to promote the revival of the Roman Catholic religion in France, and to propagate it by missions among unbelievers or pagans. This establishment received papal sanction in 1817, and was placed under the special protection of the Hearts of Jesus and Mary. In 1833, the Congregation of the Propaganda, with the confirmation of the Sovereign Pontiff, confided to the Society of Picpus the conversion of all the islands of the Pacific Ocean. 2 apostolic prefectures were established. M.E. Ruchaus was made Bishop of Nilalopis, in Partibus, and Apostolic Vicar of Eastern Oceania. M.C. Lyons Hugh was appointed as his prefect. 2 priests, Carrot and Lavelle, and a catechist, Columban, or Murphy, were placed under his direction. In May 1834, the Catholic missionaries arrived at Valparaiso, bound for the South Seas. The benefits of the true faith were not to advance into the Pacific unassisted by the secular arm. Two officers of the French Navy, Vincent du Moulin and Desgrais, in their Considerations générales sur la colonisation française dans l'Océanie thus speak for the less purely religious interests of France. It is impossible for a traveler who may visit the islands of the Pacific, not to speculate on the destiny of the happy groups scattered over its bosom. The first thing that strikes him is the sight of men, consecrated to a religious work, meddling with the temporal affairs of these free people, whom they have brought under their domination, under pretense of directing their consciences. When the rapid multiplication of the population of all European countries is considered, it is evident that before long a European colony will be formed in each of the innumerable islands of the Pacific, and missionary efforts merit therefore all the attention of the government. On the signal from the first cannon that shall be fired in Europe, a protecting flag will be seen to rise on each of these islands now so peaceful. God grant that the tricolored flag of our nation may show itself with honor. At this time, it was a law of Tahiti that before a foreigner could have leave to reside on the island, permission must be granted by Queen Pomare and the chiefs. The Catholic missionaries, aware of this regulation, succeeded, however, in effecting a landing disguised as carpenters, and to this island, partly idolatrous, partly heretic, they gave the salutation of peace. Pomare, however, was unappreciative of their salute, and refused to the disguised priests permission to remain. This exclusion, in its sequel, raised the most delicate questions of international diplomacy, and bestirred Pomare to scatter anxious letters broadcast over the face of the earth. Her correspondence included a cosmopolitan company of commodores and admirals, Queen Victoria, the President of the United States, and Louis-Philippe of France. Admiral du Petit-Thouars, in command of the Venus, was dispatched to Tahiti under special orders, to make the Queen and the inhabitants feel that France is a great and powerful nation. The Venus arrived at Tahiti, the 27th of August, 1838, and proceeded to summary justice. Under the pressure of a broadside, Pomare was obliged to beg pardon of the Most Christian King. "I am only," she wrote to Louis-Philippe, "the sovereign of a little insignificant island. May glory and power be with your Majesty, let your anger cease, and pardon me the mistake that I have made." It was further demanded of Pomare that she pay a great and powerful nation the sum of $2,000 as a more solid reparation for her bad behavior. Pomare was appalled at the magnitude of this sum. There was no such amplitude of wealth in her treasury. The missionaries were moved in compassion to finance her political indiscretion. But in the next humiliation dealt out to her, the brethren were unable to offer much assistance. The French admiral bore instructions to require that the French flag be hoisted the day following the receipt of the $2,000, and that it be honored by Pomare with a salute of 21 guns. The situation was awkward. Pomare was very short of powder. She assured the admiral she had not enough for more than 5 shots. The admiral paced the deck, and passed his fingers through his hair in considerable agitation. "What will they say in France," said the patriotic commander, "when they know that I furnished the powder to salute my own flag?" The difficulty was great. An expedient was necessary, and the admiral hit upon one. "Mr. Consul," said he to the Reverend Pritchard, "and British Consul, I can give you some powder, and you can do with it as you please." According to the French report, Pritchard himself loaded the bad cannon on the little island and directed the firing, and soon after, the French observed Pritchard to look thin and bilious, with an appearance of pride, and the cold dignity so natural to the English. But the visiting admiral had not yet completed his duty to the justly irritated King of the French. He condescended to visit the Queen on purpose to introduce Mourenhout as French consul. Mourenhout had been American consul at Tahiti, but had been relieved of the responsibilities of that office at a request of Pamer to the President of the United States. Mourenhout's life, in all of its varied and unsavory details, has yet to be written. It would make an entertaining supplement to the Police Gazette. Mourenhout himself adventured in letters, and in his Voyages Auxiliaires du Grand Ocean he exposes many of the corrupt practices that he himself was instrumental in bringing about. The Admiral and Mourenhout, in the name of Louis Philippe, drew up a convention with Pamer to establish the right of French subjects to stay in the territory of the Tahitian sovereign. During these proceedings, Captain Dumont d'Urville, cruising the Pacific, arrived at the Marquesas with 2 corvettes, the Astrolabe and the Zeal, hot from the Gambier Islands, the seat of Bishop Rousseau's. At Gambia, when all were gay and cheerful, d'Urville had been enlightened as to the true character of the heretical missionaries, oppressors of the poor Tahitians, in short, vampires, whose cruelties and inquisitorial tortures were as atrocious as their hypocrisy was disgusting. Before he left the jovial board, his indignation was so high that he felt the honor of his flag required that he sail to Tahiti and dispense exemplary chastisement. Upon his arrival at the Marquesas he was surprised to find Du Petit-Thouars, who had been there, already departed. There was value to his visit, however, in giving to the pious efforts of Bishop Rousseau the support of a few broadsides. But there were other scenes at the Marquesas of which Bishop Rousseau, in good conscience, could not have approved. Melville asserts that while the Acushnet was at the Marquesas, our ship was wholly given up to every species of riot and debauchery. In the official account of the voyages of Captain Dumont d'Urville is a more detailed account of a similar surrender. Melville says of the dances of the women of the Marquesas, "There is an abandoned voluptuousness in their character that I dare not attempt to describe." The French, in their official reports, exhibit a greater courage. Captain Dumont d'Urville arrived in Tahiti 9 days after the submission of Pamer, and the day following his arrival he accompanied Admiral Du Petit-Thouars on a visit to the Queen. He had not yet cooled in his patriotic indignation, so he addressed Pamer severely, and with gratifying results. "I perceived that Pamer was deeply affected, and that tears began to fall from her eyes, as she threw them on me with an evident expression of anger. At the same moment I also perceived that Captain du Petit-Thouars endeavoured to diminish the effect of my words by some little liberties that he was taking with the Queen, such as pulling gently her hair, and patting her cheeks. He even added that she was foolish to be so much affected. When her French visitors sailed away, Pomare on the 8th of November, 1838, dispatched a letter to her sister sovereign, Victoria, to implore the shelter of her wing, the defense of her lion, and the protection of her flag. The Tahitians expressed their sense of the favors being forced upon them by the French by passing a law prohibiting the propagation of any religious doctrines, or the celebration of any religious worship, opposed to that true gospel of old propagated in Tahiti by the missionaries from Britain, that is, these 40 years past. This breach of international courtesy brought Captain Laplace on the Artemis out to Tahiti to obtain satisfaction from the Lutheran evangelists who had forced themselves on a simple and docile people. As the Artemis was off the coast, on the 22nd of April, 1839, she struck on a coral reef, an accident that resulted in the officers and crew being lodged on shore for 2 months. These 2 months must have given the brethren bitter fruit for reflection upon the ease with which their years of unselfish striving could be obliterated. According to the account of Louis Raymond of the Artemis, from the first, the most perfect harmony prevailed between the ship's company and the natives. Each of the latter chose his Teo, that is, another self, among the sailors. Between Teos everything is common. At night, the Teos, French and Tahitian, went together to the common hut. Every sailor has thus a house, a wife, a complete domestic establishment. As jealousy is a passion unknown to these islanders, it may be imagined what resources and pleasures such an arrangement afforded our crew. The natives were delighted with the character of our people. They had never met with such gaiety, expansiveness, and kindness in any other foreigners. The beach presented the aspect of a continual holiday, to the great scandal of the missionaries. We have seen how the men managed, and what friends they found. The officers were not less fortunate. The island that Bougainville called the New Cythera does not belie its name. When the evening set in, every tree along the coast shaded an impassioned pair, and the waters of the river afforded an asylum to a swarm of copper-colored nymphs, who came to enjoy themselves with the young midshipmen. Wherever you walked you might hear the OUI. 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 The word that all the women have learnt with marvelous facility. It would have been far more difficult to teach them to say non. Among these relaxations, Captain Laplace found time publicly to declare to the islanders how shameful and even dangerous it was to violate the faith of treaties, and how unjust and barbarous was intolerance. Before his sailing, Captain Laplace commanded Pomare to come aboard the Artemis to sign a treaty guaranteeing no discrimination against the French. Pomare's despondency at the beginning of the proceedings was solaced by champagne and brandy. Casimir Henrici, who accompanied the Artemis throughout her circumnavigatory voyage, says, when the spirits of the party were sufficiently elevated to find everything good, and while the hands were yet sufficiently steady not to let the pen drop, the treaty was produced as the crowning act of the festivity. M. Laplace thought he had gained a great victory over Polynesian diplomacy, and, certainly, never was a political horizon more bright in flowers and bottles. While Tahiti was the theatre of these religious and political cabals, more important and decisive measures occupied the mighty minds of Europe. The captains who had punished and conventionalized Palmyra and her people had made their reports in person to their sovereign in Paris, and to the ministers of state, who had indicated their instructions. Honors and titles were awarded to the successful officers, and on their showing it was resolved that the Marquesas should first be taken possession of, and then Tahiti. Rear Admiral du Petit-Thouars was commissioned to execute the seizure. On board the Reina Blanche, accompanied by 3 frigates and 3 corvettes, he touched Fatuhiva, the southernmost of the Marquesas, on the 26th of April, 1842, and culminated his triumphant progress through the group in the Bay of Tioe at Nukuheva on the 31st of May. The Acushnet arrived at Nukuheva at a memorable time. It was in the summer of 1842 that we arrived at the islands, says Melville. The French had then held possession of them for several weeks. Chapter X Man-eating epicures. The Marquesas, why, they are cannibals, said Toby on one occasion when I eulogized the tribe. Granted, I replied, but a more humane, gentlemanly and amiable set of epicures do not probably exist in the Pacific. Herman Melville, Type. It was sunset when the Acushnet came within sight of the loom of the mountains of the Marquesas. Innumerable seafowls, screaming and whirling in spiral tracts had, for some days previous, been following the vessel as harbingers from land. As the ship drew nearer to green earth, several of man-of-war's hawks, with their blood-red bills and raven plumage, had circled round the ship in diminishing circles until Melville was able distinctly to mark the strange flashing of their eyes, and then, as if satisfied by their observations, they would sail up into the air as if to carry sinister warning on ahead. Then, driftward on the oily swells, and finally had come the glad announcement from aloft, given with that peculiar prolongation of sound that a sailor loves, "Land ho!" After running all night with a light breeze straight for the island, the Acushnet was in easy distance of the shore by morning. But as the Acushnet had approached the island from the side opposite to Tioe, christened by Captain Porter, Melville remembered, Massachusetts Bay, they were obliged to sail some distance along the shore. Melville was surprised not to find enameled and softly swelling plains, shaded over by delicious groves, and watered by purling brooks. Instead, he found himself cruising along a bold rock-bound coast, dashed high against by the beating surf, and broken here and there into deep inlets that offered sudden glimpses of blooming valleys, deep glens, waterfalls and waving groves. As the ship sailed by the projecting and rocky headlands with their short inland vistas of new and startling beauty, one of the sailors exclaimed to Melville, pointing with his hand in the direction of the treacherous valley, there's Type. Oh, the bloody cannibals, what a meal they'd make of us if we were to take it into our heads to land. But they say they don't like sailors' flesh, it's too salt. I say, matey, how should you like to be shoved ashore there, eh? Melville shuddered at the question. He says, little thinking that within the space of a few weeks he would actually be a captive in that self-same valley. Towards noon they swung abreast of their harbor. No description can do justice to its beauty, Melville tells us. But its beauty was to him not an immediate discovery. All that he saw was the tricolored flag of France trailing over the stern of 6 vessels, whose black hulls and bristling broadsides floated incongruously in that tranquil bay. The first emissary from the shore to welcome the Acushnet was a visitor in that interesting state of intoxication when a man is amiable and helpless, a South Sea vagabond, once a lieutenant in the English Navy, recently appointed pilot to the harbor by the invincible French. He was aided by some benevolent person out of his whaleboat into the Acushnet, and though utterly unable to stand erect or navigate his own body, he magnanimously proffered to steer the ship to a good anchorage, a feat Captain Peace did for himself, despite the amazing volubility of the visitor in contrary commands. This renegade from Christendom and humanity was of a type not infrequently met with in accounts of the South Seas. At Hanamanu, Melville came across another such, a white man in the South Sea girdle, and tattooed on the face, living among a tribe of savages and apparently settled for life, so perfectly satisfied seemed he with his circumstances. This man was an Englishman, Lem Hardy he called himself, who had deserted from a trading brig touching at Hanamanu for wood and water some 10 years previous. Aboard the Acushnet he told his history. Thrown upon the world a foundling, his paternal origin was as much a mystery to him as the genealogy of Odin, and scorned by everybody, he fled the parish workhouse when a boy, and launched upon the sea. He had followed it for several years, a dog before the mast, and now he had thrown it up forever. He had gone ashore as a sovereign power, armed with a musket and a bag of ammunition, and soon became, what he was when Melville found him, military leader of the tribe, war god of the entire island, living under the sacred protection of an express edict of the taboo, his person inviolable forever. In Ils Marquises, ou Nuka Hiva, Histoire, Geography, Moyers et Considerations Générales, Paris, 1843, by Vincendon du Moulin and Desgraz is to be found, pages 356 to 359, a history of 2 more of these vagabonds, one Joseph Cabri, a Frenchman, and one E. Roberts, an Englishman. Cabri returned to Europe, for a time, to find the novelty of his tattooing both an embarrassment and a source of livelihood. He was examined by grave learned societies, was presented before several crowned heads, and submitted his person to intimate examination to anyone who would pay his fee. In 1818 he died in obscurity and poverty in Valenciennes, his birthplace. His historians regret that his precious person was not preserved in alcohol to delight the inquiring mind of later generations. The Pacific, it would appear, was early a place of refuge for men with an insurmountable homesickness for the mud. Melville soon came to believe that the gifts of civilization to the South Seas were without exception very doubtful blessings. He came to be a special pleader for the barbaric virtues, when these virtues were practiced by legitimate barbarians. But the spectacle of such men as Hardy fell beyond the pale of his unusually broad sympathies. Though he was despairingly alert to the vices of Christendom, never was he betrayed into a corrupt hankering to recapitulate into savagery. Though he excused the cannibalism of the Marquesans as an amiable weakness, he gazed upon Hardy with a feeling akin to horror. Hardy's tattooing was to Melville the outward and visible sign of the lowest degradation to which a mortal, nurtured in a civilization that had for thousands of years a pathetically imperfect struggle striven to some significance above the beast, could possibly descend. "What an impress!" Melville exclaimed in superlative loathing. Far worse than Cain's, his was perhaps a wrinkle, or a freckle, which some of our modern cosmetics might have effaced. But Hardy's tattooing was to Melville a mark indelible of the blackest of all betrayals. More worthy emissaries than the pilot to the port of Tioe were to welcome Melville to the Marquesas. The entrance of the Acushnet brought from the shore a flotilla of native canoes. Such strange outcries and passionate gesticulations I never certainly heard or saw before. Melville says, "You would have thought the islanders were on the point of flying at one another's throats, whereas they were only amiably engaged in disentangling their boats." Melville was surprised at the strange absence of a single woman in the invading party, not then knowing that canoes were taboo to women, and that consequently, whenever a Marquesan lady voyages by water, she puts in requisition the paddles of her own fair body. As the Acushnet approached within 1.5 miles of the foot of the bay, Melville noticed a singular commotion in the water ahead of the vessel, the women, swimming out from shore, eager to embrace the advantages of civilization. As they drew nearer, Melville says, and as I watched the rising and sinking of their forms, and beheld the uplifted right arm bearing above the water the girdle of Tapa, and their long dark hair trailing beside them as they swam, I almost fancied they could be nothing else but so many mermaids. Under slow headway we sailed right into the midst of these swimming nymphs, and they boarded us at every quarter, many seizing hold of the chain plates and springing into the chains, others, at the peril of being run over by the vessel in her course, catching at the bobstays, and wreathing their slender forms about the ropes, hung suspended in the air. All of them at length succeeded in getting up the ship's side, where they clung dripping with the brine and glowing with the bath, their jet-black tresses streaming over their shoulders, and half enveloping their otherwise naked forms. There they hung, sparkling with savage vivacity, laughing gaily at one another, and chattering away with infinite glee. Nor were they idle the while, for each performed the simple offices of the toilet for the other. Their luxuriant locks, wound up and twisted into the smallest possible compass, were freed from the briny element, the whole person carefully dried, and from a small little round shell that passed from hand to hand, anointed with a fragrant oil. Their adornments were completed by passing a few loose folds of white tapa, in a modest cincture, around the waist. Thus arrayed, they no longer hesitated, but flung themselves lightly over the bulwarks, and were quickly frolicking about the decks. Many of them went forward, perching upon the headrails or running out upon the bowsprit, while others seated themselves upon the taffrail, or reclined at full length upon the boats. The ship was fairly captured, and it yielded itself willing prisoner. In the evening, after anchor had been struck, the deck was hung with lanterns, and the women, decked in flowers, danced with an abandoned voluptuousness that was a prelude to every species of riot and debauchery. According to Melville's account, on board the Acushnet the grossest licentiousness and the most shameful inebriety prevailed, with occasional and but short-lived interruptions, through the whole period of her stay. Nor were the French at the Marquesas neglectful of their duties to the islanders. Admiral du Petit-Thouars had stationed about 100 soldiers ashore, according to Melville's account. Every other day the troops marched out in full regalia, and for hours went through all sorts of military evolutions to impress a congregation of naked cannibals with the superior sophistications of Christendom. A regiment of the Old Guard, reviewed on a summer's day in the Champs-Élysées, Melville vouches, could not have made a more critically correct appearance. The French had also with them, to enrich their harvest of savage plaudits, a poiquet nuit, or big hog, in more cultivated language, a horse. One of the officers was commissioned to prance up and down the beach at full speed on this animal, with results that redounded to the glory of France. This horse was unanimously pronounced by the islanders to be the most extraordinary specimen of zoology that had ever come under their observation. It would be an ungracious presumption to contend that the French, while at the Marquesas, exhibited to the natives only the sterner side of civilization. The behavior of the French at Tahiti leaves room for the hope that they were no less gallant at the Marquesas. An officer of the Reina Blanche, writing at sea on the 10th of October, 1842, of the exploits of his countrymen at Tahiti, says, in part, in the evening, more than 100 women came on board. At dinner time, the officers and midshipmen invited them gallantly to their tables, and the repasts, which were very gay, were prolonged sufficiently late at night, so that fear might keep on board those of the women who were afraid to sail home by the doubtful light of the stars. The last 3 lines of this letter were suppressed by the Journal de Débats, it is true, but given in the National and other journals. 3 days later the letter was officially pronounced inexact by the Moniteur, which courageously asserted that it is utterly false that a frigate has been the theatre of corruption, in any country whatever, and French mothers may continue to congratulate themselves that their sons serve in the navy of their country. While the Frenchmen at the Marquesas, no less than the Americans, one hopes with pardonable patriotic jealousy, were giving their mothers at home cause for congratulation, Melville came to the determination to leave the ship, to use the concise, point-blank phrase of the sailors, "I had made up my mind to run away." And that his reasons for resolving to take this step were numerous and weighty, he says, may be inferred from the fact that he chose rather to risk his fortune among cannibals than to endure another voyage on board the Acushnet. In Type E he gives a general account of the captain's bad treatment of the crew, and his non-fulfillment of agreements. Life aboard the Acushnet has already been sufficiently expatiated upon. Melville knew that immediately adjacent to Nukuheva, and only separated from it by the mountains seen from the harbour, lay the lovely valley of Hapa, whose inmates cherished the most friendly relations with the inhabitants of Nukuheva. On the other side of Hapa, and closely adjoining it, lay the magnificent valley of the dreaded Type, the unappeasable enemies of both these tribes. These types enjoyed a prodigious notoriety all over the islands. The natives of Nukuheva, Melville says, used to try to frighten the crew of the Acushnet by pointing to one of their own number and calling him a Type, manifesting no little surprise when we did not take to our heels at so terrible an announcement. But having ascertained the fact that the tribes of the Marquesas dwell isolated in the depths of the valleys, and avoided wandering about the more elevated portions of the islands, Melville concluded that unperceived he might effect a passage to the mountains, where he might easily and safely remain, supporting himself on such fruits as came in his way, until the sailing of the ship. The idea pleased him greatly. He imagined himself seated beneath a cocoa-nut tree on the brow of the mountain, with a cluster of plantains within easy reach, criticizing the ship's nautical evolutions as she worked her way out of the harbor, and contrasting the verdant scenery about him with the recollections of narrow greasy decks and the vile gloom of the forecastle. Melville at first prided himself that he was the only person on board the Acushnet sufficiently reckless to attempt an idyllic sojourn on an island of irreclaimable cannibals. But Toby's perennially hanging over the side of the ship, gazing wistfully at the shore in moody isolation, coupled with Melville's knowledge of Toby's hearty detestation of the ship, of his dauntless courage, and his other engaging traits as companion in high adventure, led Melville to share with Toby his schemes. A few words won Toby's most impetuous cooperation. Plans were rapidly made and ratified by an affectionate wedding of palms, when, to elude suspicion, each repaired to his hammock to spend a last night aboard the Acushnet. In 1855 Richard Tobias Green, editor of the Sandusky Mirror, on the morrow, with as much tobacco, ship's biscuit and calico as they could stow in the front of their frocks, Melville and Toby made off for the interior of Nukuheva, but not before Melville lingered behind in the forecastle a moment to take a parting glance at its familiar features. Their 5 days of marvelous adventures that landed them finally in the valley of Type has abidingly tried the credulity of Melville's readers, though never for an instant their patience. After reading these adventures, Stevenson expressed his slangy approval by hailing Melville as a howling cheese. It has been questioned in passing whether or not the number of days that two strong male humans, going through incredible exertion, can support themselves upon a hunk of bread soaked in sweat and ingrained with shreds of tobacco, must not be fewer than Melville makes out. And did they, in sober verity, critics have asked, lower themselves down the cliff by swinging from creeper to creeper with horrid gaps between them, was it as steep as Melville says, and the creepers as far apart? And did they, on another occasion, as Melville asserts, break a second gigantic fall by pitching on the topmost branches of a very high palm tree. During these thrilling and terrible 5 days, hardship runs hard on the heels of hardship, and each obstacle as it presents itself, seems, if possible, more unsurmountable than the last. There is no way out of this, one says for the 10th time, but the sagacity and fearless confidence of Toby, to whom let glory be given, and the manful endurance of Melville through parching fever and agonizing lameness, disappoint the lugubrious reader. On the 3rd day after their escape, their ardor is cooled to a resolve to forego futile ramblings for a space. They crawled under a clump of thick bushes, and pulling up the long grass that grew around, covered themselves completely with it to endure another downpour. While the exhausted Toby slept through the violent rain, Melville tossed about in a raging fever, without the heart to wake Toby when the rain ceased. Chancing to push aside a branch, Melville was as transfixed with surprised delight as if he had opened a sudden vista into paradise. He looked straight down into the bosom of a valley, which swept away in long wavy undulations to the blue waters in the distance. Midway towards the sea, and peering here and there amidst the foliage, might be seen the palmetto-thatched houses of its inhabitants glistening in the sun that had bleached them to a dazzling whiteness. The vale was more than 3 leagues in length, and about a mile across its greatest width. Everywhere below me, from the base of the precipice upon whose very verge I had been unconsciously reposing, the surface of the vale presented a mass of foliage, spread with such rich profusion that it was impossible to determine of what description of trees it consisted. But perhaps there was nothing about the scenery I beheld more impressive than those silent cascades, whose slender threads of water, after leaping down the steep cliffs, were lost amidst the rich foliage of the valley. Over all the landscape there reigned the most hushed repose, which I almost feared to break, lest, like the enchanted gardens of the fairy tale, a single syllable might dissolve the spell. Toby was awakened and called into consultation. With his usual impetuosity, Toby wanted promptly to descend into the valley before them, but Melville restrained him, dwelling upon the perilous possibility of its inhabitants being types. Toby was with difficulty reined to circumspection, and off Melville and his companion started on a wild goose chase for a valley on the other side of the ridge. So fruitless and disheartening did this attempt prove, that Melville was reduced to the one solace that it was, after all, better to die of starvation in Nukuhava than to be fed on salt beef, stale water and flinty bread in the forecastle of the Acushnet. Yet Toby was dauntless. Despite the defeats of the preceding day, Toby awoke on the following morning as blithe and joyous as a young bird. Melville's fever and his swollen leg, however, had left him not so exultant. "What's to be done now?" Melville inquired, after their morning repast of a crumb of sweat-mixed biscuit and tobacco, and rather doleful was his inquiry, he confesses. "Descend into that same valley we descried yesterday," rejoined Toby, with a rapidity and loudness of utterance that led Melville to suspect almost that Toby had been slyly devouring the broadside of an ox in some of the adjoining thickets. Come on," shove ahead. There's a lively lad, shouted Toby as he led the way down a ravine that jagged steeply along boulders and tangled roots down into the valley. Never mind the rocks, kick them out of the way, as I do, and tomorrow, old fellow, take my word for it, we shall be in clover. Come on, and so saying he dashed along the ravine like a madman. Thus was piloted down into the heart of barbarism the man who was to emerge as the first missionary Polynesia ever sent to Christendom. And on the chances of Toby's contagious impetuosity hung the annexation of a new realm to the kingdom of the imagination and the discovery of a new manner in the history of letters. For on that day, when Melville and Toby struggled down that ravine like Beltone worming himself through the subterranean passages of the Egyptian catacombs, the Polynesians were without a competent apologist, and the literary possibilities of the South Seas were unsuspected. Literature was, of course, already elaborated with fantastic patterns drawn from barbarism, and the Indians of Aphraben and Voltaire had given place to the Redmen of Cooper. Earlier than this, however, the great discoverers, in their wealth of records, had given many an account of their contacts with savage peoples. But one searches in vain among these records for any very vivid sense that the savage and the Christian belong to the same order of nature. At best, one gathers the impression that in savagery God's image had been multiplied in an excess of contemptible counterfeits. Melville reports that as late as his day wanton acts of cruelty are not unusual on the part of sea captains landing at islands comparatively unknown. Indeed, it is almost incredible, the light in which many sailors regard these naked heathens. They hardly consider them human. But it is a curious fact, that the more ignorant and degraded men are, the more contemptuously they look upon those whom they deem their inferiors. John G. Patton records in his autobiography how, in 1860, 3 traders gleefully told him that to humble the natives of Tanna, and to diminish their numbers, they had let out on shore at different ports, 4 men ill with the measles, an exceedingly virulent disease among savage peoples. Our watchwords are these, jolly traders said, sweep the creatures into the sea, and let white men occupy the soil. This sentiment belongs more to a fixed human type, than to a period, of course, and that type has frequently taken to sailing strange seas. In treachery, cruelty, and profligacy, the exploits of European discoverers contain some of the rosiest pages in the history of villainy. These sickening pages of civilized barbarism soon won to the savage ardent apologists, however, who applied an old technique of libel by imputing to the unbreeched heathen a touching array of the superior virtues. Montin was among the first to come forward in this capacity. We may call them barbarous in regard to reason's rules, he said, but not in respect to us that exceed them in all kindy of barbarism. Their wars are noble and generous, and have as much excuse and beauty, as this humane infirmity may admit. They aim at naught so much, and have no other foundation amongst them, but the mere jealousy of virtue. Once in full current of idealization, Montin goes on to write as if he soberly believed that savage peoples were descended from a stock that Eve had conceived by an angel before the fall. In his dithyramb on the nobilities of savagery, Montaigne was unhampered by any first-hand dealings with savages, and he was far too wise ever to betray the remotest inclination to improve his state by migrating into the bosom of their uncorrupted nobility. The myth of the noble savage was a taking conceit, however, and when Rousseau taught the world the art of reverie, he taught it also an easy vagabondage into the virgin forest and into the pure heart of the natural man. In describing Rousseau's influence on the drawing rooms, Taine says that the fops dreamed between two madrigals of the happiness of sleeping naked in the virgin forest. Rousseau's savage, attached to no place, having no prescribed task, obeying no one, having no other law than his own will was, of course, a wilful backward glance to the vanished paradise of childhood, not a finding of ethnology. Yet ethnology may prate as it will, the noble savage is a myth especially diverting to the over-sophisticated, and like dreams of the virgin forest, thrives irrepressibly among the upholsterings of civilization. The soft and ardent dreamer, no less than the sleek and parched imagination of Main Street, find compensation for the defeats of civilization in dreams of a primitive Arcadia. While the kettle is boiling they relax into slippers and make the grand tour. Chateaubriand, whose life, according to Lemaitre, was a magnificent series of attitudes, showed incredible hardihood of attitude and easing in crossing the Atlantic in actual quest of the primitive. In the forest west of Albany he did pretend to find some satisfaction in wild landscape. He showed his intoxication at the beauties of wild nature by taking pains to do various willful things that made my guide furious. But Chateaubriand was less fortunate in his contact with savagery than he was with nature. His first savages he found under a shed taking dancing lessons from a little Frenchman, who, bepowdered and befritzled, was scraping on a pocket fiddle to the prancings of ses messieurs sauvages et ses dames sauvagesses. Chateaubriand concludes with a reflection, was it not a crushing circumstance for a disciple of Rousseau? And it is an indubitable fact that if the present-day disciples of the South Sea myth would show Chateaubriand's hardihood and migrate to Polynesia, they would find themselves in circumstances no less crushing. Melville was the first competent literary artist to write with authority about the South Seas. In his day, a voyage to those distant parts was a jaunt not likely to be undertaken. In the Pacific there were islands to be discovered, islands to be annexed, and whales to be lanced. As for the incidental savage life encountered in such enterprise, that, in Montaigne's phrase, was there to be bastardized, by applying it to the pleasures of our corrupted taste. These attractions of whaling and patriotism, with incidental rights to Priapus, had tempted more than one man away from the comfort of his muffins, and more than one returned to give an inventory of the fruits of the temptation. The knowledge that these men had of Polynesia was ridiculously slight. The regular procedure was to shoot a few cannibals, to make several marriages after the manner of Loti. The result is a monotonous series of reports of the glorious accomplishments of Christians, varied on occasions with lengthy and learned dissertations on heathendom. But they are invariably writers with insular imagination, telling us much of the writer, but never violating the heart of Polynesia. The missionaries, discreetly scandalized at the exploitation of unholy flesh, went valiantly forth to fight the battle of righteousness in the midst of the enemy. The missionaries came to be qualified by long first-hand contact to write intimately of the heathen, but their records are redolent with sanctity, not sympathy. The South Sea vagabonds were the best hope of letters, but they all seem to have died without dictating their memoirs. William Mariner, it is true, thanks to a mutiny at the Tungo Islands in 1805, was several years resident in those islands, and upon Mariner's return, Dr. John Martin spent infinite patience in recording every detail of savage life he could draw from Mariner. Dr. Martin's book is still a classic in its way, detailed, sober, and naked of literary pretensions. This book is the nearest approach to type that came out of the South Seas before Melville's time. So numerous have been the imitators of Melville, so popular has been the manner that he originated, that it is difficult at the present day to appreciate the novelty of type at the time of its appearance. When we read Mr. Frederick O'Brien, we do not always remember that Mr. O'Brien is playing sedulous ape. There is here intended no discourtesy to Mr. O'Brien, to Melville, but that in type and Omu Melville was playing sedulous ape to nobody. Only when type is seen against the background of a missionary voyage to the southern Pacific Ocean performed in the years 1796, 1797, 1798 in the ship Duff, 1799, and Mariner's Tonga, 1816, fittingly dedicated to Sir Joseph Banks, President of the Royal Society, and companion of Captain Cook in the South Seas, can Melville's originality begin to transpire. This originality lies partly, of course, in the novelty of Melville's experience, partly in the temperament through which this experience was refracted. Melville himself believed his only originality was his loyalty to fact. He bows himself out of the preface trusting that his anxious desire to speak the ungarnished truth will gain him the confidence of his readers. When Melville's brother Gansevoort offered type for publication in England, it was accepted not as fiction but as ethnology, and was published as Melville's Marquesas only after Melville had vouched for its entire veracity. Though Melville published type upright in the conviction that he had in its composition been loyal both to veracity and truth, his critics were not prone to take him at his word. And he was to learn, too, that veracity and truth are not interchangeable terms. Men do, in fact, believe pretty much what they find it most advantageous to believe. We live by prejudices, not by syllogisms. In type Melville undertook to show from first-hand observation the obvious fact that there are two sides both to civilization and to savagery. He was among the earliest of literary travelers to see in barbarians anything but queer folk. He intuitively understood them, caught their point of view, respected and often admired it. He measured the life of the Marquesans against that of civilization, and wrote, "The term savage is, I conceive, often misapplied, and indeed when I consider the vices, cruelties, and enormities of every kind that spring up in the tainted atmosphere of a feverish civilization, I am inclined to think that so far as the relative wickedness of the parties is concerned, 4 or 5 Marquesan Islanders sent to the United States as missionaries might be quite as useful as an equal number of Americans dispatched to the islands in a similar capacity. Civilization is so inured to anathema, so reassured by it, indeed, that Melville could write a vague and sentimental attack upon its obvious imperfections with the cool assurance that each of his readers, applying the charges to some neighbor, would approve in self-righteousness. But one ventures the ungarnished truth about any of the vested interests of civilization at the peril of his peace in this world and the next. It was when Melville focused his charge and wrote a few passages which may be thought to bear rather hard upon a reverend order of men with incidental reflections upon that glorious cause which has not always been served by the proceedings of some of its advocates, that all the musketry of the soldiers of the Prince of Peace was aimed at his head. Melville himself was a man whose tolerance provoked those who sat in jealous monopoly upon warring sureties to accuse him of license. He specifies his delight in finding in the valley of Typee that an unbounded liberty of conscience seemed to prevail. Those who were pleased to do so were allowed to repose implicit faith in an ill-favored God with a large bottle nose and fat shapeless arms crossed upon his breast, whilst others worshipped an image which, having no likeness either in heaven or on earth, could hardly be called an idol. As the islanders always maintained a discreet reserve with regard to my own peculiar views on religion, I thought it would be excessively ill-bred in me to pry into theirs. This boast of delicacy did not pass unnoticed by a reverend order of men. The vitriolic rejoinder of the London Missionary Society would seem to indicate that there may be 2 versions of the ungarnished truth. It should be stated, however, that the English editions of Typee contain strictures against the missionaries that were omitted in the American editions. But even Melville's unsanctified critics showed an anxiety to repudiate him. Both Typee and Omu were scouted as impertinent inventions, defying belief in their cool sneering wit and perfect want of heart. Melville's name was suspiciously examined as being a nom de plume used to cover a cowardly and supercilious libel. A gentleman signing himself GWP and writing in the American Review, 1847, Volume 4, pp 36–46, was scandalized by Melville's habit of presenting voluptuous pictures, and with cool deliberate art breaking off always at the right point, so as without offending decency, he may excite unchaste desire. After discovering in Melville's writing a boastful lechery, this gentleman undertakes to discountenance Melville on 3 scores. 1. Only the impotent make amorous boasts. 2. Melville had none of Sir Epicure Mammon's wished-for elixir. 3. The beauty of Polynesian women is all myth. Unshaken in the conviction of his loyalty to fact, Melville discovered that the essence of originality lies in reporting the ungarnished truth. On the subject of originality in literature, Melville says in Pierre, in the inferior instances of an immediate literary success, in very young writers, it would be almost invariably observable that for that instant success they were chiefly indebted to some rich and peculiar experience in life, embodied in a book, which because, for that cause, containing original matter, the author himself, forsooth, is to be considered original. In this way, many very original books being the product of very unoriginal minds. It is none the less true, however, that though Melville and Toby both lived among the cannibals, it was Melville, not Toby, who wrote Typee. For 4 months Melville was held in friendly captivity by the types. His swollen leg was healed by native doctors, but not without prolonged pain and anxiety. He was fed, he was amused, he was lionized by the valley. His hosts were savages, they were idolaters, they were inhuman beasts who licked their lips over the roasted thighs of their enemies, and at the same time they were crowned with flowers, sometimes exquisite in beauty, courteous in manners, and engaged all day long in doing not only what they enjoyed doing, but what, so far as Melville could judge, they had every right to enjoy doing. With Toby, Melville was consigned to the household of Corey Corey. Corey Corey, though a tried servitor and faithful valet, was, Melville admits, in his shavings and tattoos, a hideous object to look upon, covered all over with fish, fowl, and monster, like an illustrated copy of Goldsmith's animated nature. Corey Corey's father, Maheo, a retired gentleman of gigantic frame, was an eccentric old fellow, who seems to have been governed by no fixed principles whatever. He employed the greater part of his time in throwing up a little shed just outside the house, tinkering away at it endlessly, without ever appearing to make any perceptible advance. He would eat, sleep, potter about, with fine contempt for the proprieties of time or place. Frequently he might have been seen taking a nap in the sun at noonday, or a bath in the stream at midnight. Once I beheld him 80 feet from the ground, in the tuft of a cocoa-nut tree, smoking, and often I saw him standing up to the waist in water, engaged in plucking out the stray hairs of his beard, using a piece of mussel shell for tweezers. I remember in particular his having a choice pair of ear ornaments, fabricated from the teeth of some sea monster. These he would alternately wear and take off at least 50 times in the course of a day, going and coming from his little hut on each occasion with all the tranquility imaginable. Sometimes slipping them through the slits in his ears, he would seize his spear and go stalking beneath the shadows of the neighboring groves, as if about to give a hostile meeting to some cannibal knight. But he would soon return again, and hiding his weapon under the projecting eaves of the house, and rolling his clumsy trinkets carefully in a piece of tapa, would resume his more pacific operations as quietly as if he had never interrupted them. Corey Corey's mother was, so Melville reports, the only industrious person in all the valley of Typee, bustling about the house like a country landlady at an unexpected arrival, forever giving the young girls tasks to perform, which the little hussies as often neglected, poking into every corner, and rummaging over bundles of old tapa, or making a prodigious clatter among the calabashes. She could not have employed herself more actively had she been left an exceedingly muscular and destitute widow, with an inordinate supply of young children, in the bleakest part of the civilized world. Yet was hers withal the kindliest heart imaginable. Warm indeed, Melville says, are my remembrances of the dear, good, affectionate old Tinner. There also belonged to the household 3 young men, dissipated, good for nothing, roistering blades of savages, and several girls. Of these, Melville has immortalized Fireway, his most constant companion. He has anatomized her charms in the manner of his first fragment from a writing desk. But it is Fireway in action, not Fireway in still life, that survives in the imagination. At Melville's intercession, the taboo against women entering a boat was lifted. Many hours they spent together swimming, or floating in the canoe, diversions heightened in their heinousness by the fact that Fireway for the most part clung to the primitive and summer garb of Eden, and the costume became her. Nor did Melville's depravity cease with his unblushing approval of nakedness. Strange as it may seem, Melville writes in the 40s, there is nothing in which a young and beautiful female appears to more advantage than in the act of smoking. Fireway not only smoked, but she smoked a pipe, as they drifted in the canoe. One day, as they were gliding along, Fireway seemed all at once to be struck with a happy idea. With a wild exclamation of delight, she disengaged from her person the ample robe of tapa which was knotted over her shoulder, for the purpose of shielding her from the sun, and spreading it out like a sail, stood erect with upraised arms in the head of the canoe. We American sailors pride ourselves upon our straight clean spars, but a prettier mast than Fireway made was never shipped aboard of any craft. John Lafarge has painted Fireway in this attitude. And the occupation of Toby during all this. Soon after their arrival, Toby had been dispatched to Nukuhava under pretense of procuring relief for Melville's swollen leg, actually to facilitate his and Melville's escape. Toby never again returned to Taipei. He had been treacherously beguiled on board a whaler, unable to escape until he left his vessel at New Zealand. After some further adventures, says Melville in the story of Toby, written in July, 1846, 10 days after the 2 men discovered each other's existence through the instrumentality of Taipei, and published as a sequel to that novel, Toby arrived home in less than 2 years after leaving the Marquesas. While Melville had the companionship of Toby in Taipei, he was even then eager to get back to civilization. That savagery was good for savages he never wearied of contending. But despite the idyllic delights of Taipei, an idyll with a somber background, however, Melville was never tempted to resign himself to its vacant animal felicity. Melville, unlike Baudelaire and Whitman, was not stirred by the advantages of living with the animals. While among them, he evinced a desire neither to adopt their ways, nor to change them. He made them pop guns. He astonished them by exhibiting the miracle of sewing. He tried to teach them to box. As not one of the natives had soul enough in him to stand up like a man, and allow me to hammer away at him, For my own personal satisfaction and that of the king, I was necessitated to fight with an imaginary enemy, whom I invariably made to knock under to my superior prowess. Among the bachelors of the men's club of the valley, he chatted, he smoked, he drowsed, he witnessed the feast of the calabashes when, for the livelong day the drums sounded, the priests chanted, and the multitude roared and feasted, a scene reminiscent of a university wholeheartedly given over to campus activity. A mock battle was staged for his diversion. He entered the funeral fastnesses where the effigies of former heroes eternally paddled canoes adorned by the skulls of their enemies. He mused by pools, splashing with laughing bronze nymphs. Yet withal, Melville was a captive in the valley. His lameness, too, returned. His hosts began to make friendly but insistent suggestions that he be tattooed, a suggestion superlatively repugnant to him. He heard, moreover, the clamor of a cannibal feast, and lifted the cover of a tub under which lay a fresh human skeleton. Under these circumstances he taught old Maheo 2 English words, home and mother. But he did not complete the Trinity. Fasanit hecolim meminis javabit. It was time for him to depart. One profoundly silent noon, as Melville lay lame and miserable under Corey's roof, Momo, the one-eyed chief, appeared at the door, and leaning forward towards Melville, whispered, "Toby Pemi Enna, Toby has arrived." That evening Momo's dead body floated on the Pacific, a boat hook having been mortally hurled at his throat. And it was Melville who hurled the boat hook. An Australian whaler, touching at the harbour of Nukuhava, had been informed of Melville's detention in Taipei. Desirous of adding to his crew, the captain had sailed round thither, and hove to off the mouth of the bay. Chary of the man-eating propensities of the types, the captain sent in a boatload of taboo natives from the other harbour, with an interpreter at their head, to procure Melville's release. Accompanied by a throng of armed natives, Melville was carried down to the shore, being too lame to walk the distance. A gun and an extravagant bounty of powder and calico were offered for Melville's release, but this bounty was clamorously and indignantly rejected. Karakoe, the head of the ransoming party, was menaced by furious gestures, and forced out into the sea, up to his waist in the surf. Blows were struck, wounds were given, and blood flowed. In the excitement of the fray, Melville was left to the guardianship of Maheo, Corey, and Fireway. Throwing to these three the articles that had been brought for his ransom, Melville bounded into the boat which was in immediate readiness to pull off towards the ship. It was not until the boat was about 50 yards from the shore that the savages recovered from their astonishment at Melville's alacrity in escape. Then Momo and 6 or 7 warriors rushed into the sea and hurled their javelins at the retreating boat, and some of the weapons passed as close as was desirable. The wind was freshening every minute, and was right in the teeth of the retreating party. Karakoe, who was steering the boat, gave many a look towards a jutting point of the bay they had to pass. When they came within 100 yards of the point, the savages on the shore dashed into the water, swimming out towards the boat, and by the time Melville's party reached the headland, the savages were spread right across the boat's course. The rowers got out their knives and held them ready between their teeth. Melville seized the boat hook. Momo, with his tomahawk between his teeth, was nearest to the boat, ready the next instant to seize one of the oars. Even at the moment I felt horror at the act I was to commit, but it was no time for pity or compunction, and with a true aim, and exerting all my strength, I dashed the boat hook at him. I struck him below the throat, and forced him downward. Momo's body arose in the wake of the boat, but not to attack again. Another savage seized the goon whale, but the knives of the rowers so mauled his wrists, that before many moments the boat was past all the types, and in safety. In the closing tableau, Melville fell fainting into the arms of Karakoe. Though later, when Melville was a sailor in the United States Navy, he touched at the Marquesas, he never again set foot within the valley of Typee. Melville had known the types in their uncorrupted glory, strong, wicked, laughter-loving and clean. Mr. O'Brien visited Typee not many years ago, to find it pathetically fallen from its high estate. I found myself, he says, in a loneliness indescribable and terrible. No sound but that of a waterfall at a distance parted the somber silence. Humanity was not so much absent as gone, and a feeling of doom and death was in the motionless air, which lay like a weight upon leaf and flower. The thin, sharp buzzing of the nonus was incessant. Mr. O'Brien discovered in the heart of the valley fewer than a dozen people who sat within the houses by cocoa-nut husk fires, the acrid smoke of which daunted the nonus. They have clung to their lonely peepees despite their poverty of numbers and the ferocity of the nonus. They had clearings with cocoa-nuts and breadfruits, but they cared no longer to cultivate them, preferring rather to sit sadly in the curling fumes and dream of the past. One old man read aloud the Gospel of St. John in Marquesan, and the others listlessly listened, seeming to drink in little comfort from the verses, which he recited in the chanting monotone of their Utah. 9 miles in length is Typee, from a glorious cataract that leaps over the dark buttress wall where the mountain bounds the valley, to the blazing beach. And in all this extent of marvelously rich land, there are now this wretched dozen natives, too old or listless to gather their own food. Thou hast conquered, O Galilean. Chapter 11 Mutiny and Missionaries, Tahiti are, truant humour. But to me that vine-wreathed urn of woe, in sea of halcyons, where no tides do flow or ebb, but waves bide peacefully at brim, by beach where palm trees grow that sheltered Omai's olive race, Tahiti should have been the place for Christ in Advent. Herman Melville, Clarel. It was in the middle of a bright tropical afternoon that Melville made good his escape from the valley of Typee. The Australian whaler, called by Melville the Julia, which had broken his 4 months' captivity, lay with her main topsail aback, about a league from the land. She turned out to be a small, slatternly-looking craft, her hull and spars a dingy black, rigging all slack and bleached nearly white, and everything denoting an ill state of affairs aboard. Leaning carelessly over the bulwarks were the sailors, wild, haggard-looking fellows in Scotch caps and faded blue frocks, some of them with cheeks of mottled bronze, to which sickness soon changes the rich berry brown of a seaman's complexion in the tropics. So extraordinary was Melville's appearance, a robe of the native cloth was thrown over my shoulders, my hair and beard were uncut, and I betrayed other evidences of my recent adventure, that as the boat came alongside, a low cry ran fore and aft the deck. Immediately on gaining the deck, Melville was beset on all sides by questions. Indeed, never afterwards, it appears, could Melville escape a like curiosity. Henceforth he was to be the man who lived among the cannibals. Nor does he always seem to have been so uncommunicative as he grew in later years. In the preface to Omu, after recording the fact that he kept no journal during his wanderings in the South Seas, he says, "The frequency, however, with which these incidents have been verbally related, has tended to stamp them upon the memory. There is novelty in his logic, all twice-told tales are not always just so stories." He says, too, in the preface to Typee, "The incidents recorded in the following pages have often served, when spun as a yarn, not only to relieve the weariness of many a night watch at sea, but to excite the warmest sympathies of the author's shipmates." Upon being taken aboard the Julia, Melville was almost immediately seen by the captain, a young, pale, slender, sickly-looking creature, who signed Melville up for one cruise, engaging to discharge him at the next port. Life on board the Julia was, if anything, worse than life on board the Acushnet. In the first place, Melville was ill. Not until 3 months after his escape from Typee did he regain his normal strength. And, as always, Melville looked back with regret upon leaving the life he had so wanted to escape from while he was in the midst of it. "As the land faded from my sight," he says, "I was all alive to the change in my condition. But how far short of our expectations is oftentimes the fulfillment of the most ardent hopes. Safe aboard of a ship, so long my earnest prayer, with home and friends once more in prospect, I nevertheless felt weighed down with a melancholy that could not be shaken off." Melville felt he was leaving cannibalism forever, and the departure shot a pang into his heart. The ship's company were a sorry lot, reduced by desertion from 32 to 20 souls, and more than half of the remaining were more or less unwell from a long sojourn in a dissipated port. Some were wholly unfit for duty, 1 or 2 were dangerously ill. The rest managed to stand their watch, though they could do little. The crew was, for the most part, a typical whaling crew, villains of all nations and dyes, picked up in the lawless Spanish Main, and among the savages of the islands. The provisions, too, on board the Julia were notoriously bad, even for a whaler. Melville's regret at leaving Typee was not mere wanton sentimentality. The captain was despised by all aboard. He was commonly called the cabin boy, Paper Jack, Miss Guy, and other descriptive titles. Though sheepish-looking, he was a man of still, timid cunning that did not endear him to Melville. The mate, John Jermyn, was of the efficient race of short, thick-set men, bullet-headed, with a fierce little squint out of one eye, and a nose with a rakish tilt to one side. His was the art of knocking a man down with irresistible good humor, so the very men he flogged loved him like a brother. He had but one failing: he abhorred weak infusions, and cleaved manfully to strong drink. He was never completely sober, and when he was nearly drunk he was uncommonly obstreperous. Jermyn was master of every man aboard except the ship's carpenter, a man so excessively ugly he went by the name of Beauty. As ill-favored as Beauty was in person, he was no less ugly in temper. His face had soured his heart. Melville witnessed an encounter between Jermyn and Beauty, an encounter that showed up clearly the state of affairs on board. While Beauty was thrashing Jermyn in the forecastle, the captain called down the scuttle, Why, what's all this about? Mr. Jermyn, Carpenter, what are you doing down there? Come on deck. In reply to this, Dr. Longghost cried out in a squeak, Ah! Miss Guy, is that you? Now, my dear, go right home, or you'll get hurt. The captain dipped his head down the scuttle to make answer, to receive, full in the face, the contents of a tin of soaked biscuit and tea leaves. Things were not well aboard the Julia. But it was Dr. Longghost, he who so mocked the captain, who figures most largely in Melville's history, a man remarkable both in appearance and in personality. He was over 6 feet, a tower of bones, with a bloodless complexion, fair hair and a pale unscrupulous grey eye that twinkled occasionally with the very devil of mischief. At the beginning of the cruise of the Julia, as ship's doctor, he had lived in the cabin with the captain. But once on a time they had got into a dispute about politics, and the doctor, getting into a rage, had driven his argument home with his fist, and left the captain on the floor, literally silenced. The captain replied by shutting him up in his stateroom for 10 days on a diet of bread and water. Upon his release he went forward with his chests among the sailors, where he was welcomed as a good fellow and an injured man. The early history of Dr. Longghost he kept to himself, but it was Melville's conviction that he had certainly at some time or other spent money, drunk Burgundy, and associated with gentlemen. He quoted Virgil, and talked of Hobbes of Malmesbury, besides repeating poetry by the canto, especially Hudibras. In the most casual manner, too, he could refer to an amour he had in Palermo, his lion hunting before breakfast among the Kaffirs, and the quality of coffee he had drunk in Muscat. Melville was in no condition, physically, to engage in the ship's duties, so he and Dr. Longghost fraternized in the forecastle, where they were treated by the crew as distinguished guests. There they talked, played chess, with an outfit of their own manufacture, and there Melville read the books of the Long Doctor, over and over again, not omitting a long treatise on the scarlet fever. At its best, the forecastle is never an ideal abode, but the forecastle of the Julia, its bunks half-wrecked, its filthy sailor's pantry, and its plague of rats and cockroaches, must have made the Highlander seamer's paradise in retrospect. The forecastle of the Julia, Melville says, looked like the hollow of an old tree going to decay. In every direction the wood was damp and discolored, and here and there soft and porous. Moreover, it was hacked and hewed without mercy, the cook frequently helping himself to splinters for kindling wood. The viciousness of the crew of the Julia did not, of course, perceptibly enhance the charms of the forecastle. Nor was Melville's estate made more enviable when the man in the bunk next to his went wildly delirious. One night Melville was awakened from a vague dream of horrors by something clammy resting on him. His neighbor, with a stark stiff arm reached out into Melville's bunk, had during the night died. The crew rejoiced at his death. For weeks the Julia tacked about among the islands of the South Seas. The captain was ill, and Jermyn steered the Julia to Tahiti, to arrive off the island the moment that Admiral du Petit-Thouars was firing, from the Reina Blanche, a salute in honor of the treaty he had just forced Palmer to sign. But to the astonishment of the crew, Jermyn kept the ship at sea, fearing the desertion of all his men if he struck anchor. His purpose was to set the sick captain ashore, and to resume the voyage of the Julia at once, to return to Tahiti after a certain period agreed upon, to take the captain off. The crew were in no mood to view this maneuver with indifference. Melville and Longghost cautioned them against the folly of immediate mutiny, and on the flyleaf of an old musty copy of a history of the most atrocious and bloody piracies, a round robin was indited, giving a statement of the crew's grievances, and concluding with the earnest hope that the consul would at once come off and see how matters stood. Pritchard, the missionary consul, was at that time in England. His place was temporarily filled by one Wilson, son of the well-known missionary of that name, and no honor to his ancestor. It did not promise well for the crew that Wilson was an old friend of Captain Guy's. The round robin was the prelude to iniquitous bullying and stupidity on the part of Wilson, Jermyn, and Captain Guy. To the crew, it seemed that justice was poisoned at the fountain-head. They gazed on the bitter waters, did a stout menagerie prance, and raged into mutiny. Then it was, after one of the men had all but succeeded in maliciously running the Julia straight upon a reef, that the good ship was piloted into the harbour of Papeete, and the crew, including Melville and the Long Doctor, who were misjudged because of the company they kept, were for 5 days and nights held in chains on board the Reina Blanche. At the end of that time they were tried, one by one, before a tribunal composed of Wilson and 2 elderly European residents. Melville was examined last. One of the elderly gentlemen condescended to take a paternal interest in Melville. "Come here, my young friend," he said. "I'm extremely sorry to see you associated with these bad men. Do you know what it will end in?" Melville was in no mood for smug and salvationly solicitations. He had already declared that his resolution with respect to the ship was unalterable. He stuck to this resolution. Wilson thereupon pronounced the whole crew clean gone in perversity, and steeped in abomination beyond the reach of clemency. He then summoned a fat old native, Captain Bob, and a hearty old Bob he proved, giving him directions to marshal the crew to a place of safe keeping. Along the Broom Road they were led, and to Melville, escaped from the forecastle of the Julia and the confined decks of the frigate. The air breathed spices. The tropical day was fast drawing to a close, he says, and from where we were, the sun looked like a vast red fire burning in the woodlands, its rays falling aslant through the endless ranks of trees, and every leaf fringed with flame. About a mile from the village they came to the Calabuza Beretani, the English jail. The jail was extremely romantic in appearance, a large oval native house, with a dazzling white thatch, situated near a mountain stream that, flowing from a verdant slope, spread itself upon a beach of small sparkling shells, and then trickled into the sea. But the jail was ill-adapted for domestic comforts, the only piece of furniture being two stout pieces of timber, about 20 feet in length, gouged to serve as stocks. John Lafarge, in his Reminiscences of the South Seas, says, "We try to find, by the little river that ends our walk, on this side of the old French fort, the calaboose where Melville was shut up. There is no one to help us in our search, no one remembers anything. Buildings occupy the spaces of woodland that Melville saw about him. Nothing remains but the same charm of light and air which he, like all others, has tried to describe and to bring back home in words. But the beach is still as beautiful as if composed by Claude Lorraine. In this now departed calaboose, Melville and the rest were kept in very lenient captivity by Captain Bob. Captain Bob's notion of discipline was delightfully vague. He insensibly remitted his watchfulness, and the prisoners were free to stroll further and further from the calabuza. After about 2 weeks, 4 days melted deceptively into each other at Tahiti, the crew was again summoned before Wilson, again to declare themselves unshaken in their obstinate refusal to sail again with Captain Guy. So back to the calabuza they were sent. The English missionaries left their cards at the calabuza in the shape of a package of tracts. 3 of the French priests, whom the natives viewed, so Melville says, as no better than diabolical sorcerers, called in person. One of the priests, called by Melville, Father Murphy, discovered a compatriot among the crew, and celebrated the discovery by sending a present of a basket of bread. Such was the persuasion of the gift that, on Melville's count, we all turned Catholics, and went to Mass every morning, much to Captain Bob's consternation. He threatened to keep us in the stocks, if we did not desist. After 3 weeks Wilson seems to have begun to suspect that it was not remotely impossible that he was making a laughing stock of himself in his futile attempt to break the mutineers into contrition. So off the Julia sailed, manned by a new crew. But before sailing, Jermyn served his old crew the good turn of having their chests sent ashore. And when each was in possession of his sea chest, the calabuza was thronged with Polynesians, each eager to take a teo, or bosom friend. Though technically still prisoners, Melville and his former shipmates were allowed a long rope in their wanderings. Melville improved his leisure by attending, each Sunday, the services held in the great church which Pamere had built to be baptized in. In Omu, Melville gives a detailed account of a typical Sabbath, and then launches into chapters of discussion upon the fruits of Christianity in Polynesia. At church, Melville had observed, among other puzzlingly incongruous performances, a young Polynesian blade standing up in the congregation in all the bravery of a striped calico shirt, with the skirts rakishly adjusted over a pair of white sailor trousers, and hair well anointed with cocoa-nut oil, ogling the girls with an air of supreme satisfaction. And of those who ate of the breadfruit of the Eucharist in the morning, he knew several who were guilty of sad derelictions the same night. Desiring, if possible, to find out what ideas of religion were compatible with this behavior, he and the long doctor called upon 3 sister communicants one evening. While the doctor engaged the 2 younger girls, Melville lounged on a mat with Idea, the eldest, dallying with her grass fan, and improving his knowledge of Tahitian. The occasion was well adapted to my purpose, and I began. Idea, Mikanari Oee, the same as drawling out, by the by, Miss Idea, do you belong to the church? Yes, me Mikanari, was the reply. But the assertion was at once qualified by certain reservations, so curious that I cannot forbear their relation. Mikanari Enna, church member here, exclaimed she, laying her hand upon her mouth, and a strong emphasis on the adverb. In the same way, and with similar exclamations, she touched her eyes and hands. This done, her whole air changed in an instant, and she gave me to understand, by unmistakable gestures, that in certain other respects she was not exactly a Mikanari. In short, Idea was a sad good Christian at the heart, a very heathen in the carnal part. The explanation terminated in a burst of laughter, in which all 3 sisters joined, and for fear of looking silly, the doctor and myself, as soon as good breeding would permit, we took leave. It is Melville's contention that the very traits in the Tahitians which induced the London Missionary Society to regard them as the most promising subjects for conversion, were, in fact, the most serious obstruction to their ever being Christians. An air of softness in their manners, great apparent ingenuousness and docility, at first misled, but these were the mere accompaniments of an indolence, bodily and mental, a constitutional voluptuousness, and an aversion to the least restraint, which, however fitted for the luxurious state of nature, in the tropics, are the greatest possible hindrances to the strict moralities of Christianity. Of the Marquesans, Melville says in Type, better it will be for them to remain the happy and innocent heathens and barbarians that they now are, than, like the wretched inhabitants of the Sandwich Islands, to enjoy the mere name of Christians without experiencing any of the vital operations of true religion, whilst, at the same time, they are made the victims of the worst vices and evils of civilized life. Paul Gauguin, in his intimate journals, seems to share Melville's conviction that the Polynesians are disqualified by nature to experience any of the vital operations of the spirit. In speaking of the attempts of the missionaries to introduce marriage into Polynesia, he remarks cynically, as they are going out of the church, the groom says to the maid of honor, "How pretty you are!" And the bride says to the best man, "How handsome you are!" Very soon one couple moves off to the right and another to the left, deep into the underbrush where, in the shelter of the banana trees and before the Almighty, 2 marriages take place instead of 1. Monseigneur is satisfied, and says, "We are beginning to civilize them." The good intentions of the missionaries Melville does not question. But high faith and low intelligence is a dangerous if not uncommon mating of qualities. It matters not, he says, that the earlier laborers in the work, although strictly conscientious, were, as a class, ignorant, and in many cases, deplorably bigoted. Such traits have, in some degree, characterized the pioneers of all faith. And although in zeal and disinterestedness, the missionaries now on the island are, perhaps, inferior to their predecessors, they have, nevertheless, in their own way, at least, labored hard to make a Christian people of their charge. As a result of this labor, idolatry was done away with. The entire Bible was translated into Tahitian. The morality of the islanders was, on the whole, improved. These accomplishments Melville freely admits. But in temporal felicity, the Tahitians are far worse off now than formerly, and although their circumstances, upon the whole, are bettered by the missionaries, the benefits conferred by the latter become utterly insignificant, when confronted with the vast preponderance of evil brought by other means. Melville found that there was still at Tahiti freedom and indolence, torches brandished in the woods at night, dances under the moon, and women decked with flowers. But he also found the missionaries intent upon the abolition of the native amusements and customs, in their crowning efforts, decking the women out in hats said to have been first contrived and recommended by the missionaries' wives, a report which, I really trust, is nothing but a scandal. To Melville's eyes, Tahiti was neither pagan nor Christian, but a bedraggled bastard cross between the vices of 2 incompatible traditions. And in this blend he saw the promise of the certain extinction of the Polynesians. The Polynesians themselves were not blind to the doom upon them. Melville had heard the aged Tahitians singing in a low sad tone a song which ran, "The palm trees shall grow, the coral shall spread, but man shall cease." First home of the Protestant missionaries in Tahiti from a report of the London Missionary Society, published in 1799. The Fleet of Tahiti from an engraving after Hodges, the artist who accompanied Captain Cook to the South Seas. Melville's plea was that Christendom treat Polynesia with reasonableness, and Christian charity, perhaps the 2 rarest qualities in the world. His plea was not without results. He unloosed upon himself exhibitions of venom of the whole-hearted sort that enamor a misanthrope to life. The Living Age, Volume XXI, reprinted from the Eclectic Review, a tribute which began, "Falsehood is a thing of almost invincible courage, overthrow it today, and with freshened vigor it will return to the lists tomorrow." Omu illustrates this fact. We were under the illusion that the abettors of infidelity and the partisans of popery had been put to shame by the repeated refutation and exposure of their slanders against the Protestant missions in Polynesia. But Mr. Melville's production proves that shame is a virtue with which these gentry are totally unacquainted, and that they are resharpening their missiles for another onset. This review then made it its object to show that his statements respecting the Protestant mission in Tahiti are perversions of the truth, that he is guilty of deliberate and elaborate misrepresentation, and that he is a prejudiced, incompetent, and truthless witness. It was taken for granted that Melville was guilty of the heinous crime of being a Catholic. From this presumption it was easy to understand that Melville's plea for sweetness and light was but the vicious ravings of a man foiled and disappointed by the rejection of Mariolatry and the worship of wafers and of images, and of dead men by the Bible-reading Tahitians. By a convincing, if not cogent, technique of controversy, Melville's evidence was impugned by a discounting of the morals of the witness, a Catholic, and a disseminator of the worst of European vices and the most dreadful of European diseases. Melville was 28 years old when he quixotically championed the heathen in the name of a transcendental charity which he believed to be Christian. Amiable Protestant brethren undertook to disabuse him of his naive belief that the guardians of the faith of Christendom invariably regulate their conduct in the Spirit of Christ. As Melville grew in wisdom he grew in disillusion, and his early tilt at the London Missionary Society contributed to his rapid growth. At the age of 33 he wrote in Pierre, a book planned to show the impracticability of virtue, that God's truth is one thing, and man's truth another. He then maintained that the history of Christendom for the last 1800 years showed that in spite of all the maxims of Christ, that history is as full of blood, violence, wrong, and iniquity of every kind, as any previous portion of the world's story. He says in Clerel, the world is portioned out, believe, the good have but a patch at best, the wise their corner, for the rest, malice divides with ignorance. Melville points out that Christ's teaching seemed folly to the Jews because Christ carried heaven's time in Jerusalem, while the Jews carried Jerusalem time there. Did he not expressly say, "My wisdom is not of this world"? Whatever is really peculiar in the wisdom of Christ seems precisely the same folly today as it did 1850 years ago. In Clerel, he goes further, and calls the world a den worse for Christ's coming, since his love, perverted, did but venom prove. Though such a heretical idea was, to the Protestant brethren, of course, clean gone on the farthest side of damnation, yet were Melville and these same brethren working upon an identical major premise. Each was righteously convinced that he was about his Father's business, each was attempting to rout the other in the name of Christ. The brethren rode forth in the surety of triumph. Melville retired within himself convinced that defeat was not refutation, and that his way had been, withal, the way of heavenly truth. And since his way bore but bitter fruit, he shook the dust of the earth from his feet, convinced that such soil was designed to nourish only iniquity. Where is the earnest and righteous philosopher, he asks, framing his question to include himself in that glorious minority, who looking right and left, and up and down through all the ages of the world, the present included, where is there such an one who has not 1,000 times been struck with a sort of infidel idea, that whatever other world's God may be Lord of, he is not Lord of this, for else this world would seem to give him the lie, so utterly repugnant seem its ways to the instinctively known ways of heaven. In this world, he grew to feel, a wise man resigns himself to the world's ways. When we go to heaven, he taught, it will be quite another thing. There, we can freely turn the left cheek, because the right cheek will never be smitten. There they can freely give all to the poor, for there will be no poor to give to. And this, he contended, was a salutary doctrine. I hold up a practical virtue to the vicious, and interfere not with the eternal truth, that, sooner or later, downright vice is downright woe. His milk of human kindness was not sweetened by the thunder of the Protestant brethren. Resigned to the insight that while on earth no wise man aims at heaven except by a virtuous expediency, he accepted the London Missionary Society as one of the evils inherent in the universe, and leaving it to its own fate, looked prophetically forward to the interchurch world movement. In The Confidence Man he makes one of the characters say, missions I would quicken with the Wall Street spirit. For if, confessedly, certain spiritual ends are to be gained but through the auxiliary agency of worldly means, then, to the surer gaining of such spiritual ends, the example of worldly policy in worldly projects should not by spiritual projectors be slighted. In brief, the conversion of the heathen, so far, at least, as depending on human effort, would, by the world's charity, be let out on contract. So much by bid for converting India, so much for Borneo, so much for Africa. You see, this doing good in the world by driblets is just nothing. I am for doing good in the world with a will. I am for doing good to the world once for all, and having done with it. Do but think of the eddies and maelstroms of pagans in China. People here have no conception of it. Of a frosty morning in Hong Kong, pauper pagans are found dead in the streets like so many nipped peas in a bin of peas. To be an immortal being in China is no more distinction than to be a snowflake in a snow squall. What are a score or two of missionaries to such a people? I am for sending 10,000 missionaries in a body and converting the Chinese en masse within 6 months of the debarkation. The thing is then done, and turn to something else. And in Clarel, but preach and work, you'll civilize the barbarous Turk, nay, all the East may reconcile. That done, let Mammon take the wings of even, and mount and civilize the saints in heaven. But when Melville was in Tahiti he harbored less emancipated notions than he later achieved. He was then to all outward seeming little better than a beachcomber, disciplined for his participation in a mutiny he and the Long Doctor had ineffectively tried to prevent, and in the end abandoned by his ecclesiastical guardians to drift among the natives of Tahiti, and to find his way back home any way he could. The authorities at Tahiti left the party at the Calabooza to its own disintegration, a sore on the island cured not by surgery but by neglect. Gradually the mutineers melted out of sight. With the Long Doctor, Melville sailed across to the neighboring island of Imeo, there to hire themselves out as field laborers to 2 South Sea planters, one a tall, robust Yankee, born in the backwoods of Maine, sallow, and with a long face, the other, a short florid little Cockney, This strange pair had cleared about 30 acres in the isolation of the wild valley of Martyr, where they worked with invincible energy, and struggling against all odds to farm in Polynesia, and with heaven knows what ideas of making a fortune on their crude plantation. Melville had tried farming in Peatsfield, and he liked the labor even less in Polynesia than he did in Christendom. The long doctor throve not at all hoeing potatoes under a tropical sun, all the while saying masses as he watered the furrows with his sweat. Both Melville and the long doctor enjoyed the hunt they took in the wilds of the mountains, but back to the mosquitoes, the sweet potatoes, and the hardships of agriculture, they decided to launch forth again upon the luck of the open road. What clothes they had were useless rags. So barefooted, and garbed like comic opera brigands or mendicant grandees, they started out on a tour of discovery around the island of Imeo. After about 10 days of pleasant adventure and hospitality from the natives, they arrived at Patuaui to be accepted into the household of an aristocratic-looking islander named Jeremiah Popo, and his wife Arfreti. This was a household of converts. Popo was, in truth, a Christian. Melville says, the only one, Arfreti excepted, whom I personally knew to be such, among all the natives of Polynesia. Arfreti fitted out Melville and the doctor each with a new sailor frock and a pair of trousers, and after a bath, a pleasant dinner, and a nap, they came forth like a couple of bridegrooms. Melville was in Patuaui, as guest of Popo, for about 5 weeks. At that time it was believed that Queen Pamere, who was then in poor health and spirits, and living in retirement in Patuaui, entertained some idea of making a stand against the French. In this event, she would, of course, be glad to enlist all the foreigners she could. Melville and the long doctor played with the idea of being used by Pamere as officers, should she take to warlike measures. But in this scheme they won little encouragement. For though Pamere had, previous to her misfortunes, admitted to her levees the humblest sailor who cared to attend upon Majesty, she was, in her eclipse, averse to receiving calls. Shut off from an immediate prospect of interviewing Pamere, Melville improved his time by studying the native life, and by visiting a whaler in the harbour, the Leviathan, taking the precaution to secure himself a bunk in the forecastle should he fail of a four-poster at court. His heart warmed to the Leviathan after his first visit of inspection on board. Like all large, comfortable old whalers, she had a sort of motherly look, broad in the beam, flush decks, and 4 chubby boats hanging at her breast. The food, too, was promising. My sheath knife never cut into better sea beef. The bread, too, was hard, and dry, and brittle as glass, and there was plenty of both. The mate had a likable voice, hearing it was as good as a look at his face. But Melville still clung to the hope of winning the ear of Pamere. Although there was, Melville says, a good deal of waggish comrades nonsense about his and Long Ghost's expectation of court preferment, we nevertheless really thought that something to our advantage might turn up in that quarter. Pamere was then upward of 30 years of age, twice stormily married, and a good sad Christian again, after lapses into excommunication, She eked out her royal exchequer by going into the laundry business, publicly soliciting, by her agents, the washing of the linen belonging to the officers of ships touching in her harbours. Her English sister, Queen Victoria, had sent her a very showy but uneasy headdress, a crown. Having no idea of reserving so pretty a bauble for coronation days, which came so seldom, Her Majesty sported it whenever she appeared in public. To show her familiarity with European customs, she touched it to all foreigners of distinction, whaling captains and the like, whom she happened to meet in her evening walk on the Broom Road. Melville discovered among Pomare's retinue a Marquesan warrior, Marbana, a wild heathen who scorned the vices and follies of the Christian court of Tahiti and the degeneracy of the people among whom fortune had thrown him. Through the instrumentality of Marbana, who officiated as nurse of Pomare's children, Melville and the doctor at last found themselves admitted into the palace of Pomare. The whole scene was a strange one, Melville says, but what most excited our surprise was the incongruous assemblage of the most costly objects from all quarters of the globe. Superb writing desks of rosewood, inlaid with silver and mother-of-pearl, decanters and goblets of cut glass, embossed volumes of plates, gilded candelabras, sets of globes and mathematical instruments, laced hats and sumptuous garments of all sorts were strewn about among greasy calabashes half filled with pos, rolls of old tapa and matting, paddles and fish spears. A folio volume of Hogarth lay open, with a cocoa-nut shell of some musty preparation capsized among the miscellaneous furniture of the rake's apartment. While Melville and the doctor were amusing themselves in this museum of curiosities, Pomare entered, unconscious of the presence of intruders. She wore a loose gown of blue silk, with two rich shawls, one red, the other yellow, tied about her neck. Her Royal Majesty was barefooted. She was about the ordinary size, rather matronly, her features not very handsome, her mouth voluptuous, but there was a careworn expression in her face, probably attributable to her late misfortunes. From her appearance, one would judge her about 40, but she is not so old. As the Queen approached one of the recesses, her attendants hurried up, escorted her in, and smoothed the mats on which she at last reclined. Two girls soon appeared, carrying their mistress' repast, and then, surrounded by cut glass and porcelain, and jars of sweetmeats and confections, Pomare Vainii, the titular queen of Tahiti, ate fish and poe out of her native calabashes, disdaining either knife or spoon. The interview between the Queen and her visitors was brief. Long Ghost strode up bravely to introduce himself. The natives surrounding the Queen screamed. Pomare looked up, surprised and offended, and waved the Long Doctor and Melville out of the house. Though Melville was later to view a South American king, was to win the smile of Victoria and meet Lincoln, Pomare was the first and only Polynesian queen he ever saw. Disappointed at going to court, feeling that they could no longer trespass on Popo's hospitality, and then, weary somewhat of life in Eimeo, like all sailors ashore, I at last pined for the billows. The captain of the Leviathan, a native of Martha's Vineyard, was unwilling without persuasion to accept Melville, however. What with Melville's associations with Long Ghost, and the British sailor's frock affrette he had given him, the captain suspected Melville of being from Sydney, a suspicion not intended as flattery. Unaccompanied by Long Ghost, Melville finally interviewed the captain, to find that worthy mellowed at the close of a spirituous dinner. After looking me in the eye for some time, and by so doing, revealing an obvious unsteadiness in his own visual organs, he begged me to reach forth my arm. I did so, wondering what on earth that useful member had to do with the matter in hand. He placed his fingers on my wrist, and holding them there for a moment, sprang to his feet, and, with much enthusiasm, pronounced me a Yankee, every beat of my pulse. Another bottle was called, which the captain summarily beheaded with the stroke of a knife, commanding Melville to drain it to the bottom. He then told me that if I would come on board his vessel the following morning, I would find the ship's articles on the cabin transom. So, hurrah for the coast of Japan. Thither the ship was bound. The Long Doctor, on second thought, decided to eschew the sea for a space. A last afternoon was spent with Popo and his family. About nightfall, we broke away from the generous-hearted household and hurried down to the water. It was a mad, merry night among the sailors. An hour or two after midnight, everything was noiseless, but when the first streak of dawn showed itself over the mountains, a sharp voice hailed the forecastle, and ordered the ship unmoored. The anchors came up cheerily, the sails were soon set, and with the early breath of the tropical morning, fresh and fragrant from the hillsides, we slowly glided down the bay, and we swept through the opening in the reef. Melville never saw or heard from Long Ghost after their parting on that morning. Chapter 12 On board a man of war. Oh, give me the rover's life, the joy, the thrill, the whirl. Let me feel thee again, old sea. Let me leap into the saddle once more. I am sick of these terra firma toils and cares, sick of the dust and reek of towns. Let me hear the clatter of hailstones on icebergs. Let me snuff thee up, sea breeze, and whinny in thy spray. Forbid it, sea gods. Intercede for me with Neptune, O sweet Amphitrite, that no dull clod may fall on my coffin. Be mine the tomb that swallowed up Pharaoh and all his hosts, let me lie down with Drake, where he sleeps in the sea. Herman Melville, White Jacket. In 1898, there appeared the memories of a rear admiral who has served for more than half a century in the Navy of the United States. S.R. Franklin, the author of this volume, had lived a long and useful life, with no design during his years of activity, it would seem, of bowing himself out of the world as a man of letters. But in the leisure of elderly retirement, he was persuaded by his friends to get rid of his reminiscences once for all by putting them into a book. Rear Admiral Franklin took an inventory of his rich life, and accepted the challenge. Had he not roamed about the globe since he was 16 years of age? And he had known a dozen famous admirals, 3 presidents, 3 emperors, 2 popes, 5 Christian kings and a properly corresponding number of queens, not to mention a whole army of lesser notables. In 1842, as midshipman aboard the United States frigate, Franklin cruised the Pacific. The United States stopped at Honolulu, touched at the Marquesas. Franklin reports that the Bay of Nukuhava makes one of the most beautiful harbors I have ever seen. But upon the natives he bestowed the contempt of a civilized man, for the Marquesans were cannibals of the worst kind, and no one who desired to escape roasting ever ventured away from the coast. The United States did not remain long in these waters, where there was nothing to do but look at a lot of half-naked savages. So off sailed the frigate to Tahiti, where a queen came aboard. But Franklin cannot remember whether it was Palmyra or some other queen. Ladies of that rank were not uncommon in those days in the South Seas. Franklin had then been cruising among the islands of the Pacific for some months, and he was not sorry when the time came to get under way for the coast. Men of Franklin's type are a credit to civilization, men proud of their heritage, but unobtrusive in their pride. Franklin was unmoved by any sanctimonious hankering to improve the heathen, or by any romantic anxiety to ease into the mud of barbarism. Savage and half-civilized life becomes very irksome, he says, when the novelty is worn off. At Tahiti, he goes on to state, we picked up some seamen who were on the consul's hands. They were entered on the books of the ship, and became a portion of the crew. One of the number was Herman Melville, who became famous afterwards as a writer and an admiralty lawyer. He had gone to sea for his health, and found himself stranded in the South Pacific. I do not remember what the trouble was, but he and his comrades had left the ship of which they were a portion of the crew. Melville wrote a book, well known in its day, called White Jacket, which had more influence in abolishing corporal punishment in the Navy than anything else. This book was placed on the desk of every member of Congress, and was a most eloquent appeal to the humane sentiment of the country. As an evidence of the good it did, a law was passed soon after the book appeared abolishing flogging in the Navy absolutely, without substituting any other mode of punishment in its stead, and this was exactly in accord with Melville's appeal. I do not think that I remember Melville at all, Franklin goes on to say. Occasionally will flash across my memory a maintop man flitting across about the starboard gangway with a white jacket on, but there is not much reality in the picture which it presents to my mind. In his book he speaks of a certain seaman, Jack Chase, who was captain of the maintop, of whom I have a very distinct recollection. He was about as fine a specimen of seaman as I have ever seen in all my cruising. He was not only that, but he was a man of intelligence, and a born leader. His top mates adored him, although he kept them up to the mark, and made every man do his share of work. Melville has given him considerable space in his book, and seems to have had intense admiration for him. He mentions also a number of officers whom it is not difficult to recognize. The commanding officer, who had a very red face, he called Captain Claret, a small but very energetic midshipman, who made himself felt and heard about the decks, he called Mr. Pert, the gunner was old combustibles. He gives no names, but to anyone who served in the frigate United States it was easy to recognize the men by their sobriquets. Melville certainly did a grand work in bringing his ability as a writer and his experience as a seaman to bear upon the important matter, I mean corporal punishment, which had been the subject of so much discussion in and out of Congress. The essential accuracy of Melville's account of life on board the frigate United States is thus, in the above as in other passages, vouched for by a Rear Admiral. Franklin, himself, however, is not exhaustively familiar with the life and works of Melville, making him an Admiralty lawyer who went to sea for his health. And according to Franklin's account, Melville shipped on board the United States from Tahiti. According to Melville's own account, he left Eimeo, from the harbor of Tamai, not on board a man-of-war, but on board an American whaler bound for the fishing grounds off Japan. The itinerary of Melville's rovings in the Pacific after he left Tahiti cannot be stated with any detailed precision. In an appendix to the American edition of Type E, Melville says, during a residence of 4 months at Honolulu, the author was in the confidence of an Englishman who was much employed by his lordship, Sir George Paulet. In both Taipei and Omu he speaks of conditions in the Sandwich Islands with the familiarity of first-hand observation. The frigate United States sailed from Hampton Roads early in January, 1842. It doubled the Horn late in February, and joined the Pacific Squadron at Valparaiso. After spending the winter of 1842–3 off Monterey, the United States returned to Callao in the spring, and sailed for Honolulu, arriving in the early summer of 1843. According to his own account, Melville left Tahiti in the autumn of 1842. The United States left Tahiti in the summer of 1843. Melville speaks of revisiting the Marquesas and Tahiti after the experiences recorded in Taipei and Omu. In Taipei he says, between 2 and 3 years after the adventures recorded in this volume, I chanced, while aboard a man-of-war, to touch at these islands, the Marquesas. Though in this statement Melville is patently careless in his chronology, there is no reason to doubt his geography. According to the hypothesis that offers fewest difficulties, and none of these at all serious, it would appear that Melville left the Society Islands in the autumn of 1842, on board a whaler bound for the coast of Japan, to arrive in Honolulu sometime in the early part of 1843, where, according to Arthur Stidman, he was employed as a clerk. In the introductory note to White Jacket he says, in the year 1843 I shipped as ordinary seaman on board a United States frigate, then lying in a harbor of the Pacific Ocean. After remaining in the frigate for more than a year, I was discharged from the service upon the vessel's arrival home. Melville was discharged in Boston, in October, 1844. It would appear that Melville shipped on board the United States, from Honolulu, in the summer of 1843, touching again at the Marquesas and at Tahiti, and returning home by way of the Peruvian ports. of Melville's experiences between the time of his leaving the Society Islands and that of his homeward cruise as a sailor in the United States Navy, nothing is known beyond the meager details already stated. In White Jacket, or The World in a Man of War, 1850, Melville has left a fuller account, however, of his experiences on board the United States. The opening of White Jacket finds Melville at Callao, on the coast of Peru, the last harbor he touched in the Pacific. In Taipei and Omu he had already recounted his adventures in the South Seas, with all the crispness and lucidity of fresh discovery. While on board the United States he returned to old harbors, and sailed past familiar islands. But White Jacket is not a Yarrow revisited. On the showing of White Jacket, Melville's life in the Navy was, perhaps, the happiest period in his life. It is true that in Taipei he wrote, "I will frankly confess that after passing a few weeks in the Valley of the Marquesas, I formed a higher estimate of human nature than I had ever before entertained. But, alas, since then I have been one of the crew of a man of war, and the pent-up wickedness of 500 men has nearly overturned all my previous theories." And in White Jacket he has many a very dark word to say for the Navy. Sailors, as a class, do, of course, entertain liberal notions concerning the Decalogue, but in this they resemble landsmen, both Christian and cannibal. And in Melville's day, as before and after, from a frigate's crew might be culled out men of all callings and vocations, from a backslidden parson to a broken-down comedian. It is an old saying that the sea and the gallows refuse nothing. But withal, more than one good man has been hanged. The Navy, Melville says, is the asylum for the perverse, the home of the unfortunate. Here the sons of adversity meet the children of calamity, and here the children of calamity meet the offspring of sin. According to this version, a typical man of war was a sort of state prison afloat. Wrecked on a desert shore, Melville says, a man of war's crew could quickly found an Alexandria by themselves, and fill it with all the things which go to make up a capital. The United States, surely, lacked in none of the contradictions that go to make up a metropolis, though boasting some fine fellows here and there, yet, on the whole, charged to the combings of hatchways with the spirit of Belial and unrighteousness. Or it was like a Parisian lodging house, turned upside down, the first floor, or deck, being rented by a lord, the second by a select club of gentlemen, the third, by crowds of artisans, and the fourth, on a man-of-war a basement of indefinite depth, with ugly-looking fellows gazing out at the windows, by a whole rabble of common people. The good or bad temper, the vices and virtues of men of war's men were in a great degree attributable, Melville states, to their particular stations and duties aboard ship. Melville congratulated himself upon enjoying one of the most enviable posts aboard the frigate. It was Melville's office to loose the main royal when all hands were called to make sail, besides his special offices in tacking ship, coming to anchor, and such like. He permanently belonged to the starboard watch, one of the two primary grand divisions of the ship's company. And in this watch he was a maintop man, that is, he was stationed in the maintop, with a number of other seamen, always in readiness to execute any orders pertaining to the mainmast, from above the main-yard. In Melville's time, the tops of a frigate were spacious and cosy. They were railed in behind so as to form a kind of balcony, that looked airily down upon the blue, boundless, dimpled, laughing, sunny sea, and upon the landlookers below on the deck, sneaking about among the guns. It was a place, too, to test one's manhood in rough weather. From 20 to 30 loungers could agreeably recline there, cushioning themselves on old sails and jackets. In being a maintop man, Melville prided himself that he belonged to a fraternity of the most liberal-hearted, lofty-minded, gay, elastic, and adventurous men on board ship. The reason for their liberal-heartedness was, that they were daily called upon to expatiate themselves all over the rigging. The reason for their lofty-mindedness was, that they were high lifted above the petty tumults, carping cares, and paltrinesses of the decks below. And Melville attributed it to his having been a maintop man, and that in the loftiest yard of the frigate, the main royal yard, that I am now enabled to give such a free, broad, off-hand, bird's-eye, and more than all, impartial account of our man-of-war world, withholding nothing, inventing nothing, nor flattering, nor scandalizing any, but meting out to all, Commodore and messenger boy alike, their precise descriptions and deserts. Melville says that the maintop men, with amiable vanity, accounted themselves the best seamen in the ship, brothers one and all, held together by a strong feeling of esprit de corps. Their loyalty was especially centered in their captain, Jack Chase, a prime favorite and an oracle among the men. Upon Jack Chase's instigation they all wore their hats at a peculiar angle. He instructed them in the tie of their neck handkerchiefs. He protested against their wearing vulgar dungaree trousers. He gave them lessons in seamanship. And he solemnly conjured them, with unmitigated detestation, to eschew the company of any sailor suspected of having served in a whaler. On board the United States, Melville wisely held his peace concerning stove-boats on the coast of Japan. Melville's admiration for Jack Chase was perhaps the happiest whole-hearted surrender he ever gave to any human being. Jack Chase was a Briton and a true blue, tall and well-knit, with a clear open eye, a fine broad brow, and an abounding nut-brown beard. No man ever had a better heart or a bolder. He was loved by the seamen and admired by the officers, and even when the captain spoke to him, it was with a slight air of respect. No man told such stories, sang such songs, or with greater alacrity sprang to his duty. The maintop, over which he presided, was a sort of oracle of Delphi, to which many pilgrims ascended, to have their perplexities or difficulties settled. Jack was a gentleman. His manners were free and easy, but never boisterous. He had a polite, courteous way of saluting you, if it were only to borrow a knife. He had read all the verses of Byron, all the romances of Scott. He talked of Macbeth and Ulysses, but above all things was he an ardent admirer of Camoens' Lusiad, part of which he could recite in the original. He spoke a variety of tongues, and was master of an incredible richness of Byronic adventure. There was such an abounding air of good sense and good feeling about the man that he who could not love him, would thereby pronounce himself a knave. I thanked my sweet stars that kind fortune had placed me near him, though under him, in the frigate, and from the outset, Jack and I were fast friends. Wherever you may be now rolling over the blue billows, dear Jack, take my best love along with you, Melville wrote, and God bless you, wherever you go. And this sentiment Melville cherished throughout his life. Almost the last thing Melville ever wrote was the dedication of his last novel, Billy Budd, existing only in manuscript, and completed 3 months before his death, to Jack Chase, Englishman, wherever that great heart may now be, here on earth or harbored in paradise, captain in the warship in the year 1843, in the U.S. frigate United States. In White Jacket, Melville glows with the same superlative admiration for Jack Chase that Ouida, or the Duchess, exhibit in portraying their most irresistible cavaliers, an enthusiasm similar to that of Nietzsche's for his Übermensch. So contagious is Melville's love for his shipmate that strange infections seem to have been caught therefrom. Though it is certainly not true that all the world loves a lover, Melville's affection for Jack Chase won him at least one rather startling proof that Shakespeare's dictum is not absolutely false. The proof came in the following form: No. 2, Guthrie Port, Arbroath, the 13th of May, 1857. Herman Melville, Esquire, author of The White Jacket, Mardy and others. Honour D. Sir, let it not displease you to be addressed by a stranger to your person, not so to your merits. I have read The White Jacket with much pleasure and delight. I found it rich in wisdom and brilliant with beauty, ships and the sea and those who plough it with their belongings on shore. Those subjects are identified with Herman Melville's name, for he has most unquestionably made them his own. No writer, not even Marryat himself, has observed them more closely or pictured them more impressively. A delightful book it is. I long exceedingly to read Mardy, but how or where to obtain it is the task. I have just now received an invitation to cross the Atlantic from a Mr. and Mrs. Weed Malta between Bolston Springs and Saratoga County, as also from Mr. Alex Mueller, my own cousin, Rosebank, Lewistown. I have for this many a day been wishing to see you, to hear you speak, to breathe the same air in which you dwell. Are you the picture of him you so powerfully represent as the masterpiece of all God's works? Jack Chase, write me, dear sir, and say where a middy Stoby goat. I do much admire the American authors Washington Irving, Mrs. Stowe, Alan Edgar Poe, the late James Abbott, and last though not least your good self. Did you ever read the history of Geoffrey Rudel? He was a young nobleman of Provence and reckoned one of the handsomest and polite persons of his age. He lived in the time of Richard I, surnamed Coeur de Lion, who invited Geoffrey to his court, and it was there he first heard of the beauty, wit, learning and virtue of the Countess of Tripoli, by which he became so enamored that he resolved upon seeing her purchased a vessel, and in opposition to the king and the luxury of a court set sail for Tripoli. The object of his affections realized his most sanguine expectations. Were you to cross the Atlantic, you should receive a cordial reception from Mr. George Gordon, my beloved and only brother, and I'd bid you welcome to old St. Thomas a Becket, famed for kindness to strangers. Permit me, dear sir, to subscribe myself your friend, although unseen and at a distance. Eliza Gordon. Heaven first send letters, for some wretch's aid, some banished lover or some captive made pope. Besides the masterpiece of all God's works, Jack Chase and his comrades of the maintop, Melville was fortunate in finding a few other shipmates to admire. There was Limsford, a gentlemanly young member of the afterguard, a poet, to whose effusions Melville was happy to listen. At the most unseasonable hours you would behold him, seated apart, in some corner among the guns, a shot-box before him, pen in hand, and eyes in a fine frenzy rolling. Some deemed him a conjurer, others a lunatic. The knowing ones said that he must be a crazy Methodist. Another of Melville's friends was Nord. Before Melville knew him, he saw in his eye that the man had been a reader of good books. I would have staked my life on it, that he had seized the right meaning of Montaigne. With Nord, Melville scoured all the prairies of reading, dived into the bosoms of authors, and tore out their hearts. Melville's friend Williams was a thoroughgoing Yankee from Maine, who had been both a peddler and a pedagogue in his day. He was honest, acute, witty, full of mirth and good humor, a laughing philosopher. Beyond these, Melville was chary of his friendship, despite the personal intimacies imposed by the crowded conditions on shipboard. For living on board a man of war is like living in a market, where you dress on the doorsteps and sleep in the cellar. Yet even on board the United States Melville did find it possible to get some solitude. I am of a meditative humor, he says, and at sea used often to mount aloft at night, and, seating myself on one of the upper yards, tuck my jacket about me and give loose to reflection. In some ships in which I have done this, the sailors used to fancy that I must be studying astronomy, which, indeed, to some extent, was the case. For to study the stars upon the wide, boundless ocean, is divine as it was to the Chaldean Magi, who observed their revolutions from the plain. Melville was not only fortunate in his friends on the top and above, but also in the mess to which he belonged, a glorious set of fellows, mess number 1, numbering, among the rest, my noble Captain Jack Chase. Out of a pardonable self-conceit they called themselves the 42-pounder Club, meaning that they were, one and all, fellows of large intellectual and corporeal caliber. In white jacket, Melville's purpose was to present the variegated life aboard a man of war, to give a vivid sense of the complexity of the typical daily existence aboard a floating armed city inhabited by 500 male human beings. And no one else has ever done this so successfully as has Melville. I let nothing slip, however small, he says, and feel myself actuated by the same motive which has prompted many worthy old chroniclers to set down the merest trifles concerning things that are destined to pass entirely from the earth, and which, if not preserved in the nick of time, must infallibly perish from the memories of man. Who knows that this humble narrative may not hereafter prove the history of an obsolete barbarism? For White Jacket is, certainly, written with no intent to glorify war. It is a book that a militaristic country would do well to suppress. Courage Melville teaches therein, is the most common and vulgar of the virtues. Of a celebrated and dauntless fighter he says, a hero in this world, but what would they have called him in the next? As the whole matter of war is a thing that smites common sense and Christianity in the face, he contends, so everything connected with it is utterly foolish, unchristian, barbarous, brutal, and savoring of the Fiji Islands, cannibalism, saltpetre, and the devil. But Melville's anti-militaristic convictions in no sense perverted his astonishingly vital presentation of life on board the United States. Though in contemplation he despised war, and was open-eyed to the abuses and iniquity on all sides of him on board the frigate, in actual fact he seems to have been unusually happy as a sailor in the Navy, among his comrades of the top. The predominant mood of the book is the rollicking good humor of high animal spirits. There were black moments in his pleasant routine, however, the terrible nipping cold, and blasting gales, and hurricanes of sleet and hail in which he furled the mainsail in rounding Cape Horn, the flogging he witnessed, his watches at the cot of his messmate Shenley in the subterranean sick bay, and Shenley's death and burial at sea, the barbarous amputation he witnessed, and the death of the sick man at the hands of the ship's surgeon, a scene that Flaubert might well have been proud to have written. And there were ugly experiences during the cruise that were among the most lurid in his life. Throughout the cruise, it seems, for upward of a year he had been an efficient sailor, alert in duties, circumspect in his pleasures, liked and respected by his comrades. The ship homeward bound, and he within a few weeks of being a freeman, he heard the boatswain's mate bawling his name at all the hatchways and along the furthest recesses of the ship. The captain wanted him at the mast. Melville's heart jumped to his throat at the summons, as he hurriedly asked Fluke, the boatswain's mate at the fore hatchway, what was wanted of him. "Captain wants you at the mast," Fluke replied. "Going to flog ye, I guess." "For what?" "My eyes, you've been chalking your face, hain't ye?" Swallowing down his heart, he saw, as he passed through the gangway to the dread tribunal of the frigate, the quartermaster rigging the gratings, the boatswain with his green bag of scourges, the master-at-arms ready to help off someone's shirt. On the charge of a lieutenant, Melville was accused by the captain of failure in his duty at his station in the starboard main lift, a post to which Melville had never known he was assigned. His solemn disclaimer was thrown in his teeth, and for a thing utterly unforeseen, and for a crime of which he was utterly innocent, he was about to be flogged. There are times when wild thoughts enter a man's breast, when he seems almost irresponsible for his act and his deed, writes the grandson of General Peter Gansevoort. The captain stood on the weather side of the deck. Sideways, on an unobstructed line with him, was the opening of the lee gangway, where the side ladders are suspended in port. Nothing but a slight bit of sinnate stuff served to rail in this opening, which was cut right to the level of the captain's feet, showing the far sea beyond. I stood a little to windward of him, and, though he was a large, powerful man, it was certain that a sudden rush against him, along the slanting deck, would infallibly pitch him head foremost into the ocean, though he who so rushed must needs go over with him. My blood seemed clotting in my veins, I felt icy cold at the tips of my fingers, and a dimness was before my eyes. But through that dimness the boatswain's mate, scourge in hand, loomed like a giant, and Captain Claret, and the blue sea seen through the opening at the gangway, showed with an awful vividness. I cannot analyze my heart, though it then stood still within me. But the thing that swayed me to my purpose was not altogether the thought that Captain Claret was about to degrade me, and that I had taken an oath with my soul that he should not. No, I felt my man's manhood so bottomless within me, that no word, no blow, no scourge of Captain Claret could cut me deep enough for that. I but swung to an instinct within me, the instinct diffused through all animated nature, the same that prompts even a worm to turn under the heel. The privilege, inborn and inalienable, that every man has of dying himself, and inflicting death upon another, was not given to us without a purpose. Captain Claret ordered Melville to the grating. The ghost of Peter Gansevoort, awakening in Melville, measured the distance between Captain Claret and the sea. Captain Claret said, a voice advancing from the crowd. Melville turned to see who this might be that audaciously interrupted at a juncture like this. It was a corporal of marines, who, speaking in a mild, firm, but extremely deferential manner, said, "I know that man, and I know that he would not be found absent from his station if he knew where it was." This almost unprecedented speech inspired Jack Chase also to intercede in Melville's behalf. But for these timely intercessions, it is very likely that Melville would have ended that day as a suicide and a murderer. There is no lack of evidence, both in his writings and in the personal recollections of him that survive, that the headlong violence of his passion, when deeply stirred, balked at no extremity. And that day as the scourge hung over him for an offense he had not committed, he seems to have been as murderously roused as at any other known moment in his life. Though hating war, he boasted the inalienable right to kill, and the ghost of Momo, at the day of final reckoning, can attest that this boast was not lightly given. Like the wailing Quakers that he so much admired, he was a pacifist with a vengeance. This scene happened during the run of the United States from Rio to the line.